Hey everyone, and welcome back for another Dup Dive. Today, we're diving into some fascinating information about driving safely and avoiding some really common hazards that we find on the road. You've given us a great set of guidelines from the Ontario Ministry of Transportation, and
Mm,
honestly, the statistic that just jumped out at me, over just 10 years, animal vehicle collisions went up by 86%. I mean,
right.
clearly there's a lot to unpack here.
It is a sobering reminder that driving isn't just about knowing all the rules, it's about being prepared for the unexpected. And these guidelines touch on some pretty common but crucial things,
Yeah.
like road rage and construction zones.
Yeah. I think we've all been there, stuck behind someone who seems to be taking their bad day out on everyone else
The
on the road. So,
the guidelines really stress not retaliating, but how practical is that when you're feeling frustrated?
oh, it's fascinating how the guidelines actually emphasize emotional regulation. It's like they're saying, look, we know driving can be stressful, but your mindset really impacts how you react to other drivers. They even suggest apologizing if you make a mistake. Okay, I get the principle. But apologizing to some hothead who's tailgating me, that feels a bit tough to swallow.
Well, think of it as a de-escalation tactic. It's not about admitting fault, necessarily, but signaling that you're not looking for a fight. It diffuses the situation.
Right.
But of course, there are times when you're dealing with someone truly aggressive.
Right. What about those situations where it's more than just someone having a bad day?
Well, in those cases, the guidelines are all about removing yourself from the situation. Stay in your car, lock the doors, call the police if needed, and if you think you're being followed, don't lead them home. Head to a police station or a busy, well-lit area.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. Speaking of situations that require extra caution, construction zones always make me nervous.
Yeah, understandable. They're inherently unpredictable environments.
Yeah.
And the guidelines emphasize that obeying warning signs and reduced speed limits is crucial, not just for your own safety, but for the workers as well.
So it's more than just avoiding a ticket. It's about understanding why those slower speeds are in place.
Exactly. Think about it, right? You've got uneven surfaces, workers and equipment moving around, maybe even debris on the road. Those slower speeds give you more time to react and a better chance of avoiding a collision.
Okay. That really paints a clearer picture of why those rules are so important. It's not just about being a good driver, it's about being a smart and aware driver.
Absolutely. And it's not just construction workers we need to be mindful of. Think about roadside assistants, utility workers, even surveyors. They're all out there,
Mm.
often just a few feet from traffic.
It's a good reminder that sharing the road means looking out for everyone, not just other cars. Now, let's talk about something that I find particularly unnerving: animals on the road.
Yeah, and for good reason. Remember that statistic we mentioned earlier about the huge increase in animal vehicle collisions? It's a real danger. And the guidelines highlight that dusk to dawn is the riskiest time because that's when many animals are most active.
So, even if you're on a familiar route, driving at twilight or nighttime requires a whole different level of awareness.
Absolutely. The guidelines recommend reducing speed in darkness, rain, or fog. And that makes sense. Your visibility is already compromised, so you need more time to react. But what I find really interesting is their advice to scan the road from shoulder to shoulder.
What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, it highlights the fact that animals don't follow our rules of the road. You know, a deer might be startled by a sound in the woods and bolt onto the road with no warning.
So, it's about being proactive and anticipating the unexpected, rather than just reacting to what's directly in front of you.
Exactly. Speaking of unexpected, let's talk about what to do if you actually see an animal on the road.
No, okay. So we're cruising along, maybe enjoying the scenery a bit too much, and suddenly there's a deer right in our headlights. What's the best course of action?
Well, it's that classic fight or flight response, right? Our instinct might be to swerve, but the guidelines are very clear. Don't. Swerving could put you into the path of oncoming traffic
Mm.
or cause you to lose control entirely.
So, what should we do instead? Slam on the brakes.
Well, while slowing down is definitely important, slamming on the brakes can be just as dangerous as swerving, especially if you're on a slippery surface. The guidelines suggest a more controlled approach. Slow down gradually. Sound your horn to try and scare the animal away, and be prepared for the possibility of other animals nearby.
Right. Yeah, we're often told that if you see one deer, there were probably more lurking around.
Exactly. And it's important to remember that if, despite your best efforts, you do hit a deer or a moose, the guidelines say you need to report it to the police or the Ministry of Natural Resources.
Yeah, I can see why that's important, both for safety reasons and probably for tracking wildlife data.
Hmm.
Um, Speaking of things we need to be extra vigilant about, let's talk
Yeah.
about distracted driving.
Yeah. It's become one of the most common driving hazards, and the guidelines really emphasize the seriousness of it. They go beyond just cell phones, mentioning things like display screens, grooming, even emotional conversations. It's like they're saying any activity that takes your attention away from driving is a risk.
So, it's not just about putting your phone away, it's about creating a truly focused driving environment. Are there specific tips for that?
Absolutely. They suggest things like presetting your climate control and audio before you start driving, planning your route so you're not fiddling with the GPS, and if you really need to use your phone, pull over and park in a safe spot.
Yeah, I think we're all guilty of multitasking. But the guidelines are a good reminder that behind the wheel, our full attention needs to be on the road.
I couldn't agree more. They even point out that even if your car has driver assistance features, you're still legally required to be in control of the vehicle. Those features are there to assist, not replace the driver.
Right, it's about understanding that those features have limitations, and ultimately, the responsibility for safe driving rests with us.
Precisely. Now,
Sure.
let's shift gears and talk about a situation that requires a very specific set of actions. Encountering an emergency vehicle.
Yeah, it's something you hope you don't encounter often, but knowing what to do is crucial.
And the guidelines are very detailed on this, emphasizing the importance of reacting quickly but safely.
You're driving along, and suddenly you hear those sirens wailing behind you. What's the first thing you should do?
Well, the key is to be predictable and give the emergency vehicle as much space as possible. The guidelines say to immediately slow down and move as far to the right side of the road as you can, signaling your intention to pull over.
It's about getting out of their way, but doing so in a way that doesn't create more chaos for other drivers.
Exactly. And once you've pulled over, it's important to stay stopped until the emergency vehicle has passed. And you've checked for any other responding vehicles that might be following.
Right. It's a good reminder that in these situations, it's not just about reacting to what you see immediately in front of you, but being aware of the larger situation and the potential for multiple emergency vehicles responding to the same call.
Absolutely. And speaking of situational awareness, let's move on to something that's less about immediate action and more about general awareness and courtesy, funeral processions.
Right. It's not something that's specifically addressed in these particular guidelines, but it's definitely something that comes up in driving etiquette.
And it's a situation where common sense and respect should guide our actions, generally. It's considered courteous to yield to a funeral procession, allowing them to maintain their formation and proceed without interruption.
So if we see a line of cars with their headlights on, moving slowly, it's a safe bet to assume it's a funeral procession. And avoid cutting through or disrupting their flow.
Exactly. It's a small gesture of respect that acknowledges the solemnity of the occasion and shows consideration for those who are grieving.
Now, let's switch gears to something that can be a bit more confusing. Even for experienced drivers, right of way at intersections.
Yeah, right-of-way rules can be a bit tricky sometimes, especially when you're dealing with different types of intersections and traffic flow. But the guidelines emphasize that being cautious and yielding when necessary are paramount.
So, let's break it down. What are some of the key right-of-way rules that drivers should be aware of?
Well, at a basic four-way stop, it's pretty straightforward. The vehicle that arrives first has the right-of-way. If two vehicles arrive at the same time, the vehicle on the right has the right-of-way.
But what about intersections where there are no stop signs or traffic lights?
Well, those can be a bit trickier. The general rule is that if you're approaching an uncontrolled intersection, slow down and be prepared to stop if another vehicle is already in the intersection or approaching from your right.
Right, it's about being proactive.
Yeah.
And not assuming that you automatically have the right of way. And what about when pedestrians or cyclists are involved?
Oh, that's crucial. The guidelines are crystal clear. Pedestrians and cyclists always have the right of way, regardless of whether there are traffic signals or signs.
So even if the light is green for us, if there's a pedestrian crossing, we need to yield.
Absolutely. It's about prioritizing the safety of the most vulnerable road users. Now, let's talk about a maneuver that we do all the time, but often don't think much about: changing lanes.
Yeah, it seems like a simple enough task, but doing it incorrectly can lead to accidents.
The guidelines emphasize the importance of checking your mirrors and blind spots thoroughly before making any lane changes. And they specifically mention that mirrors don't show you everything. A quick glance over your shoulder is essential to make sure there are no hidden vehicles.
So it's not just about looking in your mirrors, it's about being actively engaged. Yes. Looking for potential hazards.
Exactly. And once you've confirmed it's safe, use your turn signal to clearly indicate your intention to change lanes. And make the move gradually, not suddenly.
Right. It's about being smooth and predictable, making sure other drivers know what you're doing.
And speaking of signaling your intentions, let's move on to another maneuver that requires extra caution. Passing.
Yeah. Passing can be one of the riskiest driving maneuvers, so it's important to know when it's safe and legal and when it's not.
The guidelines are pretty straightforward on this. Passing is only allowed when there's a clear and unobstructed view of the road ahead. There are no solid lines or signs prohibiting passing, and there's sufficient space to complete the pass without exceeding the speed limit.
So even if you're frustrated with a slow-moving vehicle, it's not a free pass to overtake them if the conditions aren't safe.
Exactly. And before initiating a pass, signal your intention. Check your mirrors and blind spots, and make sure you have enough space to complete the pass before encountering oncoming traffic or a no-passing zone.
It's about calculated risk assessment, not impulsive decisions.
Precisely. Now, let's talk about something that can drastically impact driving conditions. Adverse weather.
Yeah, weather is one of those things we can't control. But we can control how we respond to it when we're behind the wheel.
Absolutely. And the guidelines really emphasize adapting your driving to the conditions, whether it's rain, snow, fog, or even those sunny but scorching hot days we get in the summer.
So it's not just about slowing down when it's icy. It's about being aware of how different weather conditions can impact your car's handling and your own reaction time.
Exactly. For instance, in heavy rain, your stopping distance increases significantly. So those 2-second rule following distances, we learned in driver's ed, need to be extended. And when it comes to snow or ice, smooth and steady is the name of the game. No sudden braking or sharp turns.
Right. It's almost like a whole different set of driving skills is needed when the weather throws a curveball.
It really is. And fog is a whole other beast altogether. The guidelines recommend using low beams, even during the day, because high beams can reflect back and make visibility worse. And if the fog is so dense that you can barely see, it's best to pull over to a safe location and wait it out.
Right. Safety over schedule, right? I guess that applies to any type of adverse weather.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about something that might seem obvious, but it's worth discussing: driving at night.
Yeah. Night driving brings a whole new set of challenges, mainly because our vision is naturally limited in the dark. The guidelines emphasize the importance of having clean and properly aimed headlights. Those can make a huge difference in how well you see the road.
And using high beams whenever possible, but of course dimming them when approaching other vehicles.
Right. It's about maximizing your visibility without blinding other drivers. And just like with adverse weather, reducing your speed at night is crucial. It takes longer to react to hazards when you can't see as well.
Right. It's about acknowledging that our ability to perceive and react is different at night, so we need to adjust our driving accordingly. Now let's talk about sharing the road with a group of road users who are particularly vulnerable: motorcyclists.
Yeah. Motorcycles are inherently less visible than cars and trucks, and they're more susceptible to being impacted by wind gusts and road debris.
So it's extra important to be vigilant and give them plenty of space.
Absolutely. The guidelines stress the importance of checking your mirrors and blind spots carefully before changing lanes or making turns, because a motorcycle can easily be hidden in those areas.
Right. And it's a good reminder that those quick glances over our shoulders are even more crucial when motorcycles are around.
Couldn't agree more. Now let's move on to something that shouldn't need to be said, but unfortunately it does: driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
Yeah, it's such a serious issue, and the guidelines really lay out the legal consequences, which can include fines, license suspension, and even jail time.
And of course, beyond the legal ramifications, it's
Yeah.
just plain dangerous. Alcohol and drugs impair your judgment, coordination, and reaction time, putting yourself and everyone else on the road at risk.
So, the message is clear. If you plan on drinking or using drugs, don't even think about getting behind the wheel.
Absolutely. Arrange for a designated driver, call a cab, use a ride-sharing service. There are plenty of safe alternatives.
Right. It's just not worth the risk.
Uh,
Okay, let's switch gears to something that can be a source of anxiety for many drivers, especially in urban areas: parallel parking.
oh yeah. It's a skill that takes practice, but the guidelines provide a step-by-step breakdown that can be really helpful.
So, we found a spot, signaled our intention. What's next?
Well, the key is to line up your car correctly. Alongside the vehicle in front of the empty space, your rear bumper should be roughly aligned with theirs. Then, it's all about turning the steering wheel at the right moments as you back up, gradually straightening out until you're parallel to the curb.
Right. It's a bit like a dance, a carefully choreographed series of movements.
Exactly. And like any dance, it takes practice to get those movements smooth and fluid. Don't be afraid to adjust your position if you need to. And remember to check your mirrors and blind spots throughout the entire process.
Right. It's about precision and awareness, which are important skills for any type of driving. Okay, I think we've covered most of the key points from these guidelines.
We've certainly touched on a lot, from handling unexpected situations to understanding the nuances of right-of-way rules. These guidelines are a great resource for drivers of all experience levels.
Yeah. What really stands out to me is the emphasis on being a proactive and responsible driver. It's not just about knowing the rules, but also about anticipating potential hazards, adapting to changing conditions, and making decisions that prioritize safety for everyone on the road.
I think that's a great takeaway. And as we wrap up this deep dive, I'd like to leave our listeners with a question to ponder. With all the advancements in vehicle technology, how do you think the role of the driver will change in the future? Will we become more like pilots, overseeing automated systems? Or will the human element always be essential to safe driving? It's something to think about as we navigate the evolving world of transportation.
That's a great question, and it speaks to the larger conversation around the future of driving. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, everyone. We hope you found it informative and insightful. Remember, stay safe, stay curious, and keep those wheels turning.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. Today, we're going to be looking at backing up safely,
Ooh.
which, can be kind of scary, even if you've been driving for a while.
Yeah.
Whether you're getting ready for your driving test or just want to, brush up on things and get a little better at it. Now we're actually looking at a truck driving manual today.
Okay.
So you might be wondering what we can learn from, those big rigs.
Right, those huge trucks.
Yeah. But it turns out there's a lot of good stuff in here for all drivers, no matter what you drive.
Absolutely. When it comes to backing up safely, the basics are the same for everyone.
Yeah.
And truck drivers, they have to be extra careful because of the size of their vehicles and everything.
Yeah. I noticed that the manual actually uses the phrase utmost care and caution.
Oh, wow.
It's like they're taking an oath or something. But seriously, why is it so important to be super careful when you're backing up?
Well, when you're backing up, you can't see as well behind you, right? You're relying on your mirrors, and even if you turn your head to look, there are always going to be blind spots.
Sure.
Plus, cars just handle differently in reverse.
Yeah, they do.
So if you're not careful, it can be really easy to have an accident.
Makes sense. So it's not just about, avoiding a fender bender in the parking lot.
Yeah.
It's really about being extra aware whenever you're in reverse.
Exactly. It's like a whole different way of thinking about driving.
So how can we actually put this into practice? What does this utmost care and caution look like?
Well, the manual actually recommends 3 steps. First, you use all of your mirrors. Don't just rely on one.
Okay.
Really get a sense of what each mirror is showing you. And then, before you even start moving, turn your head and look back to check your blind spots.
Okay.
Don't just glance. Really take a moment to look around.
Got it.
And then the third thing is to use a guide whenever you can. Someone outside the vehicle who can see what you can't and help direct you.
Yeah. That's like having another set of eyes, which is always a good thing.
Mm.
So before we get into the whole guide thing, I'm curious, what are the most common times we need to back up in everyday driving? I mean, besides just, backing out of our driveways.
Well, think about parallel parking or when you're trying to squeeze into a tight parking spot.
Ugh, I hate parallel parking.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
And the manual actually talks about 3 types of backing maneuvers.
Okay.
Straight backing, alley docking, and offset backing.
So let's break them down. Straight backing. I mean, that one seems pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, it is the most basic one,
Okay.
but it's also kind of the basis for the other maneuvers, so it's what you'd use to back out of your driveway or a parking space.
Okay.
The key with straight backing is to keep your vehicle in a straight line while you're checking your mirrors and making sure you're aware of everything around you.
Okay.
It sounds simple, but it's really important.
Yeah. Especially when, even a little mistake could mean hitting something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all about precision and control.
All right. Now, what about alley docking? That one sounds a little more intense.
So alley docking is like when you're backing into a narrow space between 2 cars or objects.
Okay.
Like imagine backing into a loading dock, hence the name.
Gotcha.
You really need to be precise with your steering to get it right.
Yeah?
Small adjustments make a big difference here.
It's giving me driving test flashbacks with all those cones.
Oh, yeah. I remember those days. But one tip from the manual is to choose the easier side to back in from.
Oh, real?
So if the space is on your right, you'll usually have a better view, and it'll be easier to maneuver if you back in from the right side.
Oh, I have to remember that.
hmm
So what about offset backing? What is that exactly?
Offset backing is when you're maneuvering your car diagonally.
Okay.
So like parallel parking is a good example of that.
Right.
It's basically broken down into two types: driver's side and passenger side. Driver's side, you offset back to the left, and passenger side, you offset back to the right.
Okay.
And let me tell you, getting this one right can be a real confidence boost.
Yeah, I bet. It sounds like all these maneuvers really need a lot of practice.
They do.
And that makes me want to ask about using a guide.
Right.
A manual talks a lot about using a guide, especially for those big trucks.
Yeah.
So how important is that for us regular drivers?
Yeah.
I mean, do we really need someone standing outside waving their arms when we're just backing out of the driveway?
Well, it's funny you should ask that because that's exactly what I thought when I was learning to drive.
Right. Like, it seems a little overkill.
Yeah, but this manual has made me rethink that whole idea.
Okay, so why is that?
Well, think about it from a truck driver's perspective. I mean, they're dealing with these trailers that can be longer than a school bus.
Oh,
And they have these huge blind spots that you could literally hide a small car in.
that's scary.
And they often have to maneuver in spaces with very little room for error.
Right.
So for them, a guide isn't just helpful, it's absolutely essential for safety.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, when you put it that way, it makes you realize that even in a regular car, our vision is still pretty limited when we're backing up.
It is.
And we rely so much on our mirrors, but they can only show us so much.
Exactly. And that's where a guide can be so helpful.
Wow.
They can see those blind spots that we miss. They can warn us about things we might not see. And they can help us communicate with other drivers or people walking by who might be in the area.
Like that time you were backing a trailer into that tight spot and your guide saved you from hitting that low-hanging branch.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like they were my guardian angel.
It really is like having an extra set of eyes looking out for you.
Yeah. And that experience really showed me how important a good guide can be.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just about having someone stand there and point.
Right.
It's about communicating clearly and understanding each other and having a good level of trust between the driver and the guide.
Absolutely. Speaking of trust reminds me of this one time I was helping a friend parallel park,
Uh-oh.
and we had this whole hand signal system worked out.
Okay.
But then in the moment, we got our signals crossed and she ended up bumping the curb.
Oh, no?
It wasn't a big deal,
Right.
but it just showed me that even with a guide,
Hmm.
things can go wrong if you're not communicating clearly.
Definitely. It's a team effort for sure.
Yeah, and it really highlights something important. Even with a guide, the driver is still the one in charge.
That's right.
The guide is there to help, but the driver needs to stay in control and make the final decisions and be ready to take over if anything unexpected happens.
Absolutely. You can't just blindly follow the guide.
It's a good reminder that we're ultimately responsible for our own driving no matter what.
Exactly.
So the manual doesn't just talk about maneuvers and guides. It also has a section on general precautions for driving.
Yes. And these precautions are really important no matter what you're doing, whether you're backing up, changing lanes, or just driving down the road.
Right.
It's all about reducing risk and being as aware as possible.
So like the one about adjusting your speed to the conditions, I mean, that seems pretty obvious.
It does.
But I'm sure we've all been guilty of going a little too fast sometimes when we probably shouldn't have.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And that's especially important when you're backing up right.
Absolutely.
If you can't see, well, you need to slow down even more and be extra careful.
Yeah, it's not a race.
No, it's not.
It's about getting where you need to go safely.
Exactly. And then there's the one about avoiding situations that require sudden stops,
Right.
which is easier said than done sometimes.
It is. I mean, there are other cars and pedestrians and squirrels running across the road and who knows what else.
So how do we actually put this into practice?
Well, this precaution is really about thinking ahead.
Okay.
If you can anticipate what might happen and adjust your driving accordingly, you're less likely to find yourself in a situation where you have to slam on your brakes, especially when you're backing up.
Right.
So it's really about driving defensively and being proactive.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, and then there's this one that made me laugh a little. Never allow an unauthorized person to operate the vehicle.
Oh, yeah, that one.
I mean, unless we're talking about giving the keys to your pet goldfish, that one seems pretty self-explanatory.
Right. Like, come
But
on.
I feel like there's got to be a deeper message there.
There is. I mean, while it might seem obvious, this point is really about responsibility.
Okay.
As drivers, We're responsible not only for our own safety, but also for the safety of everyone else on the road.
Right.
And part of that responsibility is making sure that only people who are licensed and know how to drive are behind the wheel.
So it's about setting a good example
Exactly.
and understanding that driving is a privilege, not a right.
Well said.
It's not just about following the rules. It's about respecting how our actions can affect other people.
I agree, and I think that leads perfectly into our final part where we'll wrap up everything we've talked about and leave you with some things to think about.
Sounds good.
So we were talking about how important a guide can be.
Right, like having someone outside the vehicle to help you see what you can't.
Yeah, exactly. And, it made me think of all those times you see people trying to back up a trailer or a boat or something,
Oh, yeah.
and they're just kind of struggling back there, waving their arms around.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to direct traffic with their whole body.
And you're just watching thinking, whew, I hope they don't hit anything.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that brings us back to those general precautions the manual talks about.
Right, because those apply to pretty much every driving situation, not just backing up.
Yeah, like the one about adjusting your speed to the conditions. I mean, that seems pretty basic.
It does.
But I'm sure we've all been there, like, maybe it's raining or snowing or
Oh,
something.
yeah.
And we're still trying to drive like it's a sunny day.
It's like we think we're invincible or something.
And it's especially important when you're backing up right. Because if you can't see, well, you need to slow down even more.
Exactly. It's all about being extra cautious.
And then there's that one about avoiding situations that require sudden stops,
Yeah, that one's a good one.
which is easier said than done sometimes.
It is. I mean, sometimes things just happen.
Right, like a squirrel runs out in front of you or a car slams on its brake.
Exactly, and you just have to react.
But I guess the point is to try to be as prepared as possible.
Yeah, like to think ahead and anticipate what might happen so you're not caught off guard.
Right, okay. And then there's this one that's kind of funny. Never allow an unauthorized person to operate the vehicle.
Oh, yeah, that one always makes me chuckle.
It's like, duh. Of course not.
Right. But I think they put it in there just to really emphasize the importance of responsibility.
Okay, so it's not just about following the rules. It's about understanding why those rules are there
Yeah, and realizing that driving is a privilege, not a right.
and that we have a responsibility to ourselves and to everyone else on the road to drive safely.
Exactly.
Well said. So I think we've covered a lot of ground here today.
We have.
From the basics of backing up safely to the importance of having a guide and being extra aware of our surroundings.
Yeah, and all those precautions that can help us stay safe in any driving situation.
So for our listeners who might be thinking, okay, this is all great information, but how do I actually use it? What's one key takeaway they can start using today?
I would say the most important thing is to just be mindful. Take a moment before you even start backing up to assess the situation. Look around, check your mirrors, turn your head, and if you can get a guide to help you.
Yeah, those few seconds can make all the difference.
They really can. It's all about being proactive and not rushing.
All right, so as we wrap up this part of our deep dive,
Yes.
I want to leave our listeners with a little challenge.
Okay, I like it.
Next time, you need to back up, no matter how easy it seems. Take a moment to really think about what we've talked about today. Use your mirrors, turn your head, think about getting a guide, and most importantly, approach it with that utmost care and caution attitude.
Absolutely.
You might be surprised how much smoother and safer it feels.
And remember, every time you back up safely, you're not just protecting your own car.
Mhm.
You're helping to create a safer environment for everyone else on the road, too.
That's a great point.
So we've been talking all about backing up safely.
Yeah, it's been a real eye-opener.
It has. Who knew there was so much to think about when you're just putting your car in reverse?
Right. Like I thought I knew how to back up, but
Well-
now I'm realizing there's always room for improvement.
Exactly. And that's what's so great about these deep dives we do.
Yeah, we're always learning something new.
Even from sources we might not expect, like a truck driving manual.
Right. Who would have thought we'd get so much useful information from those guys?
They're the pros. They do this stuff all day, every day.
So what would you say is the most important thing we've learned today?
I think it's that utmost care and caution mindset that the manual talks about so much.
Yeah, that really stuck with me too.
It's not just about knowing the right techniques.
Right.
It's about being present and aware and really respecting the fact that backing up can be dangerous if you're not careful.
Absolutely. And I think we've all had those close calls where maybe we almost backed into something or someone.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And it's those moments that really remind you how important it is to pay attention.
And you know what else I thought was really interesting?
What's that?
The whole thing about using a guide.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
It's like having a backup for your backup system.
Exactly. Someone to
Okay.
watch out for you when you can't see everything yourself.
And it made me realize that even if you don't have a guide, you can still apply that same principle.
What do you mean?
Like, even if you're backing up by yourself, you can still take a moment to get out of the car and look around.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, just to double check that there's nothing in your way.
That's a great tip. So for our listeners who might be thinking, okay, I get it, backing up safely is important, but how do I actually do it? What's one thing they can start doing today to improve their skills?
I would say the biggest thing is to slow down,
Okay.
take your time, don't rush, and be deliberate with your movements.
And use your mirrors.
Yes, use all of your mirrors, not just the rear view mirror.
And don't forget to turn your head and look over your shoulder.
Exactly. That's how you check those blind spots.
So it's really about combining all of those things together, slowing down, using your mirrors, checking your blind spots, and if you can get a guide to help you.
Absolutely. And remember, practice makes perfect.
It does. So the more you practice backing up safely, the better you'll get at it.
And the more confident you'll feel.
Exactly. So to wrap up this deep dive into the surprisingly complex world of backing up safely,
Hmm?
I want to leave our listeners with one final thought.
Okay.
Remember that every time you get behind the wheel, you have a responsibility to yourself and to everyone else on the road to drive safely.
Well said.
And that includes backing up.
Absolutely.
So stay aware, stay safe, and happy backing everyone. Ever had that feeling like you're driving in slow motion when you hit a patch of fog? It's kind of like your brain is playing tricks on you, and it can be super dangerous.
Yeah, it's wild how our perception changes in those conditions.
Today we're going deep, diving into sections from a driver's manual, but we're going beyond the basics, you know.
Right, getting into those things you might not even think about.
We'll uncover the hidden dangers lurking out there on the road, from things like overdriving your headlights.
I bet most people don't even realize that's a thing.
Exactly. To the science behind those scary skids. It's more than just hitting the brakes, right?
There's a whole lot going on that we don't see. What's interesting about driving is that we often focus on just the mechanics, the rules, the control.
Yeah, the stuff you learn in driver's ed.
But there's this whole psychological layer underneath that can make or break our safety.
Totally. Let's start with something I bet we've all done at some point, overdriving our headlights.
Oh, for sure. I know I've been guilty of that.
I mean, who knew that was even a thing?
Right. It's surprisingly common, though. Think about it. You're driving at night, your headlights illuminate a certain distance ahead.
Yeah, but
But if you're going too fast, your stopping distance is actually longer than that illuminated zone.
oh, so you might think you have enough time to react to something, but
But in reality, you're driving blind past what you can see. It's like driving into a black hole.
that is a crazy thought. And I read that, get this, reflective road signs can actually make this worse.
Yeah, they can.
Isn't that kind of counterintuitive?
It is. Our brains are wired to look for patterns and make sense of everything around us. Right?
Makes sense.
So when we see those reflective signs popping up in the distance, it tricks us into thinking we can see further than we actually can.
So we speed up.
Yeah, it creates an illusion of greater visibility, tempting us to speed up. But those signs don't actually change how far our headlights can reach.
So it's all about judging distance accurately.
And being honest with ourselves about how fast we're really going.
That's a good reminder to constantly check our speed, especially at night. Speaking of visibility challenges, let's talk about glare. It's not just a sunny day problem, right?
No, definitely not. Glare can happen anytime, anywhere. Think low-angle sun reflecting off wet pavement or those super bright headlights on a winding road.
Oh, I hate those.
It can be blinding. Our eyes are incredibly sensitive, and sudden changes in light intensity can temporarily blind us.
I've definitely had those moments where I'm driving towards the setting sun, and it's like staring into a giant spotlight.
I know exactly what you mean. And that's where knowing how to manage glare becomes crucial.
What are some things we can do?
Simple things, really adjusting your sun visor, wearing polarized sunglasses, or even just slowing down can make a huge difference.
I always forget about my visor.
It's easy to do. At night, try focusing your gaze slightly to the right of oncoming headlights, using the edge of the road as a guide.
Oh, that's a good tip. I've never tried that. It's amazing how much of driving relies on our vision and how easily it can be compromised. Let's talk about another visibility hazard that could be downright terrifying: fog.
Oh yeah, fog is the ultimate visibility challenge.
For sure.
It creates this eerie, disorienting effect that can mess with our depth perception and make it seem like everything is moving in slow motion. It's almost like driving in a dream.
But it's a dream that can quickly turn into a nightmare. What's the first thing we should do if we encounter fog?
Honestly, if you can avoid driving in fog altogether, that's always the safest bet. Check the weather forecast before you head out, and if there's even a hint of fog, maybe consider delaying your trip.
Yeah, that makes sense. But sometimes it's unavoidable, right?
Right.
Like, what if you're already on the road and the fog rolls in?
Then it's all about adapting your driving to the conditions. First and foremost, slow down.
Yeah, definitely.
Fog creates this illusion of slow motion, so you might think you're going slower than you actually are.
Oh, interesting.
So actively check your speedometer to make sure you're at a safe speed for the reduced visibility.
And what about headlights? I remember hearing that high beams are actually worse in fog.
That's right. High beams project light upwards, and in foggy conditions, that light gets reflected back at you.
Making it harder to see.
Exactly, creating a blinding wall of white. Always stick to low beams in fog. They cut through the haze more effectively and improve visibility.
Got it. Low beams for the win. So you're driving slowly, you've got your low beams on. What else can we do to stay safe in fog?
Use all the tools at your disposal.
Okay, like what?
If your car has fog lights, turn them on. They're specifically designed to cut through fog and illuminate the road ahead. And don't forget about your rear fog lights.
Oh, right in the back.
Yeah, they make your vehicle more visible to drivers behind you.
It's all about maximizing visibility, both for ourselves and for others. What about lane changes and passing? Are those ever safe in fog?
It's best to avoid them unless absolutely necessary. Fog reduces depth perception, so it's harder to judge the distance and speed of other vehicles.
Right.
Stay in your lane, maintain a safe following distance, and resist the urge to pass.
So patience is key.
Exactly.
Speaking of patience, what should we do if the fog becomes so dense that we can barely see anything?
That's when you need to pull off the road completely. Find a safe parking area or rest stop, activate your hazard lights, and wait for the fog to lift.
Makes sense.
It might be tempting to just keep creeping along, but that's incredibly risky. You could easily hit a stalled vehicle or even a pedestrian.
Oh yeah, you can't see anything.
Just not worth the risk.
Okay, fog is officially the enemy. Now let's talk about another weather hazard that can make driving a slippery slope: rain.
Oh yeah, rain can be tricky.
Totally.
Rain transforms the road surface, reducing tire grip and increasing the risk of skids. It's a whole different ballgame compared to driving on dry pavement.
And we're not just talking about heavy downpours, right? Even a light drizzle can make roads surprisingly slick.
Absolutely. Water acts as a lubricant, reducing the friction between your tires and the road. And the faster you're going, the less control you have.
So, slow and steady wins the race, especially in the rain. I remember learning about hydroplaning in driver's ed, and it sounded terrifying. Can you break down what exactly happens?
Imagine your tires surfing on a thin layer of water. That's essentially what happens in hydroplaning.
Oh, wow.
Your tires lose contact with the road surface, and you lose the ability to steer, brake, or accelerate effectively. It's like suddenly being on ice.
Yikes. I can see why that would be a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
What can we do to prevent hydroplaning, besides the obvious, like slowing down?
Well, slowing down is definitely key, but tire condition is crucial too. Worn tires with shallow tread are much more likely to hydroplane.
So those tread depth indicators aren't just for show.
Nope. Think of it like this. The tread grooves on your tires act like channels that displace water, allowing the tire to maintain contact with the road.
Okay, so the water flows through the grooves.
Exactly. If those grooves are worn down, the water has nowhere to go and the tire starts to float.
They're actually there to save our lives.
You got it. And when it comes to rain, tire pressure matters too. Underinflated tires are more likely to hydroplane because they have a larger contact patch with the road surface.
Creating more area for water to build up.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need good tires with proper tread depth and proper inflation. What else can we do to stay safe in the rain?
Be extra vigilant about your surroundings. Rain reduces visibility, so it's crucial to scan ahead, check your mirrors frequently, and anticipate potential hazards.
Yeah, that's good advice.
And remember, increase your following distance. You'll need more time to brake safely on wet pavement.
And avoid those tempting puddles. They might look shallow, but you never know what lurks beneath the surface.
Right. A puddle can conceal a pothole that could damage your car, or it could be much deeper than it appears.
Leading to a sudden loss of control.
Exactly. Plus, driving through puddles can create huge plumes of spray that can blind other drivers.
That's like a chain reaction of bad decisions. Speaking of bad decisions, what about driving through flooded areas? Is that ever a good idea?
It's almost always a bad idea. Water can damage your car's electrical system, stall the engine, and even sweep your vehicle away if the current is strong enough.
Wow, yeah, that's not good.
It's really not worth the risk.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
So if you come across a flooded road, best thing to do is turn around.
Yeah, find a different route.
Don't risk it. You know, it's interesting. We've talked about fog, rain, glare, all these external factors that can affect our driving.
Right.
But what about the stuff going on inside? Like our own mental state? How does that play into all this?
That's a crucial aspect of safe driving that often gets overlooked.
I think so too.
Our emotions, our stress levels, even just how tired we are, can have a huge impact on our decision-making behind the wheel.
Makes sense.
It's like having an invisible passenger
Oh, interesting.
that can influence our driving, for better or for worse.
It makes sense when you think about it. If you're stressed out or angry, you're more likely to make impulsive decisions,
Yeah, for sure.
overreact to situations, or even tailgate other drivers.
Exactly. And on the flip side, if you're feeling happy and relaxed, you're more likely to be patient,
Yeah,
courteous, and forgiving of other drivers' mistakes.
more understanding.
So it's important to be aware of our emotional state before we even get behind the wheel. If you're having a bad day, take a few deep breaths, listen to some calming music.
Yeah, chill out a bit.
Do whatever it takes to center yourself before you start driving.
So self-awareness is key. What about fatigue? We all know we shouldn't drive when we're drowsy,
Right.
but sometimes it's hard to resist, especially on long road trips.
Driving drowsy is incredibly dangerous. It impairs our reaction time, our judgment, and our ability to focus place. It's like driving under the influence of alcohol.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. So what can we do to combat fatigue, besides getting enough sleep before a long drive? Which, let's be honest, isn't always possible.
Planning is key. If you know you have a long drive ahead, break it up into manageable chunks.
Okay.
Stop every couple of hours to stretch your legs, grab a coffee, or just take a few minutes to walk around and get some fresh air.
And avoid driving during those peak drowsiness times, like late at night or the post-lunch slump.
Oh yeah, those are prime times for nodding off. And don't underestimate the power of caffeine.
A little pick-me-up.
A cup of coffee or tea can provide a temporary boost, but remember, it's not a substitute for sleep.
And let's not forget about distractions. They're everywhere these days, our phones, our GPS systems, our passengers.
It's a constant battle for our attention.
It really is.
And it's not just about avoiding those obvious distractions like texting or scrolling through social media.
Right.
Even something as seemingly harmless as adjusting the radio or having a conversation with a passenger can take our focus away from the road.
Yeah, it's true. It's like our brains can only handle so much input at once.
Yeah.
So what's the key to minimizing distractions?
Setting boundaries and establishing clear expectations. Before you start driving, put your phone on silent, stow it away in the glove compartment, or use a Do Not Disturb feature that blocks incoming calls and notifications.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly.
It's about passengers. I mean, sometimes you can't avoid having chatty friends or kids in the car.
If you have passengers, make sure they understand that driving is your priority and you need them to respect that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Encourage them to keep the noise level down, avoid distracting conversations or activities, and give you space to focus on the road.
It's about creating a culture of safety inside the vehicle.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Speaking of safety, let's talk about another driving hazard that can catch even experienced drivers off guard.
Oh, yeah.
Skids.
Skids happen when your tires lose traction with the road surface,
Yeah.
causing the vehicle to slide uncontrollably.
It can be a terrifying experience, especially if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And skids can happen on any surface,
Yeah.
right? It's not just an icy road problem.
That's right. Skids can occur on wet pavement, dry pavement, gravel, even dirt roads. Anything that reduces the friction between your tires and the road surface can increase the risk of skidding.
So it's not just about the road conditions, it's also about how we're driving.
Exactly. Speeding, braking too hard, accelerating too quickly, or turning the steering wheel too sharply
Yeah.
can all contribute to skids.
So it's all about maintaining control.
And being smooth with your inputs.
Smooth is the key word. But what if we do find ourselves in a skid? What's the best way to regain control?
First and foremost, stay calm.
Right. Don't panic.
It's easier said than done, but panicking will only make the situation worse.
Makes sense.
Remember, you still have some control over the vehicle, even in a skid. The key is to steer in the direction you want to go.
That seems counterintuitive. If the back of the car is sliding to the left, wouldn't you want to steer to the right to correct it?
That's a common misconception. Steering in the opposite direction of the skid, also known as countersteering, can actually cause the vehicle to spin out of control. Instead, focus on steering in the direction you want the front of the car to go.
So steer into the skid.
Exactly. It might feel strange at first, but it's the most effective way to regain control.
Got it. What about brake? Should we slam on the brakes when we start to skid?
That's another common mistake.
Oh, really?
Hard braking can actually lock up your wheels, making the skid worse.
Oh, wow.
Instead, ease off the accelerator and gently apply the brakes if needed. If your car has anti-lock brakes or ABS,
Okay.
they'll automatically pump the brakes for you,
So you don't have to.
preventing the wheels from locking up and helping you maintain steering control.
So ABS is our friend in the skid.
Yeah.
What if our car doesn't have ABS? Any tips for breaking in a skid without ABS?
If you don't have ABS, you'll need to manually pump the brakes yourself. It takes practice.
Right.
But the idea is to apply the brakes firmly, but not so hard that the wheels lock up.
Okay, so like a pulsing motion.
Release the brakes slightly if you feel the wheels starting to skid, then reapply the brakes. It's a delicate dance, but it can help you regain control.
This is all great advice, but I have to admit, it sounds a bit overwhelming. How can we possibly remember all these things in the heat of the moment,
Right.
especially when we're already feeling stressed or panicked?
That's where practice and muscle memory come in.
Right,
The more you practice these techniques in a safe environment,
right.
like an empty parking lot,
Yeah.
the more instinctive they'll become.
So it's like anything else, the more you do it, the better you get at it.
Yeah.
And it's worth investing that time and effort to become a safer, more confident driver.
Absolutely. Safe driving is a skill that requires constant learning and improvement.
For sure.
It's not something you master overnight. It's a journey, not a destination.
Well said. You know, we've talked about a lot of different driving hazards today, from
Mhm.
fog and rain to skids and distractions.
Right.
But it seems like there's a common thread running through all of them.
What's fascinating to me is that regardless of the specific hazard,
Uh-huh.
so much of safe driving boils down to awareness of our surroundings, awareness of our own limitations, and awareness of the choices we're making behind the wheel.
It's like we need to be constantly scanning our environment,
Yes.
both inside and outside the vehicle, looking for potential risks and adjusting our behavior accordingly.
Exactly. It's about being proactive rather than reactive,
Okay.
anticipating hazards before they arise, making smooth and controlled inputs,
Right.
and always having an escape plan in case something unexpected happens.
So it's not just about knowing the rules of the road.
Right.
It's about understanding the physics at play, respecting the power of nature, and adapting our driving to match the conditions. We're not just operating a machine.
Right.
We're part of a complex system.
And we're constantly learning and evolving as drivers. Every experience, every close call,
Every near miss.
it's an opportunity to grow and become more skilled behind the wheel.
This has been a fascinating deep dive. We've uncovered some surprising insights and practical tips that I'm sure will make us all safer drivers.
And it's a reminder that knowledge is power when it comes to driving. The more we understand about the challenges we might face on the road, the better equipped we are to handle them safely.
Yeah, it's like we've been given this peek behind the curtain of driving and seen all these crazy, intricate factors that come into play.
Yeah.
What stands out to you as the biggest takeaway from all this, something our listeners should really keep in mind when they hit the road?
You know, it's easy to get caught up in the technical stuff, the rules, the mechanics of driving, but what really separates a safe driver from, everyone else, it's their mindset.
Okay, their mindset. What do you mean by that?
It's about cultivating this deep sense of responsibility, this awareness that driving is a privilege, not a right.
Yeah, I like that.
Every time we get behind the wheel, we're impacting not just our own lives, but the lives of everyone else around us.
That's a powerful way to think about it. It's not just about avoiding tickets or just getting from point A to point B.
Right.
It's about sharing the road with, real people,
Mhm.
each with their own stories and destinations.
It's about empathy, patience, and recognizing that we're all human, prone to making mistakes.
We've all been there.
Think back to that defensive driving course you took years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't just about memorizing rules, right?
No.
It was about instilling this mindset of anticipating potential hazards and being prepared for the unexpected.
And that brings us back to the idea of awareness that we talked about earlier.
It's crucial.
It's not enough to just react to what's right in front of us.
Right.
We need to be constantly scanning our surroundings, checking our mirrors, thinking a few steps ahead.
It's like you're playing a game of chess.
Oh, I like that analogy.
Always thinking about your next move and your opponent's potential counter moves. Being a defensive driver means recognizing that not everyone out there is playing by the rules or even paying attention.
So it's about having that extra layer of vigilance,
Yeah.
being prepared for those, like, unexpected lane changes, sudden stops,
Absolutely.
or even just someone drifting into our lane because they're distracted.
Exactly. And that awareness goes beyond just the physical environment, too.
Okay, yeah, so
It's also about being aware of our own internal state,
like our mood.
our emotions, how tired we are, recognizing when we're not in the right headspace to be driving,
Yeah.
and making the responsible decision to pull over or delay our trip.
That takes discipline.
Mhm.
We've talked a lot about the, like, physical dangers of driving, but you're right, the mental game is just as crucial. Next time I'm behind the wheel, I'm going to be much more aware of how my emotions, my stress levels, even just my excitement might be affecting my choices.
It's fascinating how much our mental state can influence our driving.
Yeah.
Maybe the real key to becoming a safer driver isn't just about mastering the mechanics of the car.
But mastering our own minds.
Exactly.
That's a profound thought to leave our listener with. It's not just about the car. It's about the driver. It's about cultivating that sense of awareness, responsibility, and respect for the complex system we're a part of every time we get behind the wheel.
Safe driving isn't just a set of rules.
It's a way of thinking.
It's a commitment to continuous learning, to honing our skills, and always striving to be the best, safest drivers we can be.
Well said. So buckle up, stay aware, and enjoy the ride. And remember, there's always more to learn, so keep exploring, keep practicing, and keep those wheels turning safely. Hey, everyone. So it looks like you're gearing up for some serious winter driving.
Yeah.
And you were smart enough to send over a whole bunch of resources on how to stay safe out there on those icy roads.
Oh, sure.
And we're going to unpack all those tips
Right.
and highlight the most important things to keep in mind
Yeah.
when those roads get slick.
Absolutely.
So from what I see here,
Okay.
we've got some great information on anti-lock brakes,
Yeah.
navigating snow and whiteouts, and understanding black ice,
Oh, yeah.
which is always a tricky one.
Sneaky.
Oh, and we can't forget about those snow plows,
For sure.
sharing the road with those big guys.
Right.
Plus, we'll dig into some of those less obvious winter driving dangers,
Okay.
like drowsy and aggressive driving.
Yeah, you're right. Winter driving is about so much more than just knowing how to handle your car in the snow.
Right.
It's about recognizing those hidden dangers and having the right mindset to face those unique challenges that winter throws at us.
You know, I bet you've felt it before.
Yeah.
That pulsing in the brake pedal when you have to slam on the brakes,
Yeah.
that's your anti-lock braking system, or ABS.
ABS doing its
It's a
job.
bit its thing.
Yeah, that pulsing can definitely catch you off guard the first time it happens.
Oh, yeah?
What ABS does is it prevents your wheels from locking up,
Right.
allowing you to steer even when you're braking hard. But it's important to know that ABS doesn't actually shorten your stopping distance
Right.
on those slick surfaces.
Okay.
It's really about helping you maintain control and avoid a skid.
Yeah, I remember the first time I felt ABS kick in.
Uh-huh.
I thought something was wrong with my car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took me a moment to realize that it was actually helping me stay in control.
Yeah.
But speaking of staying in control,
Yuck.
what about those cars that don't have ABS?
Right.
How do you handle hard braking in those situations?
That's where a technique called threshold braking comes in.
Threshold braking.
It's all about feeling for that point where your wheels are just about to lock up and then easing off the brakes just a bit.
Oh, I see.
Imagine applying pressure until you feel the wheels just start to lose traction,
Okay.
then back off slightly.
Yeah,
This technique allows you to maintain maximum braking force
right.
while still maintaining control of the steering.
Gotcha.
It takes practice,
Yeah.
but it's a vital skill for drivers of vehicles without that modern anti-lock braking system.
So we've covered one potential slippery situation, hard braking, but winter throws a whole bunch of other challenges our way,
Yeah.
like snow.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it can be fluffy,
Right,
it can
yeah.
be hard packed,
Uh-huh.
or it can be so thick you can barely see the road.
And each type of snow requires a different approach to driving.
Yeah.
The key is to anticipate what's coming and adjust your driving accordingly.
Right.
Always reduce your speed to account for the lower traction
Yeah.
and avoid any sudden movements.
Okay.
Smooth and steady is the name of the game.
Like a...
Remember, sudden movements shift your vehicle's center of gravity,
Right.
making it much easier to lose control on a slick surface.
And then there are whiteouts.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about a recipe for anxiety.
For sure.
I mean, imagine driving through a wall of snow
Right.
where you can barely see a thing in front of you.
Whiteouts are incredibly dangerous
Yeah.
because they can happen so quickly.
Right.
Always, always check the weather forecast before heading out.
Okay.
And if you find yourself caught in a whiteout,
Mm-hmm.
the best course of action is to pull off the road completely as
Yeah.
far off the road as possible
Right.
and wait for conditions to improve.
Gotcha.
But here's a critical point.
Okay.
Never, ever stop in a travel lane during a whiteout.
Right.
You risk becoming a sitting duck for other vehicles.
Yeah. The information you shared also had some great tips specifically for driving in whiteouts.
Okay.
Things like keeping your low beams and fog lights on,
Yes.
increasing your following distance,
Uh-huh.
and resisting the urge to pass.
Right.
Basically, patience and caution are your best friends in a whiteout.
They are your best friends.
Right.
And if you do have to pull over,
Yeah.
make sure your hazard lights are on
Okay.
so other drivers can see you.
Right. Yeah.
Visibility is everything in a whiteout.
Okay. Now let's talk about a winter driving hazard that's almost invisible.
Okay.
Black ice.
Yeah.
It can turn a seemingly harmless road into a skating rink in the blink of an eye.
It really can.
Yeah.
Black ice is so dangerous because it's a thin, transparent layer of ice
Right.
that forms on the pavement.
Mm-hmm.
It blends right in, making it incredibly difficult to spot
Right.
shaded areas.
Okay.
Bridges and overpasses are the black ice hotspots
Okay.
because those areas freeze faster than the surrounding pavement.
One of the tips from your research that really stood out to me was to check the color of the asphalt.
Okay.
If it looks black and shiny in winter, be suspicious.
Right.
It should usually look gray-white.
Yeah.
That black sheen could be a sign of black ice.
That's such a good point.
Right.
Remember, black ice can be treacherous,
Mm-hmm.
even if you have winter tires.
Okay.
The best advice, slow down and be hyper aware of your surroundings.
Now we can't talk about winter driving without mentioning those big yellow heroes of the highway,
Right.
the snowplows.
The snowplows are essential for keeping our roads clear,
Right.
but they also come with their own safety challenges.
Right.
Those flashing blue lights they have,
Mm-hmm.
those are a warning for you to stay back.
Dope.
Snowplows are much wider than other vehicles
Right.
and often have a wing extending to the right.
Rare.
Give them lots of space.
Yeah. And it's not uncommon to see snowplows working in convoys,
Yeah.
clearing multiple lanes at once.
But
It might seem tempting to try and zip past them,
I know.
but that is a recipe for disaster.
You're absolutely right.
Right.
The area between snowplows is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
The plows create a ridge of snow
Mhm.
that can easily throw your car off balance.
Okay.
Plus, you're putting yourself in a blind spot
Right.
where the plow drivers can't see you.
So we've covered a lot of ground already.
Yeah, we have.
But there's another winter driving danger that's less obvious, but just as important.
Okay.
Drowsy driving.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy to underestimate the impact of fatigue,
Right.
especially when you factor in those shorter winter days.
Drowsy driving is a serious problem any time of year,
Right.
but it's compounded in winter
Yeah.
when we have less daylight and are dealing with stressful driving conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Studies have actually shown that drowsy drivers can be just as impaired as drunk drivers.
Wow.
Yeah, their reaction time slows down.
Right.
Their judgment is clouded,
Mhm.
and they are much more likely to make mistakes.
I can definitely relate to that.
Oh, yeah.
I remember one time I was driving home late at night after a long day of work.
Yeah, it's easy to let fatigue sneak up on you.
It really is.
Would you mind sharing your experience?
Sure.
It might help our listeners understand just how common this is.
Yeah, so I was driving home from visiting family a few states over.
Mm-hmm.
It was late, and I was definitely tired.
Yeah.
And I remember telling myself, just a few more miles.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started noticing I was having trouble keeping my eyes open.
I see.
I was yawning constantly, and my mind was wandering.
Yeah.
And then I actually drifted into the next lane.
Oh, no.
Thank goodness there was no one there.
That's scary.
It was a huge wake-up call.
Yeah.
I immediately pulled over at the next rest stop and took a nap.
That's a classic example of how drowsy driving can sneak up on you.
Right.
The research you shared highlighted 8 warning signs to be aware of.
Okay.
Difficulty keeping your eyes open, head nodding,
Okay.
mind wandering,
Right.
frequent yawning,
Gotcha.
trouble remembering the last few miles driven,
Mm-hmm.
missing traffic signals,
Yeah.
drifting into other lanes and having to jerk the car back into your lane.
Right.
Any of these signs are a sure signal to pull over immediately.
So it sounds like you're saying that even if you think you can power through it, it's just not worth the risk.
Exactly. Think of it this way. Would you drive if you had been drinking?
Right.
Drowsiness is just as dangerous.
Okay, I'm definitely getting the message loud and clear on that one.
Good.
Now, before we wrap up this first part of our deep dive,
Okay.
let's talk about one last danger that might be more common in winter.
Okay.
Aggressive driving and road rage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, winter driving can be incredibly stressful,
It can.
and those frustrations can sometimes boil over.
Yeah. It's understandable to get frustrated in those challenging conditions.
Right.
But it's so important to remember that aggressive driving, tailgating,
Right.
speeding,
Uh-huh.
cutting people off,
Yeah.
those behaviors only make things worse
Right, yeah.
and can lead to road rage.
Yeah, road rage is dangerous for everyone involved.
Absolutely.
It's a no-win situation.
It is.
So how can we keep those frustrations in check
Okay.
when it feels like the winter driving gods are conspiring against us?
The source material you shared had some great tips for managing stress on the road.
Okay.
Deep breathing,
Mm-hmm.
listening to calming music,
Right.
and taking breaks on long trips.
Yeah, it's like bringing a little bit of zen into your car.
Exactly.
I find that even just being aware of my stress level helps. If I notice myself getting tense,
Right.
I can consciously try those relaxation techniques.
That's a fantastic approach.
Right, yeah.
Self-awareness is key.
Well, I think this is a great place to pause for now.
Okay.
We've covered so much ground already,
We have.
from anti-lock brakes
Mm.
to those invisible dangers like black ice and drowsiness.
It's a lot to take in.
So stay tuned for part 2,
All right.
where we'll dig into even more winter driving tips and strategies
Sounds
to
good.
help you stay safe on the roads.
Looking forward to it.
We'll be right back after a short break.
See you then. Welcome back to our deep dive into winter driving safety.
That's right. In part 1, we covered some of the immediate dangers out there on winter roads,
Yeah.
like black ice and snow squalls. But now I'm ready to shift gears and focus on how to prepare ourselves
Right.
and our vehicles for the challenges of winter driving.
Excellent point. We've talked about the mental game of staying calm and focused in tough conditions.
Right.
But let's delve into the practical side of things, vehicle maintenance.
Okay.
Making sure your vehicle is ready for winter goes beyond just scraping the ice off the windshield.
So true. So what are some key things we should be checking before we even think about hitting those snowy roads?
First things first, your battery.
The battery.
Cold weather is brutal on batteries, so get yours tested and replaced if needed.
Okay.
You don't want to be stranded with a dead battery on a frigid day.
Ugh. I've been there.
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
nothing quite like that sinking feeling when you turn the key and hear nothing but a click.
Prevention is key.
Right.
And while we're talking about fluids,
Okay.
make sure your antifreeze levels are topped up.
Right.
Antifreeze prevents your engine coolant from freezing,
Mm-hmm.
which can cause major damage to your engine.
Antifreeze, the unsung hero of winter driving.
It is.
It's easy to overlook, but so essential.
Absolutely.
What about tire pressure? I know that can be affected by temperature swings.
Absolutely. Cold temperatures can cause your tire pressure to drop,
Right.
which can affect handling and braking.
Okay.
Remember, those tires are your only point of contact with the road.
Right.
Keep a tire pressure gauge in your car and check those tires at least once a month,
Okay.
especially when the temperatures start to drop.
Speaking of tires, let's talk about winter tires.
Yes!
I have to admit, switching to winter tires made a world of difference for my winter driving confidence.
They are game changers.
Right.
Winter tires are specifically engineered for cold temperatures and snowy conditions. They have a different tread pattern and rubber compound that grip the road like glue
Right.
compared to all-season tires.
And it's not just about putting winter tires on your drive wheels.
Right.
For optimal performance and safety, it's best to have a full set all 4 tires
Right.
equipped with winter tires.
It's like having a warm hat and gloves but leaving your coat at home.
Right?
You need that full ensemble to stay protected.
Okay. What else should we be thinking about in terms of getting our vehicles ready for winter?
Visibility.
Visibility.
Make sure your windshield wipers are in top condition and that you have plenty of washer fluid.
Okay.
You want to be able to see clearly in all directions, so
right.
make it a habit to clear snow and ice from all your windows.
Okay.
Mirrors headlights and taillights before you start driving.
I've seen people driving with just a tiny peephole cleared on their windshield. So dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
You need a full field of vision to react to whatever winter throws at you.
Exactly. Keep a good scraper and a brush in your car
Okay.
so you can keep those windows clear throughout your trip.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget a shovel.
Oh, right. A shovel.
It's a lifesaver if you get stuck in the snow.
Okay, so we've prepped our vehicles. What about prepping ourselves? What can we do to plan ahead for winter driving?
Planning is key when you're dealing with unpredictable winter weather.
Right. Before you head out, especially for a longer trip,
Yeah.
check the weather forecast and road conditions.
Okay.
There are great websites and apps that provide real-time updates. If the forecast calls for severe weather, seriously consider postponing your trip.
Right.
It's always better to be safe than sorry.
Technology is definitely our friend in those situations.
Absolutely.
A little planning can save a lot of hassle or even danger down the road.
And if you do have to drive in less than ideal conditions, give yourself extra travel time.
Right.
Winter driving almost always takes longer than you think,
Yeah.
so factor in those potential delays.
It's like adding a winter buffer to your schedule.
I like that.
Better to arrive late and safe than rush and end up in a ditch.
Now, let's talk about packing for your winter road trip.
Okay.
You want to be prepared for anything.
Yes. Let's talk about the essential winter driving survival kit.
First and foremost, pack warm clothing and blankets.
Okay.
You never know when you might get stuck or delayed,
Right.
and staying warm is crucial. I always have a cozy blanket and some extra layers in my car during winter.
Good.
It's like having a mobile nest.
And don't forget non-perishable food and water.
Oh, right. Food and water.
Again, it's all about being prepared for the unexpected.
Trail mix, granola bars, and bottled water are my go-tos.
Excellent choices.
Right.
Here are a few other things that could come in handy.
Okay.
A flashlight with extra batteries, a first aid kit,
Okay.
jumper cables,
Right.
a bag of sand or kitty litter for traction if you get stuck,
Oh, right, for traction.
and a cell phone charger.
That's a great list. It's like a mini survival guide for winter driving.
Exactly. You never know when those items might be lifesavers.
Okay, we've covered the essentials, but I think there's another important piece of the puzzle, driving etiquette.
Oh, yeah.
Winter conditions can sometimes bring out the best and worst in drivers.
So true. It's important to remember that a little courtesy can go a long way
Right.
when everyone is dealing with the stress of winter driving.
So how can we spread some winter driving cheer?
First off, patience and understanding are key.
Patience.
Everyone is in the same boat, so try to give other drivers the benefit of the doubt.
Patience is definitely a virtue, especially when you're navigating snow and ice.
And speaking of giving space, remember that stopping distances are much longer on snow and ice.
Right.
The 2-second rule, the rule about keeping a safe following distance becomes even more crucial in winter.
Oh, that's a good reminder.
Yeah.
I'll admit, I sometimes forget about the 2-second rule. Can you explain that for folks who might not be familiar?
Of course, the 2-second rule is a simple way to gauge if you're following at a safe distance.
Okay.
Pick a fixed point ahead, like a sign or a tree.
Okay.
When the vehicle in front of you passes that point, start counting.
Okay.
1,000, 1,002.
Right.
If you reach that point before you finish counting, you're following too closely.
Oh, that's super helpful.
Yeah.
It's easy to get caught up in the flow of traffic and forget about safe following distances, especially when the roads are slick.
Absolutely. And don't forget about turn signals.
Oh yeah, turn signals.
Use them early and often to communicate your intentions to other drivers.
Communication is so important when visibility is reduced, especially in winter.
Yes.
Those turn signals are like our way of speaking to each other on the road.
Right. Another key point, avoid tailgating.
Tailgating.
It's never a good idea, but especially dangerous in winter.
Right.
Tailgating puts you too close to the vehicle in front of you.
Right.
If they have to brake suddenly,
Yeah.
you're at much higher risk of an accident.
Tailgating is the ultimate driving. No, it's stressful for everyone involved.
Exactly. And let's talk about passing other vehicles in winter.
Okay, passing?
This is a maneuver that requires extra caution.
I agree. It's important to know when it's safe to pass and when it's best to just hang back.
Before even thinking about passing, make sure you have a clear view of the road ahead
Okay.
and that there's enough space to complete the pass safely.
Right.
No blind passes in winter.
Visibility is everything, and passing on snow and ice takes longer.
It does.
So be patient, don't rush it, and make sure you have a clear path.
Well said. And if you're being passed, make sure you give the other vehicle plenty of space.
Okay.
And avoid any sudden movements that could startle them or cause them to lose control.
Teamwork makes the dream work even on icy roads.
Now, before we wrap up this section, let's tackle one of those scary winter driving scenarios that everyone dreads.
Okay, what's that?
Skids.
Skids? Oh, yeah.
It can happen to the best of us,
Right.
but knowing how to react correctly can make all the difference.
Skids are definitely one of my winter driving anxieties.
They can be scary,
Yeah.
but staying calm and knowing the proper techniques can help you regain control of your vehicle.
So what should we do if our car starts to slide? What are those key techniques?
First things first, don't panic.
Easier said than done.
I know it's easier said than done when your car feels like it's out of control,
Right.
but panicking will only make things worse.
Right. Take a deep breath and try to stay focused. What next?
The key to handling a skid is to steer in the direction you want the car to go.
Steer in the direction you want the car to go.
It sounds counterintuitive,
Yeah, it does.
but it's the most effective way to regain control.
So if the back end of my car starts sliding to the left, I want to steer to the left as well.
Exactly. I know it feels strange,
It does.
but by steering into the skid, you're aligning your front wheels with the direction your car is already traveling.
Okay.
This helps you regain control and straighten out the vehicle.
It's like gently guiding the car back on course.
That's a great way to put it. Now, it's important to remember that every vehicle handles differently in a skid,
Right.
depending on things like weight distribution, tire type, and road conditions.
Mm-hmm.
But in most situations, steering into the skid is the best strategy.
So steer into the skid. Got it. What about braking?
Another important point, avoid slamming on the brakes.
Right.
That can lock up your wheels and make the skid worse.
Okay.
If you need to brake, do it gently and gradually.
Smooth and steady wins the race.
Exactly. And here's a tip.
Fire.
If you have access to an empty parking lot or a safe open space, it's a good idea to practice skid recovery techniques.
Yeah.
That way you'll be more prepared and confident if it happens on the road.
Practice makes perfect.
Well, that covers a lot of ground in terms of preparing for and handling challenging winter driving situations.
Yeah, it does.
But we still have some more tips and resources to help you navigate those winter roads safely and confidently.
Okay.
Stay tuned for part 3 of our winter driving safety deep dive.
Welcome back to the deep dive.
Right.
In parts 1 and 2, we covered a lot.
We did.
I mean, from understanding how anti-lock brakes work
Right.
to packing that winter survival kit to mastering, like, the art of skid recovery
It's a lot.
and practicing good driving etiquette.
For sure.
I feel like I could teach a winter driving course at this point,
I think you could.
but I know we still have more to go.
Yeah, before we wrap things up,
Okay.
there are a few more kind of gems of wisdom tucked away in that research you shared.
Okay, let's hear those final tips. I'm all ears.
Let's talk headlights.
Headlights. Okay.
You might think it's as simple as, on when it's dark, off when it's light,
Right.
but in winter it's a bit more nuanced than that.
Right, because winter often brings reduced visibility even during daylight hours.
Exactly.
So headlights become even more important for seeing and being seen.
Exactly. The research recommended using your headlights
Huh?
whenever visibility is less than ideal,
Right.
even during the day.
Okay.
It helps you see the road better and makes it easier for other drivers to spot you.
Yeah, it's like sending a signal to all the other cars out there saying, hey, I'm here.
Exactly.
Especially when it's snowing or foggy headlights are like those high visibility vests,
Yes.
but for cars.
Now, while we're on the topic of headlights,
Okay.
let's touch on those super bright high beams.
Oh, yeah. The high beams can feel like you're driving with a spotlight.
Yeah.
They're great for illuminating those dark country roads.
They certainly pack a punch. But here's the catch. High beams can actually reduce your visibility in snowy or foggy conditions.
Really?
Yeah, they reflect off those tiny particles in the air,
Right.
creating a blinding glare for you and oncoming drivers.
So it's almost like accidentally shining a spotlight in someone's face.
Exactly.
Definitely not cool.
The general rule is to use your low beams when it's snowy or foggy,
Okay.
and save those high beams for unlit rural roads with no oncoming traffic.
Okay, got it. Low beams for snow and fog, high beams for dark and empty roads.
You got it.
Simple enough. What else should we keep in mind as we wrap up our deep dive?
Let's talk about driving on rural roads in winter.
Okay, rural roads.
They come with their own set of challenges.
Right.
Less traffic,
Yeah.
fewer streetlights,
Yeah.
and often not as well maintained as those busy city roads.
Yeah, I can definitely see how rural roads would be more challenging in winter.
Yeah.
You're dealing with more unpredictable conditions
Right.
and potentially longer distances to get help if something goes wrong.
Exactly. Rural roads often have sharper curves, steeper hills, and narrower shoulders,
Right.
all of which become more treacherous with snow or ice on the road.
Yeah.
If you do slide off the road, there's a good chance you'll be farther away from assistance.
It's like venturing into the wilderness.
It is.
You really need to be prepared and self-sufficient when driving those rural roads in winter.
Well said. Here's one final piece of advice that's often overlooked.
Okay, what's that?
Trust your gut.
Ah, the intuition factor.
Yes.
There are times when my inner voice tells me something isn't right, even if I can't put my finger on why.
Exactly. If you're feeling uneasy about the driving conditions, don't ignore those feelings.
Okay.
Trust your instincts.
Right.
It's always better to postpone your trip or find an alternate route
Mm-hmm.
than to risk it.
Like that little voice in your head is saying, hey, maybe we should sit this one out.
Right.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the power of intuition, especially when it comes to safety.
Well, folks, I think we've covered just about everything there is to know about staying safe on winter roads.
I think so too.
From prepping your vehicle and packing a survival kit, to understanding those tricky conditions like black ice and whiteouts, and even mastering the art of skid control.
We did it.
I feel like we've equipped you to be winter driving pros.
Winter driving pros.
But don't forget
Okay.
the importance of staying calm, focused,
Right.
and practicing good driving etiquette.
We're all in this together.
Absolutely. Winter driving doesn't have to be a stressful or scary experience.
Nope.
With the right mindset and a little preparation, you can navigate those winter roads confidently and safely.
Safe travels, everyone.
Yes, drive safe and stay warm out there.
All right, welcome back, everyone, for another deep dive. Today we're going to be talking about safe driving. It seems like from the stuff you sent over that you might be hitting the road soon.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people are. And whether you're a, seasoned driver or just starting out, there's always something to learn about staying safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though, talking about rules and regulations can be a little bit boring, I'm sure we can make it interesting and useful for everybody listening.
Yeah, for sure. Safe driving isn't just memorizing a bunch of rules. It's about understanding why those rules exist, and that can really make all the difference out there on the road.
Okay, so let's get into it. One thing that really jumped out at me from all this material was how much it talked about pedestrian awareness. And, at first I thought that was kind of obvious, but then there were some things in there that I actually hadn't thought about before.
Yeah, I think we all kind of assume that pedestrians are only a concern at crosswalks,
Yeah.
but that's not really always the case in the real world.
Right, right.
People jaywalk, sometimes they're not paying attention, and drivers need to be ready for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to think about all the things that could happen, even if people aren't technically following all the rules. And speaking of unpredictable, the stuff you sent also mentioned being extra careful around kids, especially in neighborhoods, where people live, and also like around twilight.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kids, they can be impulsive. They're not always aware of what's going on around them, and especially when they're excited or distracted by something.
Exactly. Like a ball rolls into the street and a kid just runs after it without looking.
Oh, yeah.
And twilight can be tricky because you can't see as well, even if your headlights are on.
It's kind of like those optical illusions. Like your brain has trouble processing everything when it's getting dark. Add in a kid who's hard to see, maybe running, and it could be really bad if a driver isn't paying close attention.
And it's not just kids, right? We also need to think about older people and people with disabilities who maybe, need a little more time to cross the street or maybe can't see or hear as well.
Definitely. We have to remember that not everyone moves at the same speed or is able to do the same things. It's about creating a safe space for everyone on the road.
I totally agree. And that includes people who use things like wheelchairs and scooters.
Exactly. We should treat them the same way as pedestrians. They should use the sidewalk if there is one, or if not, they should travel on the shoulder facing oncoming traffic.
Okay, so we've covered pedestrian awareness. Now let's move on to something I always find a bit confusing. Those right-of-way rules. I always second-guess myself.
I get it. It can seem complicated, but really it's just a system to make sure traffic moves predictably, so we all know who goes first and avoid crashing.
So it's not about remembering a bunch of rules, but understanding the logic behind yielding, like the source says.
Yeah, exactly. For example, at an intersection without stop signs or lights, any vehicle coming from the right has the right-of-way.
Got it. What about those four-way stop situations? Those always seem to cause confusion.
Yeah, those can be tricky. It's basically first come, first served. But if two vehicles arrive at the same time, the one on the left yields to the one on the right.
Ah, okay. And then there's turning. Left or right, you have to yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians.
Right. The point of yielding is to predict movement and keep traffic flowing smoothly.
This is making me think about a time I almost messed up a right-of-way situation.
Oh, what happened?
I was turning right at a red light, and I totally forgot to check for pedestrians. I caught myself just in time, but it was close.
Oh, wow. That's a good example of how easy it is to get complacent, even in situations that seem simple. Sometimes our brains just switch to autopilot, and that's when mistakes happen.
Okay, speaking of things that can be confusing, let's talk about roundabouts. They seem to be everywhere these days, and some people I know find them a bit intimidating.
Yeah, they can be a little different at first, but they're actually designed to be safer and more efficient than regular intersections.
Oh, interesting. So, can you explain how they work for anyone who might not be familiar?
Sure. Imagine an intersection that's a circle, with traffic going in one direction around a central island. The key is that when you enter the roundabout, you yield to the cars that are already in it.
Okay, so it's yielding again, but this time you're yielding to the flow of traffic that's already moving in the circle. Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. And because traffic is moving continuously, roundabouts actually reduce congestion and save fuel.
That's awesome, a win-win. But what about big trucks and buses? I've seen them having a hard time in roundabouts sometimes.
That's a great point. Large vehicles often need extra space in roundabouts. They might swing wide when approaching or even use both lanes to make the turn. It's really important for other drivers to give them the space and be patient.
That makes sense. Is that what that raised section of pavement around the central island is for?
You mean the central apron? Yeah, that's
Mm.
exactly what it's for. It gives those bigger vehicles an extra lane so their back wheels can go up on it during the turn.
So it's like a built-in safety feature. That's pretty clever. What about what happens if you're in a roundabout and an ambulance or a fire truck is coming? I always get confused about what to do.
That is a little different than at a regular intersection. The most important thing is to get out of the way of the emergency vehicle, but also not to disrupt the flow of traffic in the roundabout. So if you're already in a roundabout when you see one coming, continue to your exit and then pull over after you've gone past the central island.
Oh, I see.
That way the emergency vehicle can enter the roundabout without anything blocking it.
So you don't want to stop suddenly in the roundabout. That could cause a problem.
Exactly. And if you haven't entered the roundabout yet, just pull over to the right if possible and wait for it to pass.
Okay, got it. Prioritize those emergency vehicles, but do it safely and try not to mess up the flow of traffic.
Exactly. So we've talked about pedestrians, right-of-way, and even those tricky roundabouts. Feeling like a driving expert yet?
I'm getting there. But before we hit the open road, you also sent over a list of 10 general driving safety tips. Should we go through those?
Oh, for sure. Those are a great reminder of all the basic safe driving practices that everyone should be following, really.
Okay, let's start with the most obvious one. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive if you've taken any medications that could make it unsafe.
Yeah, it's a message we hear all the time, but it's so important. Impaired driving causes so many accidents, and it's completely preventable.
Totally. Next up is another one that seems obvious, but we should always remember. Always wear your seatbelt, no matter how short the trip is.
It's such a simple thing, but it's the best way to protect yourself if there's a crash. Seatbelts save lives, plain and simple.
All right, tip number 3. Obey the speed limit, and remember that those limits are set for perfect conditions, so adjust your speed for rain, snow, fog, or heavy traffic.
Yeah, speeding is a huge factor in so many accidents, and driving too fast for the conditions is asking for trouble. It's all about being aware of what's going on around you and driving accordingly.
Okay, I have to admit I'm guilty of this next one sometimes. Avoid those risky moves like cutting people off, changing lanes suddenly, or trying to squeeze through yellow lights.
I think we've all done that at some point. But those actions, they don't just put you at risk, they put everyone else at risk too.
Yeah,
We're all sharing the road, and being aggressive can have serious consequences.
you're right. It's not worth it to try to save a few seconds if it means putting people in danger.
Exactly. And speaking of things that can affect our driving, tip number 5. Don't drive when you're tired, upset, or sick.
Right, our physical and emotional state, it really can affect how we drive.
Absolutely. If you're not feeling 100%, it's better to have someone else drive or just postpone the trip altogether.
Okay, and this next tip reminds me of our talk about right-of-way. If you're ever unsure about who has the right-of-way, just yield.
Yeah, always better to be cautious and let the other person go first. A little bit of courtesy can prevent a lot of accidents.
And speaking of preventing accidents, tip number 7 is about keeping a safe following distance. The 2-second rule, right?
Exactly. Pick a spot ahead of you and count 2 seconds from when the car in front of you passes it until you reach the same spot. That way you have enough time to react if they slam on their brakes.
It's a simple way to make sure you're not following too closely, especially when you're going fast.
Right, because the faster you're going, the longer it takes to stop.
All right, tip number 8 is something that's become even more important these days with all our gadgets. Avoid distractions. Put those phones away, keep the music at a reasonable level, and don't try to do a million things at once while you're driving.
Our brains aren't really designed to handle multiple complex tasks at the same time. When you're driving, all your attention should be on the road.
Absolutely. No texting and driving.
Exactly. Along those same lines, tip number 9 is to check your mirrors and blind spots often, especially before changing lanes. It seems basic, but so many accidents happen because drivers simply aren't checking their surroundings before they make a move.
Yeah, it's like we get so focused on what's right in front of us that we forget to check those areas where other cars might be hiding.
Right, and blind spots are especially dangerous because we literally can't see what's there unless we turn our heads and look.
And finally, tip number 10, which is another one that emphasizes awareness. Check traffic in all directions before you enter an intersection, even if you have a green light.
Great point. You never know when someone might be running a red light or making a sudden turn. It's about being prepared for anything,
Yeah.
not just assuming that everyone's going to follow the rules.
So, those are the 10 basic tips. They seem like common sense, but it's good to be reminded of them sometimes. I know I've definitely broken a few of those rules.
We all have, probably.
Yeah.
What's really interesting about these tips is how they all connect. They're not just random rules. They all work together to create this mindset of defensive driving and anticipating danger and always putting safety first.
It's like building a safety net layer by layer.
Exactly. Speaking of layers, there's one more important thing we need to talk about. Driving at night and in bad weather.
Yeah, those are definitely situations that require extra caution.
Driving at night or in bad weather like rain, snow, or fog requires a whole other level of awareness and skill.
You'd think it would be obvious, but so many people don't realize how much visibility is reduced when it's dark or the weather's bad. Even with headlights, it's harder to see.
That's right. And that's where the idea of overdriving your headlights comes in. It's a very common mistake, and it can be incredibly dangerous.
Okay, I've heard that phrase before, but I'm not really sure what it means. Can you explain it?
Sure. Overdriving your headlights basically means you're driving so fast that your stopping distance is longer than the distance you can see with your headlights. So if something suddenly appears in front of you, you might not have time to stop.
Oh, I see. So how do you avoid doing that? Is it just a matter of slowing down?
Slowing down is definitely key, especially if you're on a road that isn't well lit. But it's also about being extra careful, really scanning the road ahead and being ready for the unexpected.
So it's a combination of adjusting your speed and being more mentally focused. It goes back to that defensive driving idea we were talking about.
Exactly. Anticipate, adjust, and stay alert. Those are the keys to safe driving in any conditions.
Ah, all right. I'm feeling much more prepared to handle the road now. We've covered pedestrians, right-of-way, roundabouts, basic safety tips, and the challenges of night driving in bad weather. But I have a feeling there's even more to explore when it comes to safe driving.
You're right. We've been focusing on, the physical aspects of driving, but there's another crucial element we haven't talked about, the mental side of driving.
Oh, interesting. What do you mean by that?
Well, think about it. Driving is a complicated thing. It takes a lot of focus and attention, and you have to make split-second decisions. But how often do we get behind the wheel feeling stressed, distracted, or just plain tired?
Probably more often than we'd like to admit.
Exactly. And all those feelings can make us less able to make good decisions, slow down our reaction time, and make us more likely to make mistakes.
So it's like our brains are already overloaded, and then we add driving on top of it all.
Precisely. So how do we mentally and emotionally prepare for the demands of driving? Well, one surprisingly effective technique is to develop pre-drive rituals.
Pre-drive rituals? I'm picturing like some kind of elaborate ceremony with incense and chanting.
No, not quite that intense. It's more about creating a quick routine that helps you switch from whatever you were doing before to a calm and focused state of mind for driving.
So, what would that look like in real life?
It could be something as simple as taking a few deep breaths, checking in with yourself to see how you're feeling, or maybe listening to some relaxing music or a podcast for a few minutes before you even start the car.
I like that. It's like creating a little buffer zone between the craziness of life and the focus you need to drive.
Exactly. It gives your brain a chance to shift gears, so to speak.
Now, once you're on the road, managing distractions is really important.
Yeah, that's easier said than done these days. Our phones are always calling for our attention.
It's a constant battle.
It is, but there are things you can do. First, put your phone on silent or do not disturb mode. You know what they say? Out of sight, out of mind.
That's true. I started doing that, and it's amazing how much less I feel like checking my phone when I don't see or hear those notifications.
And if you need to use your phone for navigation, make sure it's mounted somewhere safe and easy to see so you don't have to take your eyes off the road for too long.
Good tip. I've definitely been guilty of looking down at my phone for way too long while I'm trying to follow directions. What about distractions from passengers? Sometimes I feel like I'm running a taxi service with all the requests and conversations going on.
Huh. Communication is key there. Let your passengers know you need to focus on driving and set some boundaries around what you can and can't do while you're behind the wheel.
So maybe hold off on those heated debates about politics or celebrity gossip until you reach your destination.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about fatigue. We already mentioned how important it is to avoid driving when you're tired, but what if you're on a long road trip where you start to feel drowsy on your commute? It happens.
Oh yeah, I've been there. That feeling when your eyelids start to get heavy and your head starts bobbing, it's scary.
It is. If you start feeling drowsy, the best thing to do is pull over somewhere safe and take a quick nap or just a break. Even 15 or 20 minutes can make a big difference.
What if you're on the highway and can't pull over right away?
Well, in those cases, try some simple things to help you stay alert. Roll down the windows for some fresh air, turn up the music a bit, or chat with a passenger if you have one.
I've also heard that chewing gum or having a crunchy snack can help.
Yeah, those can actually be pretty effective. They stimulate your senses and help keep you more alert for a little while. But remember, they're not a replacement for actually stopping and resting if you're really tired.
Good point. What about managing stress when you're driving? Getting tense in traffic jams or when other drivers are doing crazy things.
It's easy to get frustrated in those situations, but stress can trigger that fight or flight response, which is definitely not what you want when you're behind the wheel.
No kidding, road rage is a real thing, and it's scary to think that stress can actually make us worse drivers.
Oh, it absolutely can. So how do we manage that stress? First, remember that you can't control what other drivers do, but you can control how you react.
So take a deep breath, count to 10, and try not to let it get to you.
Exactly. Just focus on driving safely yourself, and remember, it's not a race.
And if you find yourself getting really worked up, maybe listen to some calming music or even try some mindfulness techniques while you're driving.
Great ideas. Mindfulness can help you stay focused on the present moment and let go of those stressful thoughts that can cloud your judgment.
Okay, so we've covered pre-drive rituals, managing distractions, dealing with fatigue, and handling stress. Anything else we should keep in mind about preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally for driving?
Well, just remember that managing your emotions is an ongoing thing, not a one-time fix.
You mean we need to keep practicing these techniques and make them part of our regular driving routine?
Exactly. It's like learning any new skill. The more you practice, the better you get at managing your emotions and staying focused when you're driving.
And just like with physical fitness, there will be days when it's easier than others.
Absolutely. Some days you'll be totally zen and focused, and other days you'll be struggling with stress and distractions. The key is to be aware of how you're feeling and adjust your driving accordingly.
So, on those tough days, maybe take extra precautions, like avoiding rush hour or even choosing not to drive at all if you need to.
Great point. It's all about knowing your limits and putting safety first.
So we've learned that mental and emotional preparedness is just as important as knowing the rules of the road and having good driving skills. It's about being proactive and creating a calm and focused mindset before you even start the car.
Couldn't agree more. When we cultivate a calm, focused, and aware state of mind, we can significantly reduce the risk of accidents and make the roads safer for everyone.
Now, before we wrap things up, there's one more really important aspect of safe driving that we haven't touched on yet, and it's something that really caught my attention in the materials you shared.
Oh, I'm intrigued. What is it?
It's the concept of risk perception,
Ah,
how our brains process risk, and how our own biases can influence our decisions when we're driving.
that's a fascinating topic, and I bet most drivers aren't even aware of it.
I know, right? It's like this hidden layer of complexity that's affecting our driving without us even realizing it.
Exactly. So let's dig into that in the next segment and explore how we can become more aware of our own biases and make better, safer choices on the road.
Stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back after a short break to unravel the mysteries of risk perception and how it impacts our driving. Okay, so we're back and ready to tackle this idea of the mental side of safe driving.
I gotta admit, I'm pretty curious about this. It's not something we usually think about when it comes to driving.
It's true. Most of the time, we focus on the physical skills, and all the rules. But
Mhm.
this mental game is, it's really just as important.
So break it down for me. What does it even mean to be, like, mentally and emotionally prepared to drive?
Well, think about all the things that can affect your mood when you're behind the wheel. Stress from work or just life in general, distractions from your phone or other people in the car. Maybe you're tired after a long day, or even just feeling a little bit under the weather.
Oh, yeah, I can definitely relate to that. Sometimes just the thought of getting in the car after a crazy day is stressful enough. Exactly. And all those feelings can make it harder to make good decisions. They can slow down your reaction time and make you more likely to make mistakes.
Right. It's like our brains are already overloaded, and then we add driving on top of everything else.
Exactly. So the question is, how do we prepare ourselves mentally and emotionally for, for the demands of driving? Well, one thing that's surprisingly effective is developing these pre-drive rituals.
Pre-drive rituals. I'm picturing something like really elaborate, like lighting incense and chanting or something.
Haha, no, nothing like that. It's just about creating a quick routine. Something that helps you transition from whatever you were doing before to a calmer, more focused state of mind for driving.
So what would that look like? Like, give me an example.
It could be as simple as taking a few deep breaths, just checking in with yourself to see how you're feeling, or maybe listening to like a calming song or a podcast for a couple minutes before you even start the car. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. It's like creating a mental space, a buffer between all the craziness and the focus you need for driving.
Right. It gives your brain a chance to kind of shift gears.
Yeah.
Now, once you are on the road, it's really important to manage distractions.
Yeah, well, that's easier said than done, right? Especially with all the technology we have these days. Our phones are like constantly begging for our attention.
It's definitely a challenge, but there are some strategies you can use. First, just put your phone on silent or use that do not disturb mode, out of sight, out of mind, like they say.
That's so true. I've started doing that, and it's amazing how much less tempted I am to look at my phone when I don't see or hear all those notifications popping up.
And if you do need to use your phone for navigation, make sure it's mounted somewhere that's safe and easy to see so you don't have to look away from the road for very long.
Good advice. I've definitely been guilty of glancing at my phone for way too long when I'm trying to figure out directions. What about distractions from passengers? I feel like sometimes I'm driving a carpool with all the requests and conversations going on in the backseat.
Haha, yeah, that can be tough. The key is communication. Let your passengers know that you need to focus on driving and set some boundaries, about things that can be distracting while you're driving.
So maybe save those intense discussions about politics or celebrity gossip for later.
Exactly. Now, what about fatigue? We already talked about not driving when you're tired, but, what if you're on a long road trip or you start to feel sleepy during your commute? It happens.
Oh man, I've totally been there. It's scary, when you feel your eyelids getting heavy and your head starts nodding.
It is. If you start to feel drowsy, the best thing to do is pull over at a safe spot and take a short nap. Or even just take a break. Even 15 or 20 minutes can make a huge difference.
Okay, but what if you're on a highway and can't pull over right away? What should you do then?
Well, if you can't pull over right then, you can try some techniques to help keep you alert. Roll down the windows to get some fresh air, turn up the music a little bit, maybe have a conversation with a passenger if you have one.
I've heard that chewing gum or eating something crunchy can help too.
Those can actually be really effective. They kind of stimulate your senses and help you stay alert for a little while.
Hmm.
But remember, they're not a substitute for actually stopping and resting if you're really tired.
Good point. So what about managing stress while you're driving? Like getting tense when you're stuck in traffic or when other drivers are like doing crazy stuff.
It's definitely easy to get frustrated in those situations, but stress can actually trigger that fight or flight response.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing you want when you're behind the wheel.
No kidding. Road rage is real, and it's kind of scary to think that stress can actually make us worse drivers.
It absolutely can. So how do we manage that stress? Well, the first thing is to remember that you can't control what other drivers do, but you can control how you react.
So take a deep breath, count to 10, and don't let it get to you.
Exactly. Just stay focused on driving safely yourself. Remember, it's not a race.
And if you find yourself getting really worked up, maybe try listening to some calming music, or even try some of those mindfulness techniques while you're driving.
Those are great suggestions. Mindfulness can really help you stay present in the moment and let go of those stressful thoughts that can cloud your judgment.
All right, so we've talked about pre-drive rituals, managing distractions, handling fatigue, and dealing with stress. Is there anything else we should keep in mind when it comes to preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally for driving?
Well, the main thing to remember is that, emotional regulation is an ongoing process. It's not like a one-time fix.
So you mean we need to keep practicing these techniques and make them a regular part of our driving routine?
Exactly. Just like learning any skill, the more you practice, the better you become at managing your emotions and staying focused when you're driving.
And just like with working out or anything else, some days it'll be easier than others.
Absolutely. Some days you'll be feeling zen and totally focused, and other days you'll be dealing with stress and distractions. The key is to be aware of how you're feeling and adjust your driving accordingly.
So on those more difficult days, maybe you take extra precautions, like avoiding rush hour or even just not driving at all if you can help it.
Exactly. It's all about knowing your limits and putting safety above everything else.
Okay, so we've learned that mental and emotional preparedness is just as crucial as knowing the rules of the road and having good driving skills. It's about being proactive and setting yourself up for success before you even turn the key.
I couldn't agree more. When we make an effort to be calm, focused, and aware, we can really reduce the risk of accidents and make the road safer for everyone.
Now, before we wrap up this deep dive, there's one more aspect of safe driving that we haven't touched on yet. It's something that really stood out to me from the materials you sent.
Oh, really? I'm curious. What is it?
It's this concept of risk perception, how our brains actually process risk, and how our own biases can affect our decisions while we're driving.
That's a really interesting topic. I bet most people don't even think about that when they're driving.
Right, it's like this whole other layer of complexity that's playing a role in our driving without us even knowing it.
Exactly. So let's dive into that next and talk about how we can become more aware of our own biases and make better, safer choices when we're out on the road.
All right, everyone, stay tuned. We'll be right back to explore the mysteries of risk perception and how it all plays into our driving.
All right, we're back. And I'm really fascinated by this whole idea of risk perception. You don't hear that phrase every day when you're talking about driving, but it sounds like it really affects how we make decisions on the road.
It really does. It's basically how we judge the chances of something bad happening, and how bad we think it'll be if it does happen. And believe it or not, our brains aren't always so good at judging risks, especially when it comes to driving.
So you're saying it's not just about the actual dangers out there, but also how we see those dangers and how we react to them. Exactly. And here's where things get interesting. Driving has so many different factors to consider, right? You got your speed, traffic, weather, other drivers doing who knows what, and even your own, physical and mental state. It's a lot to handle.
Yeah, it's like trying to juggle a million things at once.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
And to make things even more complicated, our brains, they use these mental shortcuts, they call them heuristics, to try and simplify decision-making when things are this complex.
Heuristics. That sounds kind of technical. Can you explain it in a way that, regular people can understand?
Think of them as like rules of thumb that our brains use to make quick judgments without having all the information. Sometimes they're helpful, but they can also lead to biases, like when we make bad judgments.
So it's like our brains are trying to be efficient, but sometimes those shortcuts can lead us astray.
That's exactly it. And unfortunately, that happens pretty often when we're driving.
So what are some examples of these driving biases that we should watch out for?
Well, one common one is called the optimism bias. It's that tendency we all have to think we're better than average. We overestimate our abilities and underestimate the chances of something bad happening. Like, it won't happen to me.
Oh, I'm totally guilty of that one. Like when we think we're awesome drivers or that we can handle driving after having a couple of drinks, even though, statistically, that's not a good idea.
Exactly. And that overconfidence can definitely lead to risky behavior. Another bias to be aware of is the availability heuristic. This is where we overestimate the likelihood of something happening based on how easy it is to remember or how much we see it in the news.
Oh, I see. So like if we just saw a news story about a horrible car crash, we might start thinking driving is super dangerous, even if the overall statistics haven't actually changed. Like our brains are telling us, see, it happens all the time.
That's a great example. It's important to be aware of risks, but this kind of bias can make us too anxious or cautious, which can actually be just as dangerous as being reckless.
So it's about finding that balance, right? Being aware, but not letting fear take over.
Exactly. Now, here's one that I think a lot of people can relate to. It's called the familiarity heuristic. It's basically when we start to think that something is less risky
Yeah.
just because we're familiar with it.
Oh, so the more we drive on a certain road or in certain conditions, the less risky it might feel, even if the actual dangers haven't changed at all. It's like we get complacent because we're in our comfort zone.
Exactly. And this can be especially dangerous when we're driving in places we know really well. We might let our guard down, kind of zone out, and not be as alert as we should be.
It's like that saying, familiarity breeds contempt. But in this case, it could be breeding danger.
You got it. And these are just a few examples. There are lots of cognitive biases that can affect how we see risk and how we make decisions while we're driving.
Okay, so being aware of these biases is the first step, right?
Yeah.
But how do we actually fight against them and make better choices behind the wheel?
Awareness is key. Just knowing that these biases exist and that they affect all of us, that can already help us be more, more critical of our own judgments.
So it's about recognizing those mental shortcuts and questioning whether they're really leading us in the right direction.
That's it. Another good strategy is to look for real information about driving risks instead of just relying on gut feelings or stories we've heard.
So maybe check out some statistics, read up on safety tips, or even talk to really experienced drivers to get a more balanced view.
Those are great ideas. And lastly, don't be afraid to challenge your own ideas about driving.
So if you catch yourself thinking, I'm a great driver, I got this, maybe stop and think, is that really true, or is it just my optimism bias talking?
Exactly. By being more aware of what we're thinking and feeling, we can make smarter decisions when we're driving.
This whole conversation about risk perception has been really eye-opening for me. It's like there's this whole other level of awareness we need as drivers.
I agree. Safe driving isn't just about knowing the rules and being good at handling the car. It's also about understanding how our brains work, knowing about our own biases, and making deliberate choices to reduce risks.
It's about being a thinking driver, not just someone reacting to whatever's happening.
Exactly. And if you combine that mental awareness with all the practical tips and advice we've talked about in this deep dive, you'll be well on your way to being a safer and more confident driver.
Well, that wraps up our deep dive on safe driving. We covered a lot of ground today, from being aware of pedestrians to those tricky right-of-way rules to this fascinating world of risk perception. I feel like I've learned so much.
Me too. And we hope that you listening out there have also learned some valuable insights and practical tips that you can use to improve your own driving habits.
Remember, everyone, safe driving is a journey. It's all about learning and getting better over time.
And the more we understand about ourselves, our cars, and the world around us, the safer we'll all be on the road.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. Drive safe and stay aware out there.
See you on the road.
Ever find yourself stuck behind a big rig on the road and you're kind of like, what is taking so long?
Yeah.
Today, we are going deep into the world of maneuvering large vehicles.
Okay.
So think 18-wheelers, those massive RVs you see on the highway, even city buses.
Right.
We've got a driver's handbook
Oh,
that is packed with insights.
I like it.
And you're going to gain a whole new level of respect for the skills these drivers have.
Or for sure. It's easy to underestimate just the challenges they face.
Right.
Especially when you're so used to zipping around in your car.
Exactly.
You forget those things have a whole different set of physics at play.
Totally. So first things first, clearances.
Yeah.
We've all seen those low bridge signs.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe even felt a little nervous going underneath them.
Sure.
But for truck drivers, this is a constant calculation.
Absolutely. They have to be aware of their vehicle's height and width, at all times.
Oh, wow.
And that's not as simple as it sounds.
Right.
Yeah. You've got to factor in the load, you've got to factor in the suspension,
Uh-huh.
even the weather conditions.
Yeah.
A little ice on top
Oh,
can
right.
make a big difference.
And it's not just bridges. Think about low-hanging branches, construction zones, even potholes.
Oh, yeah, those potholes can really throw off your height.
Totally.
Yeah, the handbook mentions a maximum vehicle height in Ontario
Okay.
of 4.15 meters.
Okay.
Now imagine you're trying to squeeze a fully loaded truck
Right?
under that with barely any margin for error.
Oh, my God.
It's like threading a needle with a semi.
Okay, that's a visual I won't forget.
Yeah.
So clearances are clearly crucial.
Yeah.
But here's something I never really grasped before off-tracking.
Okay.
I knew trucks took wide turns,
Right.
but I didn't understand the mechanics behind it.
So off-tracking is all about the difference in the paths taken by the front and rear wheels.
Okay.
Think of it like a graceful dance where the front leads and the back follows.
Okay.
But in a slightly wider curve. The longer the vehicle, the more pronounced this becomes.
Oh, so it's not just about the driver turning the wheel.
Right.
The whole vehicle is essentially swinging out in this arc.
Precisely. And the handbook has these diagrams that really bring it to life.
Awesome.
It's like watching a giant slinky snake its way around a corner.
Wow.
The driver has to anticipate that movement and adjust accordingly
Right.
to avoid hitting anything.
And this is where it gets interesting for us regular car drivers, right?
Absolutely.
Because we're often like sharing those tight spaces
Yeah,
with these turning trucks.
for sure. Let's say you're waiting to make a right turn at a busy intersection.
Okay.
You see a truck signaling to turn right ahead of you.
Okay.
Now, your instinct might be to pull up close behind them
Right.
so you can squeeze through when they turn.
Yeah.
But
You could mistake.
because that trailer is going to swing out wide,
Right.
the handbook actually recommends
Okay.
giving trucks more space on the side they're turning towards. That way they can make the turn safely
Right.
without clipping the curb
Yeah.
or ending up in your lane.
So patience is key here.
Absolutely.
Give them the room they need to work their magic.
Yep.
But what about left turns?
Ooh.
Those always seem even more nerve-wracking.
I know, especially in tight intersections.
Right.
Left turns are definitely a challenge.
Yeah.
Remember that off-tracking we talked about?
Yeah.
Well, imagine that trailer swinging out to the left,
Okay.
potentially hitting those traffic islands or light poles.
I've seen that happen.
Like a slow-motion disaster unfolding.
It is.
The handbook emphasizes the importance of making a wide, gradual arc when turning left.
Okay.
Almost like you're creating a mini roundabout within the intersection.
Interesting. So it's not just about turning the wheel sharply.
Right.
It's about controlling that entire vehicle's movement through space.
Exactly. And that takes a lot of skill and spatial awareness.
Yeah.
Especially when you're dealing with limited visibility from the driver's seat. Which brings us to another key point, backing up.
Okay. Backing up, I'll admit I've been guilty of getting a little impatient, you know?
Yeah.
When I'm stuck behind a truck trying to maneuver into a tight spot.
Oh, yeah.
But after learning about off-tracking and clearances,
Right.
I'm starting to see things from their perspective.
It's a whole different ballgame when you're dealing with a vehicle that long.
Right.
Even a seemingly simple parking lot can become an obstacle course.
So what's the key to safe backing up when you're behind the wheel of a big rig?
Well, our driver's handbook actually emphasizes avoiding it altogether
Really?
whenever possible.
Oh.
They even suggest like driving around the block
Okay.
to approach a destination from a different angle,
Right.
if it means you can pull in head first.
That makes sense. It's like choosing the path of least resistance.
Exactly.
Not just for the driver, but for everyone else on the road.
For sure. But let's be realistic, sometimes backing up is unavoidable.
Yeah.
In those situations, the handbook lays out a whole pre-flight check. It's not just about checking your mirrors.
What else is involved, besides taking a deep breath and saying a little prayer?
More like turning off distractions,
Okay.
opening your windows so you can listen for sounds,
Oh, right.
activating your hazard lights, and even sounding the horn.
Wow.
The idea is to create as much awareness as possible,
Yeah.
because even with all those mirrors, visibility is still limited.
Wow. So it's like a whole sensory experience, not just about what you can see.
Exactly. And then even before putting the truck in reverse,
Okay.
the handbook stresses the importance of getting out and doing a walk around.
Oh, wow.
It's about physically checking for obstacles, low-hanging branches, anything that might be hidden from view.
That seems so obvious, but I bet most people don't realize how crucial that step is.
It's about taking that extra time to ensure everyone's safety,
Right.
including pedestrians who might be passing by.
Yeah.
And speaking of safety, there's one type of backing maneuver
Okay.
that the handbook highlights as the gold standard,
What's that?
straight backing.
Interesting. I wouldn't have thought there were like different types of backing up.
Yeah.
Why is straight backing so important?
It all boils down to minimizing complexity and risk.
Okay.
When you're backing up in a straight line,
Right.
you're reducing the number of variables, angles,
Mm.
the potential for misjudging distances.
Gotcha.
It's the most predictable way to go,
Yeah.
which is crucial when you're dealing with a vehicle of that size.
So it's like that old saying, keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah,
Except in this case, it's more like, keep it straight, smart.
exactly. And that's why the handbook recommends
Okay.
that drivers try to position their vehicle for a straight back whenever possible,
Right.
even if it means taking a few extra minutes to maneuver into the right spot beforehand.
Yeah.
It's worth it for the increased safety and reduced risk.
It's like taking the time to sharpen your axe before you chop down a tree.
Exactly.
A little bit of preparation can save you a lot of trouble in the long run.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And that mindset applies to so much more than just backing up a truck. It's about approaching every driving situation with a sense of awareness, planning, and patience.
You know, I'm starting to see a common thread here.
Yeah.
Whether we're talking about clearances, off-tracking turning, or backing up,
Uh-huh.
it's all about respecting the physics of these large vehicles
Right.
and giving them the space and time they need to operate safely.
Absolutely. And that
Uh-huh.
respect goes both ways.
Right.
Truck drivers have a responsibility to be aware of their surroundings
Yeah,
and operate their vehicles safely.
for sure.
But other drivers also need to be mindful of the challenges they face.
It's like a dance, isn't it?
It is.
Everyone has to be in sync, anticipating each other's movements
Right.
and working together to create a smooth and safe flow of traffic.
That's a great analogy.
Right.
And just like in a dance, communication is key.
Yeah.
Whether it's using your turn signals clearly, giving trucks plenty of space,
Right.
or simply making eye contact to acknowledge their presence,
Yeah.
those little gestures can make a big difference.
So it's not just about knowing the rules of the road.
Yep.
It's about being a courteous and considerate driver,
Absolutely.
understanding the challenges faced by others,
Yeah.
and working together to create a safer driving environment for everyone.
Exactly. It's about shifting our perspective
Right.
from me versus them to us working together.
Now, I know we've been focusing a lot on the technical aspects of maneuvering large vehicles,
Right.
but there's another side to this
Yeah.
that I think is just as important, if not more so. We've talked about, the technical skills, the spatial awareness, all that.
Right.
But what about like the mental game of it all?
Oh, yeah.
Being behind the wheel of a big rig for hours on end,
Yeah.
dealing with traffic, tight squeezes, and deadlines, that can't be easy.
You're hitting on a really crucial point.
Yeah,
The psychological aspect of driving, especially for truck drivers.
right.
It's often overlooked.
Yeah, I bet.
Imagine the concentration
Yeah.
it takes to stay focused on the road
Oh, yeah.
for hours at a time,
Right.
making split-second decisions
Yeah.
that impact not just your own safety, but the safety of everyone around you.
It's a huge responsibility.
It is.
And then add to that
Yeah.
the pressure of meeting delivery schedules, dealing with weather conditions,
Right.
navigating unfamiliar roads.
Exactly.
It's no wonder truck drivers have a reputation for being tough.
Yeah, but toughness isn't always about gruff exteriors.
Right.
It's also about mental resilience, patience,
Yeah.
the ability to stay calm under pressure.
Remember those tight turns we talked about?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine having to execute those maneuvers
Yeah.
with cars honking behind
Oh,
you,
my gosh.
pedestrians crossing the street,
Right.
and maybe even like a GPS telling you to turn the wrong way.
Ugh, talk about a stress test.
Seriously,
Yeah.
it makes my daily commute seem like a walk in the park.
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize that, driving a truck isn't just a job.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle.
Go.
It demands a certain mindset,
Uh-huh.
a way of thinking. That goes beyond just knowing how to operate the vehicle.
And that's where empathy comes in.
Right.
When we as car drivers
Yeah.
understand the mental and emotional demands faced by truck drivers,
Uh-huh.
we're more likely to give them the space, the patience, and the respect they deserve.
It's like that saying, don't judge a man until you've walked a mile in his shoes.
Exactly.
Or in this case, driven 100 miles in his truck.
Right.
I think this deep dive has been a real eye-opener for me.
Yeah.
It's not just about the technical stuff.
Right.
It's about seeing the human behind the wheel.
Exactly. And recognizing that everyone on the road
Yeah.
is sharing a common goal
Right.
to get where they need to go safely.
Totally.
When we approach driving with that understanding, with that empathy,
Yeah.
we create a more positive and supportive environment for everyone.
Okay, so let's recap.
Yeah.
We've learned about the importance of clearances,
Yeah.
the physics behind off-tracking, the
Mhm.
art of turning, and the challenges of backing up.
For sure.
But beyond all those technicalities,
Yeah.
we've discovered the mental fortitude required to handle these massive machines
Absolutely.
and the crucial role empathy plays
Yes.
in fostering a safer driving culture.
And that's the key takeaway I hope our listeners walk away with today.
Right.
Next time you find yourself sharing the road with a truck,
Okay.
remember the skills, the awareness,
Yeah.
the mental focus required to operate that vehicle safely.
Totally.
Give them the space they need, the patience they deserve,
Uh-huh.
and acknowledge their presence
Right.
with a simple wave or a nod.
It's those small gestures, that human connection,
Yeah.
that can make all the difference.
For sure.
It's about recognizing that we're all in this together,
Right.
navigating the roads and sharing the journey.
Well said. And on that note, we'll wrap up this deep dive into the world of maneuvering large vehicles.
Awesome.
It's been a fascinating exploration, and I hope our listeners have gained a newfound appreciation
Yeah.
for the skill and dedication of truck drivers everywhere.
Absolutely. And remember, next time you're out on the road,
Yeah.
think about the lessons we've discussed today. Drive safely, drive courteously,
Ah.
and above all, drive with empathy.
Until next time, stay curious.
Okay, have you ever, like, sat at an intersection and just felt totally confused by, like, all the lights and arrows and, like, pedestrians are kind of doing their own thing?
Oh, yeah, all the time, especially when you're in like a new city or something. It's like a whole different language.
Exactly. So that's kind of what we're going to be diving into today. Uh, this document called ff26.pdf sounds super boring, I know.
Right. Not exactly a page turner.
But it's actually like the ultimate guide to decoding traffic signals.
Yeah, it's like the secret code book to understanding how intersections really work.
Exactly. We're going beyond just the basic red light, green light stuff.
Yeah, we're talking left turns, flashing lights, what to do if those lights go out, like all those tricky scenarios that can really trip people up.
Okay, so let's start with left turns. The source document actually talks about protected versus permissive left turns.
Oh, that's a good one. A lot of people don't even realize there's a difference.
Yeah, I didn't. So what is the difference?
Well, a protected left turn is when you have that green arrow.
Oh, okay.
That means oncoming traffic is stopped and you're good to go.
Like you have the right of way.
Exactly. But, and this is important, you still got to watch out for pedestrians.
Oh, right, because they might have the walk signal at the same time.
Yeah, even with the green arrow, it's not a free pass to just floor it.
Okay, so protected left turn green arrow, you're good, but still be cautious.
Right. Now, a permissive left turn, that's when you have a regular green light.
Okay, so you can turn left, but you have to yield to oncoming traffic.
Exactly. And that's where things can get a little tricky, right?
Yeah, because you're trying to judge the speed of the other cars, and maybe there are pedestrians crossing, and it's just like a lot to process.
Yeah, it's a lot of mental math happening really fast.
The document actually says that most accidents involving left turns happen during those permissive situations.
Oh, really?
Yeah, makes sense though. Like when you're in that situation, it's like, oh gosh, I gotta go, but oh no, there's a car coming.
It's stressful.
Super stressful.
You know what the source recommends? Like scanning the whole intersection, not just like the lane right in front of you.
Ah, okay, so like be aware of everything.
Yeah, because you might have a car like speeding up to try to squeeze through a yellow light.
Oh yeah, totally.
You got to be ready for anything.
And what about if the light turns yellow while you're already like mid-turn?
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Me too.
Okay, so this is good to know. According to ff26.pdf, if you've already entered the intersection on a green light, you're allowed to finish your turn even if the light turns yellow.
Oh, okay, so you don't have to slam on your brakes and cause an accident.
Right, but, big but, you have to yield to any oncoming traffic.
Got it. So basically don't panic, but don't be reckless either.
Yeah, safety first. Always.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now I have to ask about something I've always wondered about. Those round white signals that are sometimes like on top of regular traffic lights, I swear I've seen them change from like a vertical bar to a horizontal bar, and I have no clue what that means.
Oh, you're talking about transit priority signals.
Transit priority signals, okay.
Yeah, those are basically designed to give buses and streetcars a little edge at intersections.
Really? So they get their own special light. I mean, I understand that public transportation is important, but like, isn't that kind of unfair to everyone else who's stuck waiting?
Yeah, it might seem that way at first, but here's the thing. Giving buses priority can actually reduce traffic congestion overall.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the ff26.pdf document, they talk about this study in Los Angeles where they found that these signals shaved off an average of 5 minutes from bus travel time. And that actually led to a 10% decrease in overall traffic delays during like rush hour.
Oh, wow. So it's like those few extra seconds for the bus can actually save everyone time in the long run.
Exactly. It's kind of counterintuitive, right?
That's pretty cool. So how do they actually work?
Well, when that vertical white bar is lit, it's like a super green light for the bus.
Okay.
So even if other traffic had a green light to go straight, they have to stop and let the bus through.
Oh, wow. So it's like clearing a path for the bus?
Exactly. It helps to keep things moving smoothly.
I like that.
So the next time you're stuck behind a bus at an intersection, just remember, it might actually be helping everyone get where they need to go faster.
Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. It's all about perspective, right?
Totally.
Okay, let's move on to flashing lights because those are a whole other can of worms.
Oh, yeah, those can be confusing.
I feel like everyone has their own interpretation of what they mean.
Yeah, it's like a free-for-all out there sometimes.
Yeah.
But ff26.pdf is actually super clear on this. A flashing red light is basically a stop sign.
Oh, okay, so that's easy enough.
Full stop. Look in all directions. Proceed only when it's safe, no exceptions.
Got it. Flashing red equals stop sign? But flashing yellow, that's where I get confused. Is it like a proceed with extreme caution kind of thing?
Yeah, basically.
Hmm.
The document calls it a warning signal. It could mean there's an intersection coming up or a pedestrian crossing or a sharp curve. Basically any kind of hazard. So you just need to slow down, be super aware, and be prepared to stop if necessary.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, what about when the entire traffic light is out? Like maybe there's a power outage or an accident and suddenly it's like Mad Max out there. I always panic in those situations.
Oh yeah, those can be scary. But here's where those basic driver's ed rules come in handy.
Okay.
When a traffic signal is out, the intersection basically turns into a four-way stop.
Oh, okay. So everyone has to treat it like there are stop signs on all sides?
Exactly. You have to come to a complete stop.
All right.
Yield to any cars that got there before you, or if you arrive at the same time, you yield to the person on your right.
Okay.
And of course, you always yield to pedestrians.
Got it. So it's like stepping back in time to when traffic signals didn't exist.
Pretty much, back in the good old days.
All right. Speaking of pedestrians, let's talk about those walk signals. They seem pretty straightforward, but are there any hidden rules that we should know about?
Well, the thing that trips people up the most is the difference between a flashing hand and a steady hand. I think most people know that the walking figure means go, but when they see a hand, they get confused.
Yeah, I'm totally guilty of that. I see a hand and I'm like, wait, am I supposed to stop?
So the key is to look at whether the hand is flashing or if it's steady.
Okay.
Steady hand just means don't walk.
So it's like the red light for pedestrians?
Right. But a flashing hand, especially if it has that countdown timer with it, means don't start crossing. But if you're already in the crosswalk, you've got time to finish.
Okay, so if you're like halfway across and it starts flashing, don't freak out, just keep going.
Exactly. But always be mindful of turning traffic.
Right, because even if you have the right of way, you don't want to put yourself in danger.
Exactly.
Okay, now I've also seen some intersections that have like separate signals for pedestrians who are turning left. Is that just a fancy way to make things more complicated?
Not at all. It's actually designed to improve safety, especially in areas with a lot of foot traffic. Think about it. If you're a pedestrian turning left, you're basically crossing two streets, not just one. So those separate signals give you a safe time to cross that first street without having to worry about cars turning left at the same time.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's kind of like those protected left turns for cars, but for people walking?
Exactly. It keeps those movements separate and reduces the risk of collisions.
Okay.
And the FF26.PDF actually highlights how those specialized signals have really helped reduce pedestrian accidents in cities.
Oh, wow. That's good to know. So it's all about making the intersection as predictable as possible, even for those of us who are on foot.
Right. Predictability equals safety.
Okay, so I think we've covered pretty much every light and signal imaginable. But before we wrap up this part of our traffic signal deep dive, is there anything in the document that really surprised you?
Honestly, I think what surprised me the most is just how much thought and engineering goes into designing these seemingly simple systems.
Right, because from the outside, they seem so simple.
Exactly. But this document goes into detail about timing intervals and phasing of the lights and how they factor in pedestrian volume and traffic flow. It's really complex.
It's like a whole hidden world of traffic engineering, working behind the scenes to keep everything moving safely.
Yeah, it's
So it
fascinating.
kind of makes you appreciate those traffic engineers a little bit more.
Oh, absolutely. They have a tough job. Yeah, they definitely don't get enough credit. It's like they're the conductors of this whole orchestra of cars and pedestrians.
I like that analogy. Okay, so we've tackled left turns, those mysterious white signals. Now let's talk about flashing lights. Those can be a real head scratcher.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Flashing yellow, flashing red. It's like, what am I supposed to do here?
Right. Like sometimes it feels like everyone just kind of does their own thing.
Well, luckily, FF26.PDF is really clear about this. So flashing red is basically like a stop sign.
Okay, that one's pretty straightforward.
You got to come to a full stop, look in all directions, and only go when it's safe. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Got it. Flashing red equals stop sign. But flashing yellow, that's the one that always trips me up. Is it more like a proceed with caution kind of thing?
Exactly. It's like a big warning sign.
Okay.
Could mean there's an intersection coming up, a pedestrian crossing, a sharp curve, anything that requires you to be extra careful.
So slow down, be alert, and be ready to stop if you need to.
Exactly. Now, what about those situations where the whole traffic light is just out.
Oh, man. Those are the worst, like a power outage or an accident, and suddenly it's total chaos.
Yeah, those can be a little nerve-wracking. But,
Yeah.
that's when those basic driver's ed rules come back to save the day.
Okay, so what do you do?
Basically, when a traffic signal is out, the intersection turns into a four-way stop.
Okay, so everyone treats it like there are stop signs on all sides.
Exactly. You got to come to a complete stop, yield to any cars that were there before you, or if you get there at the same time, you yield to the person on your right.
Got it.
And of course, pedestrians always have the right of way.
Okay, so it's like going back in time to before we had fancy traffic signals.
Yeah, it's back to basics.
All right, let's talk about those pedestrian signals. I mean, the walking figure and the hand, they seem pretty self-explanatory, but are there any, like, hidden rules that people might not know about?
The thing that people get confused about the most is the difference between a flashing hand and a steady hand.
Yeah. Like, I see a hand and I immediately think, stop, do not walk.
Right, but a steady hand just means don't walk. It's like the red light for pedestrians. It's the flashing hand that you really got to pay attention to.
Okay, so flashing hand means...
It means don't start crossing, but if you're already in the crosswalk, you have time to finish. Especially if you see that countdown timer,
Yeah. Oh, okay, so if I'm halfway across and it starts flashing, I don't need to panic and run?
Exactly. Just keep going at a normal pace and you'll be fine.
Mm.
But of course, always be aware of turning traffic.
Right. Even if I have the right of way, I don't take any chances.
Exactly. Safety first. Okay, now have you ever seen those intersections with separate signals for pedestrians who are turning left?
Oh, yeah, I have. Is that just like a fancy way to make things more complicated?
Not at all. It's actually all about safety, especially in areas where you've got a lot of pedestrians.
Oh, okay. How so?
Well, think about it. When you're a pedestrian turning left, you're basically crossing two streets.
Right? 2 streets instead of just one.
Exactly. And those separate signals give you that protected time to cross that first street without having to worry about cars turning left at the same time.
Oh, I see. So it's like a protected left turn for a pedestrian.
Exactly. And that's really important because according to FF26.pdf, those separate signals have been shown to significantly reduce pedestrian accidents, especially in busy areas.
Wow, that's great to know. It makes the intersection a lot more predictable, even for those of us on foot.
Exactly. It's all about predictability and keeping those movements separate.
Okay, I think we've covered pretty much every imaginable traffic light and signal out there. So before we move on to the final part of our deep dive, is there anything in this document that really surprised you?
I was surprised by how much thought really goes into designing these systems. Like, we drive through intersections every day and we take those signals for granted.
Right, they just seem so simple.
Exactly. But then you read this document and you realize how much planning and engineering actually goes into them. Like, they talk about the timing intervals, the phasing of the lights, how they account for pedestrian volume, traffic flow. It's fascinating.
It's like a whole secret world of traffic engineering, working behind the scenes to make sure everything runs smoothly and safely.
Yeah, it's really amazing when you think about it.
It really makes you appreciate all that goes into keeping those intersections running smoothly.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Those traffic engineers are like the unsung heroes of our commutes.
Totally. So after diving deep into this whole FF26.pdf document, I feel like I've graduated from like traffic signal kindergarten to like traffic signal university.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's definitely eye-opening, isn't it?
It is. What about you? What's your biggest takeaway from all this?
For me, it's the reminder that traffic signals aren't just about following rules. It's about communication.
Oh, okay. Tell me more.
Like every light, every arrow, every flashing signal, it's all sending a message.
Okay.
And the better we understand those messages, the smoother and safer our journeys will be, right?
That's a really good point. It's like we're all part of this big traffic dance, and the signals are like the choreography.
Exactly. And when everyone knows the steps, the dance flows beautifully.
Right.
But if someone misses a cue or like misinterprets a signal, that's when things can get a little messy.
Okay, so speaking of things getting messy, any final tips for navigating those real-life situations where, things don't always go according to plan?
Well, the document really stresses the importance of proceeding with caution, even when you have the right of way,
Oh, okay.
Never assume that other drivers or pedestrians will do what you expect them to do.
Right.
Be prepared to react, and if you're ever unsure about what a signal means, it's always better to err on the side of safety.
I like that error on the side of safety.
Wait for a clear indication.
Makes sense.
It's better to be safe than sorry, right?
Absolutely. Okay, so next time I'm at that busy intersection, I'll try to remember it's not just about me, my green light. It's about being aware of everyone else, understanding the signals, and working together to keep that traffic flowing.
That's the spirit. And who knows, maybe you'll even start to pick up on those like subtle cues that most people miss.
Oh, like what?
Like, that slight hesitation from a driver who's about to make a sudden lane change, or a pedestrian who's not paying attention.
Oh, that's good. I'll be looking out for those.
Yeah, it's all about being aware.
Okay, well, folks, that wraps up our deep dive into the fascinating world of traffic signals.
Yeah, hopefully you learned a thing or two.
We definitely did, and hopefully you'll feel a little more confident and a lot less stressed the next time you're navigating that intersection.
Drive safe, everyone.
And until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep diving deep.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back for another deep dive.
Glad to be back.
Today, we're diving into something we all deal with every day,
Yeah, every day.
sharing the road, and how to do it safely with all the different kinds of vehicles out there.
Definitely, it's important no matter what you drive.
We've been looking through this driver's handbook,
Oh, yeah. Always a good place to start.
and it can be kind of a dry read sometimes, but
Yeah,
there are some real gems in here.
I bet.
Like, did you know that large trucks can take twice the distance to stop
Oh, wow.
than a regular car?
That's a lot of space.
Yeah. That really puts things in perspective.
It does, and a lot of drivers don't think about how much space those big trucks need.
Right, or even how much time.
Exactly. They need extra time and space for everything accelerating, braking, turning.
And I can only imagine what it's like trying to see everything from up there.
Well, it's not easy, let me tell you that. You're
Yeah.
sitting high up, the truck is long and heavy,
Right.
and there are huge blind spots all around you.
Yikes. Always been a little nervous driving near those big rigs.
I get it. They can be intimidating, especially when you see one looming up in your rearview mirror.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah,
Sometimes I just want to get out of the way as fast as possible.
I think we've all been there. But sometimes that can be the worst thing to do, you know?
So how can we share the road safely with large trucks? What are the best practices?
Well, first off, let's ditch the us versus them mentality. We're all just trying to get where we need to go safely.
Right.
So a little courtesy goes a long way. Give those trucks plenty of space. Don't cut them off.
Got it.
And be patient when they're merging or turning.
So it's about anticipating their moves, like thinking a few steps ahead.
Exactly. Especially at intersections, remember, they need a lot of space to make those turns.
Noted.
So don't try to squeeze in next to them thinking you can sneak past. You might end up in their blind spot.
Right. Or worse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's all be aware and respectful.
Okay, moving on from the big rigs, let's talk about motorcycles. They seem so vulnerable out there. I always get a little nervous driving near them.
Yeah, motorcycles, limited speed motorcycles and mopeds, they're definitely more exposed than we are in cars.
Right.
And drivers need to be extra vigilant. They can be harder to see.
That's true.
And they might need to make sudden moves to avoid things like potholes or debris.
I've seen that happen.
Yeah, and the handbook even mentions that they have the right to use the full lane when necessary.
Oh, really? I always thought they were supposed to stay as far to the right as possible for safety.
That's a common misconception, but sometimes hugging the edge of the road can actually be more dangerous for them.
That's interesting.
Think about it. If the lane is too narrow to share or there are obstacles in the right-hand portion of the lane, they need to be able to move into the lane for their own safety.
Makes sense. It's about choosing the safest path.
Right. And here's another thing you might not know. Motorcycle turn signals don't always cancel automatically.
Oh, wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, so if you see a motorcycle with a blinking signal, don't automatically assume they're turning.
Good point. You always have to double check.
Always.
So we need to give them space,
Yeah.
watch out for those turn signals, and be aware of their movements.
Exactly.
Now let's shift gears to another two-wheeled challenge, sharing the road with cyclists.
All right, cyclists.
Seems like they're everywhere these days.
They are. It's great. But it also means we need to be extra cautious as drivers.
Definitely.
It all starts with remembering that cyclists have the same rights and responsibilities as any other vehicle on the road.
Okay, so no more thinking of them as just pesky obstacles.
Nope, we need to treat them with respect and consideration just like we would any other driver.
Got it. Now I'm ready to bust some myths. I used to think cyclists always had to stay as far to the right as possible. But this handbook says that's not always the case.
Right. There are times when it's actually safer for them to take the lane.
Okay, like when?
Well, think about those potholes and debris we mentioned earlier. Sometimes swerving into the lane might be a cyclist's only option to avoid a nasty spill.
Oh, that makes sense.
Same goes for crossing train tracks. They need to hit those at a 90-degree angle.
Right, for stability.
Exactly. And if a lane is just too narrow for a car to pass safely with at least a 1-meter clearance,
A whole meter. Wow.
yeah, they need that space, so the cyclist is well within their rights to take the lane in those situations.
So it's not about being stubborn or slowing down traffic.
No, not at all. It's about safety.
I get it now. So squeezing past them at high speed is a big no-no.
Definitely, you could startle them, cause them to swerve.
Right. Nobody wants to see that happen.
So be aware, give them plenty of space, and be extra cautious when passing.
What about at intersections? Any specific advice for those situations?
Intersections can be tricky for everyone, but especially cyclists.
I bet.
When you're turning right, always signal and check your mirrors and blind spots before cutting across a bike lane.
Right.
You don't want to cut off a cyclist who's going straight.
Definitely not.
And when you're turning left, you absolutely have to yield to any oncoming cyclist before you make your turn.
So treat them like any other vehicle approaching the intersection.
Exactly. No sudden moves or assumptions.
And here's a thought. Try to make eye contact with cyclists whenever possible, especially at intersections.
That's a great tip. It's a way of acknowledging their presence, making sure you're both on the same page.
Like that unspoken communication that happens between drivers.
Right. But even more important with cyclists because they're more vulnerable.
Now, what about the horn? Should we be using it to warn cyclists? I know some cyclists get annoyed when drivers honk at them.
Yeah, and for good reason, a sudden blast of a horn can startle them and could even cause them to lose control.
Right.
So if you absolutely must use your horn, a quick light tap from a distance is usually enough.
Got it. A gentle nudge, not a blaring blast.
Right, and often simply slowing down and giving them space is the best way to communicate anyway.
Okay, good to know. Now, let's talk about those designated areas for bikes that we're seeing more and more of, bike lanes and bike boxes.
Okay, yeah, those are becoming more common.
What do drivers need to know about them?
Well, bike lanes are pretty straightforward. They're marked with a solid white line,
Right.
and they're for bikes. Only drivers should only enter or cross them when absolutely necessary, like when making a right turn.
Okay.
And even then, you need to be super careful.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
And what about bike boxes?
Those are the green painted areas you sometimes see at intersections.
Oh, we have seen those.
They're designed to give cyclists a safe space to wait at a red light ahead of the line of cars.
So we need to make sure we stop behind the bike box, not in it.
Exactly.
Good to know. Now, before we move on, I have to bring up something that's particularly important to me as a parent. Kids on bikes.
Ah, yes. Children on bicycles, they might not have the same level of experience or awareness as adults.
Right.
So we need to be extra cautious around them. They may not always follow the rules of the road, and those oversized bikes can be tricky to handle.
So it's all about expecting the unexpected and giving them a wide berth.
Exactly. Always be on the lookout for kids on bikes, especially near schools, parks, and residential areas.
Good reminders. And one final reminder about cyclists. Remember the door prize hazard.
Oh, yeah, the dreaded door prize.
You mean accidentally opening your car door into a cyclist?
Yep, it can cause a serious accident. Always look before you open your car door on the side of the road, check your mirrors, glance over your shoulder, even do a quick head check.
Right.
Just to make sure there's no cyclist approaching before you swing that door open.
Great advice. Okay, so we've covered the big trucks, motorcycles, and cyclists. Now, let's move on to a few other vehicles that present unique challenges on the road, like buses and farm machinery.
Sounds good. Let's tackle those next.
Buses first. They're generally pretty predictable, but there are a few things to keep in mind.
Sure, like what?
Well, you know how a lot of roads have those designated bus bays where passengers get on and off?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Well, drivers need to be aware that buses might be pulling out into traffic from those bays.
Right, so watch out for those flashing turn signals.
Exactly, and be ready to yield.
Okay, now let's talk about those slow-moving giants of the countryside farm machinery.
Oh yeah, farm machinery. Living in a more rural area, I encounter those pretty often.
They definitely require a different approach.
For sure.
We're talking tractors, combines all sorts of equipment that might be oversized or have unpredictable movements.
Right.
It can be tough for those drivers to see vehicles coming up from behind, so you really need to be on high alert around farm vehicles, especially after dark.
I've definitely had a few close calls at dusk.
I bet, and remember that orange and red triangle sign on the back of farm vehicles?
Yeah, I always see that. What does that mean again?
That's the slow-moving vehicle sign.
Oh.
It means the vehicle is traveling at 40 kilometers or less.
So it's a heads up to slow down, be patient, and give them plenty of space.
Exactly.
It's a good reminder that not everyone is moving at the same pace. And speaking of different paces, there's one more group of road users we need to talk about: pedestrians.
Ah, yes. Pedestrians, they may be moving at a slower pace, but they're also the most vulnerable folks out there.
That's a great point to end part one of our deep dive.
Okay.
We've covered a lot of ground so far,
We have
but there's still much more to explore.
lots to talk about.
We'll be back with part two, where we'll dive into the art of defensive driving
Sounds good.
and tackle some of those tricky intersections.
Looking forward to it.
Welcome back to our deep dive on sharing the road safely. Before we took a pause, we were talking about pedestrians.
Ah, yes, pedestrians.
You know, it's easy to forget about them when we're all focused on driving.
It's true, but they're out there walking, biking, and just trying to get around safely.
Right, and they're definitely the most vulnerable in any kind of collision.
Absolutely. So as drivers, we have a big responsibility to be aware of them.
For sure, especially in urban areas and near crosswalks.
Exactly. We can't expect them to just dodge out of the way.
Right, so how can we make sure we're being mindful and proactive when it comes to sharing the road with pedestrians?
Well, one key thing is to embrace the idea of defensive driving.
Defensive driving. Sounds intense.
It's not about being aggressive. It's about being aware, anticipating potential hazards, and preventing accidents before they happen.
Okay, so how do we actually put that into practice?
Well, for starters, let's talk about following distance. You know, that old rule of thumb about keeping at least 2 seconds of space between your car and the one in front of you?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Well, it's not just some arbitrary number. It's about giving yourself enough time to react if the driver ahead slams on the brakes.
Oh, I see.
You never know what's going to happen on the road, so those 2 seconds can make all the difference.
2 seconds, huh? I'm definitely guilty of creeping a little closer than that sometimes, especially in traffic.
I think we all are. But it's worth making the effort to maintain that safe distance. And here's another thing. Constantly scan your surroundings.
Scan my surroundings.
Don't just focus on the car directly in front of you. Check your mirrors. Frequently look ahead to anticipate problems and pay attention to what's happening on the sides of the road, too.
So it's like having eyes everywhere.
Exactly. No tunnel vision allowed. And speaking of vision, let's talk about blind spots.
Ugh, blind spots. I hate those.
I know they can be scary. Those areas around your vehicle that you can't see in your mirrors can be real danger zones.
Especially when you're changing lanes or making turns.
Exactly. So before you do either of those, always do a quick shoulder check.
Okay, shoulder check.
It only takes a second, but it could save you from a collision.
Now let's talk about speed. It's a factor in so many accidents.
It is, and it's something we all have control over.
Right. But sometimes it's tempting to push the limit.
I know, but speeding doesn't just increase the risk of an accident. It also makes the consequences more severe. The faster you're going, the less time you have to react, and the more force is involved in a collision.
Right. Basic physics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So always obey the posted speed limits and adjust your speed based on conditions.
Like weather, traffic, and visibility.
Exactly. And it's not just about going too fast.
Oh.
Driving too slowly can also be dangerous.
How so?
Well, it can disrupt the flow of traffic and lead to frustration in other drivers.
I can see that happening.
And that can actually increase the risk of accidents. So it's all about finding that balance,
Right. Maintaining a safe speed for the conditions.
Exact.
Okay, speed check. Now let's tackle another big one: distractions.
Yes, the smartphone siren song.
I know, it's so tempting to check those texts or scroll through social media while we're driving.
It is, but distracted driving is incredibly dangerous.
This is down.
It's a major cause of accidents, and it's only getting worse. So the best advice: put your phone away, silence those notifications, and just focus on driving.
Okay, phone's down, eyes on the road. Got it. And what about those times when we're feeling a little drowsy behind the wheel?
Never, ever drive drowsy.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's just as dangerous as drunk driving.
Yeah.
Your reaction time slows down, your judgment gets fuzzy, you're much more likely to make mistakes.
So if you're feeling tired, pull over, take a break.
Exactly. Find a safe place to rest or grab a coffee and wake up before you continue driving.
So we've covered a lot of defensive driving techniques: maintaining a safe following distance, scanning our surroundings, checking our blind spots, managing our speed, avoiding distractions, and making sure we're well rested.
It's a lot to remember, but it's all important.
It is. What else can we do to stay safe out there?
Well, let's not forget about the importance of being predictable.
Predictable.
Use your turn signals well in advance. Let other drivers know what you're planning to do. Don't make any sudden or erratic maneuvers.
Right. It's all about being courteous and letting other drivers know what you're up to.
Exactly. The more predictable we are as drivers, the safer it is for everyone. Now let's move on to a specific type of intersection that can be a bit intimidating: roundabouts.
Well, roundabouts, I'll be honest, those still confuse me sometimes.
I think a lot of people feel that way. They can seem confusing at first, but they're actually very efficient and safe once you understand the rules.
Okay, so what are the rules?
The key is to remember that traffic in a roundabout always flows counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. Got it. So how do we navigate these circular intersections without causing chaos?
When you're approaching a roundabout, the first step is to slow down and yield to any traffic already in the circle.
Okay, yield.
Then choose your lane based on where you want to exit and use your right turn signal to indicate your exit.
Right, turn signal check.
And be prepared to yield to pedestrians and cyclists crossing the exits.
Got it. Yield signal and choose the right lane.
Hmm.
But what if you miss your exit? Do you just keep circling until you get back to it?
Exactly. No need to panic. Just keep following the flow of traffic, signal your intention to exit again, and try to relax.
Okay, good to know. Roundabouts conquered. Now let's move on to another type of intersection that can be a bit nerve-wracking: railway crossings.
Ah, yes. Railway crossings. Those are serious business.
No arguments there. Trains are not something you want to mess with.
Nope. So the golden rule is to slow down and be prepared to stop.
Okay, stop.
Look both ways and listen for any approaching trains. Never try to beat a train. It's a race you can't win. And if there are any flashing lights or lowered gates, stop at a safe distance and wait until it's clear to proceed.
Stop, look, and listen. Simple, but crucial. What about those crossings that have multiple tracks or limited visibility?
Those can be tricky. If you're ever unsure, it's always best to err on the side of caution.
Better safe than sorry.
Exactly. It's better to wait a few extra minutes than risk a collision with a train.
Agreed.
No.
Now, before we wrap up this part of our deep dive, let's talk about something that can turn even the most familiar roads into a challenge: weather conditions.
Ah, yes. The wild card of driving weather can change everything.
It really can.
Yeah.
So what are some practical tips for handling those less than ideal weather situations?
Well, when the weather takes a turn for the worse, the first thing to do is reduce your speed.
Okay, slow down.
Increase your following distance to give yourself more time to react if you need to brake suddenly.
Got it.
Use your headlights even during the day to improve visibility.
Headlights on check.
And be extra vigilant for slippery patches and reduced visibility.
Okay, so basically just be extra cautious.
Exactly. And if the weather is really bad, like if visibility is extremely limited or if the roads are icy or flooded,
Yeah.
it's best to just stay off the road, find a safe place to wait it out.
That's a really good idea. No shame in putting safety first.
Not at all.
Well, that's a great point. And part 2 of our deep dive on sharing the road safely.
Okay, sounds good.
We've covered a lot of ground, from defensive driving to railway crossings and even weather conditions.
It's been a great discussion.
But our journey's not over. Yet stay tuned for part 3, where we'll shift gears and explore the future of transportation
The future.
and how it might change the way we share the road.
I can't wait to dive into that.
Welcome back to our deep dive, everyone. We've covered so much ground already, from big trucks to tiny bikes, tricky intersections, and even wild weather.
It's been quite a ride.
But you know what I'm really curious about?
What's that?
The future of transportation.
Oh, yeah. How all this sharing the road stuff might change in the years to come.
It's exciting to think about. So what are some of the big trends that could really shake things up?
Well, one of the hottest topics right now is autonomous vehicles.
You mean self-driving cars? Those still feel kind of futuristic to me.
I know, right? But they're becoming more and more real every day.
You really think they'll live up to the hype? Will they actually make our roads safer?
There's definitely a lot of potential there. Think about it. Human error is a huge factor in most accidents.
That's true.
Self-driving cars, at least in theory, could eliminate those human errors.
So fewer crashes, that would be amazing.
Yeah, imagine a world where cars can communicate with each other, anticipate potential hazards,
Wow.
and make split-second decisions to avoid collisions. It could be a game changer for road safety.
That does sound pretty incredible. But I have to admit, the thought of sharing the road with cars that are making their own decisions is a little unnerving.
I get it. It's a big change. It might take some getting used to.
And what about those unexpected situations? You know, the ones that even human drivers struggle with sometimes.
That's a valid concern. How will these self-driving cars handle those tricky situations or complex road conditions?
Right. And what about cybersecurity? Could someone hack into these cars and cause chaos?
Yeah, cybersecurity is a big one. These are all questions that researchers and engineers are working hard to address.
So it sounds like we still have a lot to figure out.
We do, but the progress in this field is happening so fast. It's definitely something to keep our eyes on.
Okay, so self-driving cars are on the horizon. What other futuristic trends are out there?
Well, another fascinating development is the concept of smart cities.
Smart cities. I've heard that term, but I'm not really sure what it means.
Basically, they're cities that use technology and data to make everything run more smoothly,
Yeah.
including transportation systems. Imagine traffic lights that optimize flow sensors that detect congestion and adjust traffic patterns in real time.
That sounds pretty high tech.
It is, and think about public transportation systems that are seamlessly integrated with other modes of transport, like ride sharing and bike sharing.
So everything's connected and working together.
Exactly. And as more and more people move to cities, these smart city solutions are becoming essential for managing traffic, reducing pollution, and creating a more livable urban environment.
That sounds amazing. And what about electric vehicles? I feel like they're everywhere these days.
They are, and their popularity is only going to keep growing. As battery technology improves and charging infrastructure expands,
Right.
we can expect to see even more electric cars, buses, and trucks on the road.
So we've got self-driving cars, smart cities, and electric vehicles. It's almost like we're entering a whole new era of transportation.
It really does feel that way. But with all these new modes of transportation coming into play, how will they all fit together?
Yeah. Won't it be even more challenging to share the road safely?
That's a good question, but that's where the idea of mobility as a service comes in.
Mobility as a service. What's that?
It's about providing seamless on-demand access to a variety of transportation options through a single platform. So imagine using an app to plan your entire journey, combining public transport, ride sharing, bike sharing, or even walking all in one place.
That's a cool idea.
And it could have a huge impact on how we share the road. It has the potential to reduce congestion, lower emissions, and make transportation more accessible for everyone.
It sounds like the future of transportation is going to be pretty amazing, but also pretty complex.
It will be, but no matter how advanced our vehicles become, the basic principles of sharing the road safely will always apply.
That's reassuring to hear.
Courtesy awareness and responsible decision-making will always be key to keeping our roads safe for everyone.
No matter what kind of vehicle we're driving.
Exactly. Or riding in, or even if we're walking or cycling.
Well said.
Yeah.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the one key takeaway you hope our listeners will remember?
I think the most important thing is to remember that we're all in this together.
All in this together.
Every time we get behind the wheel or step out onto the road, we're sharing that space with others. So let's approach sharing the road with a sense of empathy and understanding.
That's a great message.
Be aware, anticipate hazards, and make responsible choices. And let's all do our part to make our roads safer for everyone.
Well said. That's it for today's deep dive on sharing the road safely.
Thanks for having me.
It's been a fascinating journey, and I hope our listeners have learned some valuable tips and insights.
Me too. Drive safely, everyone.
And we'll catch you next time with another deep dive into a topic that matters.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Today we're going to do a deep dive into something I think we all deal with pretty regularly, the rules of the road, but specifically in Ontario. We've got some excerpts from the official Ontario Driver's Handbook, and let me tell you, there is some stuff in here that you might not expect.
That's very true, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people think they know the rules of the road, but there are so many little details and nuances that can trip you up.
For example, we're always told to keep our addresses up to date on our driver's license, but what about a name change? You actually need to inform the authorities about that, too.
Yeah, you do. It's kind of one of those things that, in hindsight, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But if you're driving around with a license that doesn't match your legal name, that can actually lead to some pretty serious consequences.
Okay, so speaking of licenses, what about if, like, a friend asks to borrow yours for a second? Is that ever okay?
Oh, absolutely not. Ontario has some of the strictest laws I've ever seen when it comes to lending or borrowing driver's licenses. It's actually illegal to use someone else's, possess more than one driver's license, or to alter one, or to have a fake ID. And those, the penalties for that can be pretty significant. We're talking fines, license suspensions, and even in some cases, criminal charges.
Wow, okay, so no lending out your ID even for seemingly harmless reasons. Got it. Now let's talk about something that probably gives every driver a little bit of anxiety. Demerit points. I know that they're like penalty points that you get for driving offenses, but can you break down how exactly they work?
Sure. Every driver starts with 0 demerit points. When you're convicted of a driving offense, whether it's something as simple as speeding or something more serious like running a red light, those will lead to demerit points being added to your record. And those points stay on your record for 2 years.
2 years? That's longer than I thought.
It is. And they can really add up. If you get enough, you risk having your license suspended.
Wow. Okay. So those points can really come back to bite you even years later.
Yeah. And this is something you wouldn't think of, but doctors actually play a really big role in this.
Oh, okay. How do doctors get involved in your driver's license?
Doctors in Ontario are actually legally obligated to report any patient who's 16 years or older who has a medical condition that could affect their ability to drive safely.
So my doctor isn't just looking after my health, they're also looking out for everyone else on the road, too.
Exactly. It's really a safeguard. Think about conditions like seizures or strokes or vision problems. Even some medications that could cause you to feel dizzy or drowsy could significantly affect your driving and endanger everyone around you.
That makes sense. So if a doctor reports a condition, do you just automatically lose your license?
Not necessarily.
Hmm.
In some cases, the Ministry of Transportation might just suspend your license until you can get medical evidence that your condition's under control or no longer poses a risk.
Okay, so there is a chance to get back behind the wheel if your health improves or you can manage the condition. Now, we've been talking about regular drivers, but what about people who drive for a living? Are the rules different for them?
Oh, big time. Commercial drivers, so anyone who operates a vehicle that requires a Class A to F license or a commercial vehicle operator's registration or even road building machines, those are all considered commercial drivers. And those drivers are held to a much stricter standard. And probably the biggest one there is the zero tolerance policy for alcohol and drugs.
Zero tolerance. So, like, if you're driving a truck, you can't even have, like, one beer after work.
No, not a sip. Any detectable amount of alcohol or drugs in your system as a commercial driver is grounds for serious penalties.
Hmm.
We're talking license suspension, huge fines, even criminal charges in some cases.
Oh, wow. That's a lot stricter than I thought, but I guess it makes sense when you're considering the size and weight of those vehicles.
Yeah, the potential for things to go wrong is
Yeah.
much greater. And it's not just alcohol. We're talking prescription medications, over-the-counter drugs, even things like cough syrup with a little bit of alcohol in it.
So if you're a truck driver and you have a cold, think twice before you take that cough medicine. It might just cost you your livelihood.
Now, speaking of things that could land you in some hot water, let's talk about impaired driving in general. This is a huge issue in Ontario, and the laws certainly reflect that.
I know it's illegal to drive under the influence, but what exactly constitutes impaired driving? Is it just being drunk behind the wheel?
Impaired driving means operating a vehicle while your ability to drive is affected by alcohol or drugs. And that includes legal prescription medication if it impairs your driving. And you might be surprised to learn you can actually be charged with impaired driving even if the car isn't moving.
Seriously, I always thought you had to be driving to be charged.
Nope. The law recognizes that you being in control of a vehicle while you're impaired still poses a risk. And it's important to remember that refusing to take a test, whether it's a breathalyzer, a blood test, or a field sobriety test, that's just as bad as failing one.
So there's really no way around it. If you're suspected of being impaired, they're going to hold you accountable. And it's interesting that they have all these different types of tests to measure impairment, not just the breathalyzer.
They also have drug recognition experts that can come in, and if they suspect that you're impaired by drugs, they'll be able to assess you. And for young drivers, the rules are even more strict.
Oh, I'm guessing that means zero tolerance.
You got it.
Uh,
If you're under 21, there's absolutely no acceptable blood alcohol level. It's a hard and fast rule.
So no exceptions for young drivers.
Nope.
Okay, let's dive a little deeper into how alcohol and drugs actually affect your driving ability. We all know that they impair judgment, but how does that translate into real-world driving situations?
Well, alcohol is a depressant, so it slows down your reaction time. It impairs your judgment and your decision-making, reduces your coordination and motor skills. It also affects your vision, so you can't judge distances as well. And it can make you perceive things incorrectly.
So your brain is trying to operate in slow motion while your car is still moving at normal speed.
Exactly. Now, drugs, it really depends on what substance we're talking about, but they can cause things like distorted perception, drowsiness, dizziness, hallucinations, even paranoia or aggression.
And I'm guessing if you combine drugs and alcohol, the effects are even more unpredictable.
Oh, absolutely. And we also need to remember that it's not just illegal drugs that we need to be careful with. Some prescription and over-the-counter medications can also impair your driving ability.
Right, like antihistamines, cold and flu medications, sleep aids, even some painkillers. It's a good reminder to always read those labels and talk to your doctor or pharmacist about potential side effects, especially if you're going to be driving.
And now let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the road test. Specifically, we're going to focus on the Class A and D road test, which is something a lot of aspiring commercial drivers have to go through.
What exactly does that road test involve? What kind of skills are they testing for?
It actually has three components: the daily inspection test, the backing skills test, and the on-road driving test. And each one of those is designed to test different aspects of your driving competency.
Let's break those down. What's involved in the daily inspection test?
The daily inspection test focuses on making sure you can thoroughly inspect your vehicle and that you're able to identify any potential safety issues. You have to show that you can do both an exterior and an interior inspection, so things like checking your tire pressure, fluid levels, lights, mirrors, brakes, even the condition of your seatbelts.
So it's not just about knowing how to drive, it's about understanding how your vehicle works and making sure it's safe to operate.
Exactly.
What about the backing skills test?
This part assesses your ability to back up the vehicle safely and accurately. You'll have to demonstrate some specific skills, like offset backing to the left or the right, and alley docking, which is backing into a 90-degree space.
Which I'm guessing with a large truck is a lot harder than it sounds.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, and last but not least, there's the on-road driving test. What does that one entail?
This is where you really get to show off your overall driving skills in different traffic situations. They'll be looking at your ability to make turns safely, merge in traffic, maintain a safe following distance, obey all traffic signals and signs. Basically, they want to see that you can handle the vehicle confidently and competently in real-world conditions.
It's the culmination of all your driving skills and knowledge.
It is.
Well, this has been a really eye-opening dive into the world of driving in Ontario. It's amazing how many details and regulations there are that I think most people aren't even aware of.
It's true. Driving is actually a really complex activity that requires a lot of skill, knowledge, and responsibility. And the laws in Ontario certainly reflect that.
We've covered a lot of ground in this first part of our deep dive, but we've got much more to explore, so stay tuned for part 2, where we delve even deeper into some specific scenarios and nuances of driving regulations in Ontario.
Welcome back to our deep dive into Ontario's driving regulations. We've got a lot more ground to cover, so let's keep going.
I'm ready. In the last part, we were talking about that zero tolerance policy for commercial drivers when it comes to alcohol and drugs. You mentioned that even seemingly harmless things like cough syrup could get you into trouble. Could you give us an example of how that might actually play out in real life?
Sure. So imagine you're a truck driver and you've got a little bit of a cold and you take some over-the-counter cough syrup, not really thinking much about it. But that cough syrup contains a small amount of alcohol, just enough to trigger a positive result on a roadside breathalyzer test.
Oh, wow. So even though you didn't have like a beer or anything intentionally alcoholic, you could still get flagged.
Exactly. Yeah. And because of that zero tolerance policy, that positive test, even from a tiny amount of alcohol in that cough syrup, could lead to your commercial driver's license being suspended. You could be looking at fines, legal fees, and even potentially losing your job.
That's a scary thought. It really highlights just how careful you need to be as a commercial driver about everything you consume, not just the obvious things like alcohol.
For sure. Now, let's switch gears a little bit and talk about sharing the road with cyclists. Ontario has seen a huge increase in the number of cyclists on the road in recent years, and there are a lot of laws in place to ensure their safety.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed more and more bikes on the road, which is great, but it can sometimes feel a little dicey when you're driving alongside bikes, especially on busy streets.
For sure. It's important to be aware of the specific rules. One of the key things for drivers to remember is the 1-meter passing law. It's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
When you're passing a cyclist, you need to leave at least 1 meter of space between your vehicle and the bike.
That makes sense. It gives cyclists some room to breathe, and it reduces the risk of a collision if they have to swerve suddenly. But what if the road is narrow? Like, what if there just isn't enough room to leave a full meter?
Right. In those situations, the law says that you have to wait until it's safe to pass with that 1-meter clearance. So you might have to slow down, you might have to be a little patient, but the safety of the cyclist is paramount.
So even if it means waiting a little longer or slowing down, that 1-meter rule always applies.
It does.
Okay, let's talk about something that I know can be a bit confusing, especially for new drivers. Roundabouts. I remember when I first started driving, they were so intimidating.
Yeah, they can seem a little counterintuitive at first.
Yeah.
But once you get the hang of the rules, they're actually very efficient and very safe.
Yeah.
The most important thing to remember is yield to traffic that's already in the roundabout. Don't try to force your way in. Just be patient and wait for a safe gap.
Right, so it's like a continuous flow of traffic and you have to merge in smoothly without disrupting it. What about signaling? Do you signal when you're in the roundabout or just when you're exiting?
Well, signaling in a roundabout is all about communicating your intentions to the drivers around you. So if you're exiting at the first exit, you would signal right as you're approaching the roundabout. If you're going to continue around the roundabout, you would just keep your signal off. And if you're exiting at a later exit, you would signal right after you pass the exit before the one you want.
So it's kind of like a dance,
Right.
with each car signaling its moves.
It is. And actually, one of the biggest mistakes people make is not signaling correctly. And that can lead to some confusion and potentially even collisions.
Okay, let's move on to something very relevant for anyone driving in Ontario. Winter driving. We all know that Canadian winters can be pretty brutal with snow and ice and all those unpredictable conditions.
It's true. And Ontario has some very specific laws and recommendations when it comes to winter tires. From December 1st to March 31st, it's actually mandatory to have winter tires installed on your vehicle.
Oh, I knew they were recommended, but I didn't realize it was actually the law. What's the reasoning behind making winter tires mandatory?
Safety. Winter tires are specifically designed to provide better traction and grip on snow and ice. So they have a different tread pattern. And they use a different rubber compound that stays flexible even in those freezing temperatures. And that means better braking and better handling when the roads are slippery.
So they really do make a difference in how your car performs in the winter.
They absolutely do. And it's not just about the tires themselves, it's also about adjusting your driving to suit those winter conditions. So slowing down, increasing your following distance, and just being extra cautious, especially when you're braking or turning.
Right, it's about being prepared and being aware of those extra challenges that come with winter driving. Okay, let's talk about something that can be a real headache for drivers. Parking. I feel like everywhere you go, there are parking restrictions, especially in cities.
It's true. Parking regulations in Ontario can be a bit of a minefield, but they're there for a reason. The main goal is to keep traffic flowing smoothly, to maintain order, and of course to ensure everyone's safety. One of the most important things to keep in mind is that you can't park anywhere that's going to obstruct traffic or create a safety hazard.
Right, so the obvious things like not parking in front of a fire hydrant or blocking a driveway or parking in an intersection.
Exactly. And it's super important to be mindful of time limits. Lots of areas have designated parking times, and if you overstay, you're going to get a ticket. Always check those signs before you leave your car.
Is it true that the color of the curb means something? I've always heard that, but I'm never quite sure what the different colors indicate.
You're right, they do. It's kind of like a code that tells you what's allowed and what's not. So a yellow curb usually indicates a loading zone where commercial vehicles can stop to load and unload goods. A red curb means no stopping or parking at any time.
That's a good tip. I'm going to start paying more attention to those curb colors.
It's a good idea.
Now, let's talk about something that tends to trigger a lot of strong emotions. Aggressive driving. We've all encountered those drivers who seem to be in a constant state of road rage, speeding, tailgating, weaving in and out of traffic, honking their horn at everyone.
It's scary and it's frustrating. But aggressive driving is more than just bad manners. It can lead to very serious accidents. And we're not just talking about getting a speeding ticket here. Ontario actually has a stunt driving law that's designed to target extreme cases of aggressive driving.
What exactly constitutes stunt driving? Is it just about driving really fast?
Well, stunt driving can include a whole range of behaviors. So it could be exceeding the speed limit by 50 kilometers an hour or more, or street racing. It could also be things like intentionally driving in a way that could cause you to lose control, or doing things like burnouts or donuts.
Those are some pretty serious offenses. I'm guessing the consequences are a lot more than just a slap on the wrist.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're caught stunt driving, you're looking at some very heavy penalties.
Yeah.
Huge fines, up to $10,000, immediate license suspension for 7 days, vehicle impoundment for 7 days, and even potential jail time of up to 6 months.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's a clear message that Ontario is not messing around when it comes to aggressive driving.
It's good to know that they're taking it that seriously.
It is.
Okay, let's move on to a topic that I think is becoming more and more prevalent in this digital age. Distracted driving. With smartphones and all those other devices vying for our attention, it can be really tempting to multitask while you're driving. But as we all know, the consequences can be devastating.
They can. And Ontario has very strict laws against distracted driving. It's actually completely prohibited to use a handheld device while you're driving. And that means not just talking or texting. It also includes checking emails, browsing the internet, or even using your phone as a GPS if you don't have a hands-free mount.
So basically, if you need to use your phone for anything, you need to pull over and park somewhere safe.
Exactly. And those penalties for distracted driving can be really steep, Fines start at $615 and can go up to $1,000 for a first offense. And that comes with 3 demerit points. And the fines and the penalties just go up from there if you get caught multiple times.
It's a strong message that driving really does require our full, undivided attention. No text, email, or social media update is worth risking your life or the lives of others.
Right. And, speaking of potential risky situations, let's talk about what happens when you get pulled over by a police officer. It could be a nerve-wracking experience even if you know you haven't done anything wrong.
I think we've all had that feeling of panic when we see those flashing lights in our rearview mirror.
I know I have. So it's good to remember a few key things. First and foremost, stay calm and cooperate with the officer. Pull over safely to the side of the road as soon as possible. Turn off your engine, roll down your window, and have your documents ready. Your driver's license, vehicle registration, and proof of insurance.
Right, so just make it as easy as possible for them.
Exactly. And remember, you always have the right to remain silent, but you are legally obligated to provide your documents. You also have the right to legal representation, so if you're facing serious charges, it's always a good idea to consult with a lawyer.
That's good to know. So understanding your rights and responsibilities during a traffic stop can help you navigate that situation a little bit more smoothly. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about something that's not necessarily legally enforceable, but it's still really important. Driving etiquette. It's not all about just rules and regulations, right?
Yeah.
There's also a certain level of courtesy and respect that we all need to show each other when we're out there on the road.
You're absolutely right. Driving etiquette is all about being considerate of other drivers and contributing to a more harmonious flow of traffic. One of the most important things is to be predictable. So use your turn signals, brake lights, even hand gestures if you need to let other drivers know what you're doing.
It's like speaking the language of the road so that everyone can understand each other.
Right. And patience is a big one, too. Try not to tailgate. Don't weave in and out of traffic. Don't lay on your horn unless absolutely necessary. Remember, we're all just trying to get where we need to go.
Yeah, a little bit of patience and understanding can go a long way.
It can. And it's not just about other drivers. It's also about being courteous to pedestrians and cyclists. So yield to pedestrians at crosswalks, give cyclists plenty of space when you're passing, and don't forget those little gestures of kindness. A wave or a nod goes a long way.
It does. Okay, now let's wrap up this part of our discussion by talking about the consequences of actually breaking those rules of the road. I know we've mentioned this throughout the episode, but Ontario does have a wide range of penalties for driving offenses, and it really does depend on the severity of the violation.
That's right. It's all about accountability, making sure that people who break those rules face some consequences. The most common penalty you're going to see is a fine, which can range from a few dollars for really minor infractions to thousands of dollars for more serious offenses. And it's not just about the financial hit either. Those fines also come with demerit points, and those can really add up and lead to your license being suspended.
So even seemingly minor offenses can have some pretty long-term repercussions on your driving record and even on your insurance premiums.
And when we talk about serious offenses like impaired driving, stunt driving, or causing an accident that results in injury or death, the consequences can be even more severe. We're talking potential jail time, license revocation, and even a criminal record.
It's a stark reminder that driving is a privilege, not a right. And abusing that privilege can have some pretty life-altering consequences.
It can. And while all these laws and regulations might seem a little bit complex, they're all designed with safety in mind.
Exactly.
It's about keeping everyone safe on the road.
And by understanding the rules, driving responsibly, and making those conscious choices, we can all contribute to a safer driving environment for everyone.
Absolutely. So in the final part of our deep dive, we'll wrap things up and give you some valuable resources to help you stay informed and stay safe on the road.
Welcome back, everyone. We're on the final stretch of our deep dive into all things driving in Ontario. We've talked about everything from the basics of getting your license and following those rules of the road to some pretty intense stuff like the penalties for impaired driving and the consequences of breaking the law.
Yeah, it's been quite the ride. And even though we've gone over so much information already, I think the biggest thing to remember is that being a responsible driver is a continuous process, right? It's not just about passing your test and getting that license. It's about always learning and adapting and being aware.
That's so true. It's really easy to kind of fall into a routine and forget that driving is actually a really complex activity with a lot of responsibility. So as we're wrapping up this deep dive, what are some of the key things you'd like our listeners to really remember when they get behind the wheel?
I think it really comes down to awareness. Being aware of the rules of the road, being aware of your surroundings, and being aware of your own physical and mental state when you're driving. Yeah. Because driving takes your full attention. Anything that's going to compromise that attention, whether it's fatigue, stress, distractions, substances, anything like that, it puts you and others at risk.
So it's not just about knowing the rules, it's about being in the right headspace to drive safely.
Exactly. And I think that means being honest with yourself too. Like if you're feeling tired or stressed or overwhelmed, it's always better to pull over and take a break, or even ask someone else to drive. Your safety and the safety of others should always be the priority.
Absolutely. What about those situations where you're not really sure about a specific rule or maybe something unexpected happens on the road? What should people do then?
Honestly, when in doubt, just err on the side of caution. You know, slow down, take a minute to assess the situation, and if you need to, refer to your driver's handbook or even check out the Ministry of Transportation's website for clarification.
Speaking of resources, are there any websites or organizations that you'd recommend to drivers who maybe want to brush up on the latest driving laws or get some safety tips or even just enhance their driving skills?
Oh, for sure. The Ministry of Transportation's website is an amazing resource. They have all the up-to-date info on licensing, regulations, safety programs, even educational materials. It's really a great place to start for anyone who wants to refresh their knowledge or dive into specific topics.
I know they also have a ton of information on graduated licensing, which is super helpful for new drivers.
Yep, they do. And another thing to remember is driving schools and certified instructors. Taking a refresher course or a specialized training program is a great way to sharpen your skills and feel more confident behind the wheel.
It's kind of like continuing education for driving.
It is.
As we wrap up this deep dive, I think the biggest takeaway for me is that driving is a privilege, not a right. And it comes with a huge amount of responsibility.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Our choices as drivers can have a huge impact not only on ourselves, but on everyone around us. So let's all try our best to be the most responsible drivers we can be. Stay informed, drive safe, and make those choices that keep everyone's well-being in mind.
Drive safe, everyone.
And stay curious.
That brings us to the end of our deep dive into driving in Ontario. We hope you found it informative and insightful, and maybe even a little bit entertaining.
Huge thanks to our expert for sharing their knowledge and experience with us.
And a big thank you to all of our listeners for joining us. We'll catch you next time on our next deep dive into the world of knowledge and discovery. Until then, keep learning, keep exploring, and as always, drive safe. All right, strap yourselves in because today we're going deep, really deep into the world of the Ontario Commercial Driver's License Road Test.
Oh, yeah.
But not just any CDL. We're talking specifically about the Class A license.
The big rigs.
Exactly, the ones you see hauling those massive trailers across the country.
It's pretty amazing when you think about the level of skill and knowledge required to operate those behemoths safely.
So where are we getting all this insider information?
Well, we're drawing from a section of the official Ontario Driver's Handbook.
Yeah, I know. It might sound a little dry at first.
Yeah.
But trust me, we're going to uncover some fascinating details.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's relevant even if you, like me, have absolutely no plans to become a truck driver anytime soon.
You'd be surprised, you know.
Okay, so convince me. What makes this Class A test so different from, say, your average car driving test?
Well, think about it this way. The margin for error is, well, it's much smaller when you're dealing with a vehicle that size.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about a vehicle that can weigh up to, like, 80,000 pounds fully loaded.
Yeah, it's not like bumping a curb in a parking lot.
And that's why the standards are so rigorous.
So spill the beans. What kind of standards are we talking about?
Well, for example, on the on-road and backing skills test, you're only allowed a maximum of 30 errors.
30 errors. That's it.
And when it comes to the backing portion, you've got a strict 10-minute time limit to complete all the maneuvers.
10 minutes. Wow, they really don't mess around, do they?
No, they don't.
It sounds like preparation is absolutely key.
Absolutely.
So it's not just about knowing how to drive, it's about knowing what to expect, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's talk about preparation. What does the handbook say about that?
Well, there's a whole section dedicated to the equipment you need to bring to the test.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's pretty specific.
Okay, now you've got me intrigued. What kind of gear are we talking about?
Well, first and foremost, you need wheel chocks.
Wheel chocks. Okay, makes sense. You don't want that thing rolling away.
Yeah, essential for securing the vehicle during the inspection.
Got it.
Then you'll need a timer.
A timer? Okay, I'm guessing that's not for timing your lunch break, right?
No, it's for certain tests, like the air brake pressure buildup, which we'll dive into a bit later.
Hey, air brakes. Sounds intense already.
Oh, yeah.
So wheel chocks, a timer. What else?
You'll also need a device to measure something called pushrod stroke.
Pushrod stroke. Okay, now we're getting into some serious trucking lingo.
Yeah, it's a critical part of the brake system.
So it's not just about knowing how to drive, it's about understanding the mechanics of the vehicle.
Absolutely.
I'm starting to see why they're so strict about this stuff.
And finally, you need a way to hold down the brake pedal during some of the tests.
So we're talking multiple items, not just something you can grab from your glove compartment.
Right.
So why not just provide all this stuff at the testing center? I mean, it seems like a lot to ask people to bring all this specialized equipment.
Well, I think it speaks to the underlying philosophy of this test,
Yeah.
They want to make sure that drivers are not only skilled behind the wheel, but also understand the importance of personal responsibility and preparation.
I see. So it's about instilling that mindset of safety and attention to detail right from the start.
Exactly.
It's not just about following the rules, it's about understanding why those rules exist.
You got it.
So you're saying that even before you hit the road, they're testing your commitment to being a safe and responsible driver.
Absolutely.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Now, let's move on to one of the most crucial aspects of this test, the daily inspection.
Okay, hit me with it.
This is where things get really interesting, and it's all about ensuring that drivers are able to thoroughly inspect their vehicle for any defects that could compromise safety.
So this is like a pre-trip inspection.
Exactly.
Walk me through it. What does it involve?
Well, they break it down into 3 sections.
Yeah.
Exterior, in-cab, and interior.
Okay, so it's pretty comprehensive.
And here's the kicker.
Mm.
The examiners use a random selection of items from the official schedule.
Wait, so you're telling me you can't just memorize a set routine?
Nope. You have to know how to inspect every single component.
Wow, that's pretty intense.
It is.
It sounds like they're really trying to weed out anyone who's just trying to cut corners.
Absolutely. There's no room for shortcuts when it comes to safety.
And since we're focusing on the Class A license, the big rigs,
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing there's an especially heavy emphasis on the air brake systems.
Absolutely.
Makes sense considering the size and weight of those vehicles.
Those things need some serious stopping power.
So break it down for me. What are the key things they're looking for when it comes to air brakes?
Well, there are 3 main areas they focus on: slow air pressure buildup rate, audible air leaks, and the air loss rate.
Okay, so it's not just about visually inspecting the brakes. There are actual performance tests involved.
Right.
Okay, so let's start with the air pressure buildup rate. What's the significance of that?
Well, it's all about making sure the brakes can engage quickly and safely.
Right, you don't want any delays when you're trying to stop a truck that size.
You have to measure how long it takes for the air pressure to build from 85 to 100 psi.
Okay, and what's the time limit for that?
You only have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, imagine the pressure. You're on the clock. You've got this massive vehicle, and you need to demonstrate this precise knowledge of the braking system.
Yeah, it's not just a pop quiz, is it?
No,
The stakes are pretty high.
they are.
Okay, so air pressure buildup, 2 minutes, got it.
Uh-huh.
What about air leaks?
Well, any audible leak, no matter how small, is considered a minor defect.
Really? Even a tiny little hiss?
Yeah, it might seem like a minor thing, but a small leak can indicate a bigger problem within the braking system.
Oh, okay, so it's like a canary in the coal mine, a warning sign that something might be amiss.
Exactly.
And when you're dealing with a vehicle that size, even a small problem can have major consequences. Okay, so we've got the pressure buildup, the air leaks. What's the third thing?
The air loss rate test.
Okay, I'm guessing this involves making sure the brakes can hold pressure over time.
You got it.
So how do they test that?
Well, the procedure involves immobilizing the vehicle, releasing the brakes, and carefully monitoring those pressure gauges for a full minute.
A full minute. That seems like an eternity when you're talking about brakes.
It might feel like it, but that minute is crucial for observing the pressure and noting any changes.
Makes sense.
And here's an interesting tidbit. The allowable air loss rate is actually stricter for Class A vehicles compared to smaller Class D vehicles.
Oh, really? So the bigger the truck, the less tolerance for air loss.
Precisely.
I guess that makes sense. The weight and momentum of a fully loaded truck are significantly greater, so those brakes need to be extra reliable.
Absolutely.
It's like comparing the brakes on a bicycle to the brakes on a freight train.
That's a great analogy.
Okay, so we've covered the air pressure buildup, the audible air leaks, and the air loss rate. What's the final test they put those air brakes through?
The last one is all about precision. It's the pushrod stroke measurement.
Okay, back to the pushrod stroke. Remind me again, what exactly are we measuring here?
Think of the pushrod as the muscle that activates the brakes. It's a rod that connects to the brake chamber and pushes against the brake shoes, creating the friction needed to stop the vehicle. Now, the stroke is the distance that pushrod travels when the brakes are applied.
Okay, I'm starting to get the picture. So why is measuring the stroke so important?
Because if the stroke is too long, it means the brakes aren't engaging properly, and that's a major safety hazard.
So it's like checking the tension on a cable. If it's too loose, it won't work effectively.
That's a good way to think about it.
And are there specific limits for the pushrod stroke?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just like with those other air brake tests, there are specific procedures and limits for measuring the pushrod stroke. You have to use tools like chalk or markers to mark the pushrod's position and then measure the distance it travels when the brakes are applied.
It sounds like they're really testing your attention to detail with all of these air brake checks. I'm starting to feel a bit nervous just thinking about it.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in.
It really highlights the level of expertise required to operate these massive vehicles safely.
It does.
But that's what makes this deep dive so fascinating. It's a glimpse into a world that we often take for granted, but that plays a vital role in our everyday lives.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right. It's easy to forget about the complexity and responsibility involved in something as seemingly simple as driving a truck. I'm definitely starting to see things from a new perspective.
That's great to hear.
So we've covered the air brake system in detail. What's next on our deep dive agenda?
Let's shift gears a bit and talk about another crucial aspect of the test, the exterior inspection.
Right, bring it on. I'm ready to dive deeper.
The handbook actually provides some very specific guidelines for this part of the inspection. It emphasizes that you must perform this with the parking brake engaged and the wheels chalked. Safety first. Always right.
Absolutely. Can't be rolling around while you're checking under the hood.
Exactly.
So what are some of the things they're looking for on the exterior?
Now, remember how I mentioned they use a random selection of items from a list?
Yeah.
Well, that applies here too.
No way. So you can't just memorize a routine. You have to know what you're looking for on every part of the truck.
You got it.
Wow. That's pretty intense.
It is.
It's like a pop quiz on wheels, but with much higher stakes.
That's a good way to put it.
So for any aspiring truck drivers out there, hitting the books is just as important as hitting the road.
Absolutely.
And for our listeners who aren't planning on driving a big rig, I think it's still fascinating to get a glimpse into this world.
Oh, yeah.
It really makes you appreciate the expertise and responsibility involved in keeping our roads safe.
It does.
So kudos to all the truck drivers out there.
Here.
Okay, so we've talked about the exterior inspection in general terms. Let's get a little more specific. What are some of the key areas they're looking at?
Now, remember, it's random, so you could be asked to inspect anything.
Right.
But some common areas include the lights.
Okay, headlights, taillights, turn signals, the whole 9 yards.
Exactly. Making sure they're all functioning properly, no cracks or damage.
Makes sense.
Then there are the tires.
Yes, those are pretty important, especially when you're carrying such a heavy load.
Absolutely. They'll be checking for tread depth, wear patterns, any signs of damage like cuts or bulges.
So it's not just about having air in the tires, it's about making sure they're in good condition.
Right. You need those tires to be in tip-top shape to handle the weight and stress of hauling those loads.
What else?
Well, they'll be looking at the brakes.
The brakes, of course, we already talked about the air brake system, but what are they looking for visually?
They'll be checking for any signs of leaks, worn brake pads or shoes, damaged drums or rotors, anything that could compromise braking performance.
So it's a combination of visual inspection and performance tests.
Right. You need to make sure the brakes look good and function properly.
Okay, what else is on the checklist?
Well, they'll be looking at the suspension system.
Suspension, okay, that makes sense. You need a good suspension to handle the weight of the load and keep the truck stable.
Exactly. They'll be checking for any broken or cracked springs, leaking shock absorbers, worn bushings, anything that could affect the truck's handling and stability.
I'm starting to see a theme here. Attention to detail is key.
Absolutely.
You really need to know your truck inside and out.
You do.
Okay, so we've got lights, tires, brakes, suspension, anything else they're focusing on during the exterior inspection.
They'll also be checking the steering system.
Steering, okay, that's another critical component. You don't want any surprises when you're trying to maneuver a truck that size.
They'll be looking for any loose or worn components, leaks in the power steering system, anything that could affect the driver's ability to control the vehicle.
So it's not just about checking the steering wheel. It's about understanding the entire steering mechanism.
Right.
Okay, anything else?
Well, they'll also be looking at the exhaust system.
Exhaust system, what are they looking for there?
Making sure there are no leaks, that it's properly secured, and that there's no excessive smoke or emissions.
So it's about both safety and environmental concerns.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here with the exterior inspection, but It's clear that they're not leaving any stone unturned.
No, they're not.
They're really making sure that these trucks are in safe operating condition before they even hit the road.
Absolutely.
And it's not just about checking boxes, it's about understanding what you're looking for and why it matters.
Exactly.
I think it's a good reminder for all of us, even those of us who aren't driving bigwigs, that regular vehicle inspections are crucial for safety.
I agree.
Okay, so we've tackled the exterior inspection. What's next on our deep dive agenda?
Let's move on to the in-cab inspection.
In-cab inspection. All right, let's climb up into the driver's seat and see what they're looking for there.
This is where they really start to assess the driver's knowledge and understanding of the vehicle's controls and systems.
Okay, so it's getting a little more hands-on.
It is.
So what are some of the things they're checking in the cab?
One of the first things they'll look at is the driver's seat itself.
Okay, making sure it's adjusted properly, I imagine.
Exactly. They want to make sure the driver has a clear view of the road and can reach all the controls comfortably and safely.
It's about ergonomics, making sure the driver is in a good position to operate the vehicle safely.
Absolutely.
Okay, what else?
They'll also be checking the mirrors.
The mirrors, we talked about those earlier in terms of blind spots, but what are they looking for specifically during the in-cab inspection?
They want to make sure all the mirrors are present, clean, and adjusted properly.
So it's not just about the driver knowing how to use the mirrors, it's about making sure the mirrors themselves are in good working order.
Right.
Okay, what else is on their checklist?
They'll be checking the gauges and warning lights.
The gauges, okay, that makes sense. You need to be able to monitor the engine temperature, oil pressure, fuel level, all those vital signs of the vehicle.
And they want to make sure you understand what each gauge represents and what to do if a warning light comes on.
So it's not just about reading the gauges, it's about knowing how to interpret the information and respond appropriately.
Exactly.
All right, what else are they looking at in the cab?
They'll also be checking the controls.
The controls, okay, we're talking about the steering wheel, the pedals, the gear shift, all the things the driver uses to operate the vehicle.
Exactly. They want to make sure they're all functioning properly, no sticking pedals, loose steering, anything that could compromise control of the vehicle.
So it's a pretty thorough inspection covering everything from the driver's seat to the gauges to the controls.
Yes.
It's clear that they're not taking any chances when it comes to safety.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we've explored the exterior inspection and the in-cab inspection. What's the final stage of this pre-trip inspection extravaganza?
The interior inspection.
Okay, so we're moving from the cab into the, well, I guess it depends on the type of truck, but let's say the cargo area for now. What are they looking for in there?
Well, it depends on the type of cargo the truck is designed to carry.
Okay, so it's a bit more specialized.
It is.
But what are some general things they might be checking?
Well, for starters, they'll be looking for any potential hazards or obstructions.
Hazards, obstructions, okay, anything that could cause a problem during the trip.
Exactly. Things like loose items, spilled liquids, damaged packaging, anything that could shift or move during transport and create a safety hazard.
So it's about making sure the cargo area is clean, organized, and safe for both the driver and the cargo.
Absolutely.
Okay, what else are they looking for?
They'll also be checking the cargo securement system.
Cargo securement. Okay, that's about making sure the cargo is properly fastened and won't move around during transport.
Got it.
So we're talking about things like straps, chains, binders, anything that keeps the cargo in place?
Exactly. They'll be checking to make sure they're in good condition, properly attached, and that the cargo is secured according to regulations.
So it's not just about throwing the cargo in the back and hitting the road. There's a real science to cargo securement.
Oh, absolutely.
It's about understanding the forces that act on the cargo during transport and making sure it's properly restrained.
Right.
Okay, anything else they're checking during the interior inspection?
Well, they might also be checking for things like fire extinguishers.
Fire extinguishers, of course, safety first.
Making sure they're present, charged, and accessible.
And depending on the type of cargo, they might also be checking for things like spill kits or other specialized safety equipment.
Absolutely.
All right, so we've covered the exterior inspection, the in-cab inspection, and the interior inspection. It's clear that this pre-trip inspection is a pretty comprehensive process.
Oh, yeah.
They're really making sure that these trucks are in top shape before they head out on the road.
Absolutely.
It's not just about checking boxes, it's about understanding the importance of every single component and its role in ensuring a safe journey.
Yes.
I'm starting to feel a bit overwhelmed by the sheer amount of detail involved, but also incredibly impressed by the level of rigor and attention to safety.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Ew.
And we've only just scratched the surface.
Oh boy. What else have you got for me?
Let's dive into another crucial aspect of the Class A road test, Coupling and uncoupling.
Coupling and uncoupling. Okay, you're going to have to break that down for me.
It's all about connecting and disconnecting the tractor and trailer units.
Ah, okay. So it's about hooking up and separating the two main components of the truck.
Exactly.
So how do they test that? Is it like a giant puzzle you have to solve within a certain time limit?
You're allowed up to 2 errors in total for both coupling and uncoupling.
2 errors. That's it.
That's it.
Okay, so the margin for error is pretty slim.
It is.
What else do they look for?
Well, here's where it gets interesting. You have to complete the coupling using no more than 5 pull-ups.
5 pull-ups. Wait, are we talking about exercise now?
No.
Okay, because I'm not sure I could even do 1 pull-up, let alone 5.
No. In trucking lingo, a pull-up refers to moving the tractor forward to align the kingpin with the fifth wheel.
Ah, okay, so it's not about upper body strength, it's about precision maneuvering.
Exactly. It's the crucial moment where those two massive components come together.
I see. So it's not just about brute force, it's about finesse and understanding how these parts fit together seamlessly.
You got it.
And there's a real art to it, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Experienced drivers can probably make it look effortless, but I bet it takes a lot of practice, coordination, and a deep understanding of the mechanics involved.
It does.
I can only imagine the concentration and skill involved.
It's like a delicate dance between two giants.
That's a great way to put it.
And it highlights another key element of this test precision under pressure.
You got to be able to stay calm, cool, and collected when you're dealing with equipment that size.
Absolutely.
So we've covered the ins and outs of coupling and uncoupling. What other challenges await these aspiring Class A drivers?
Well, we've talked a lot about the technical aspects, the inspections, the equipment, the maneuvers.
Right.
But it's important to remember that this test is also about demonstrating safe driving practices on the road.
Of course, it's one thing to ace the inspection and maneuvers in a controlled environment, but it's a whole other ballgame when you're out on the open road with other drivers.
Exactly.
So what are some of the key things they're looking for during the on-road portion of the test?
Well, first and foremost, they'll be assessing your overall control of the vehicle.
Okay, control. That makes sense.
So this includes everything from smooth acceleration and braking to maintaining a safe following distance and staying within the speed limit.
So it's about demonstrating those fundamental driving skills, but with the added challenge of operating a much larger and heavier vehicle.
Precisely.
And I imagine those blind spots we talked about earlier come into play in a big way during the on-road portion.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't just rely on your rear view mirror like you would in a car.
You need to be constantly checking those side mirrors and using your turn signals effectively to communicate your intentions to other drivers.
It's almost like a courtesy to other drivers, letting them know your intentions so they can adjust their driving accordingly.
Exactly.
Okay, what else are they looking for?
Well, remember how we talked about those longer stopping distances for trucks?
Yeah,
Well, that comes into play in a big way during the on-road portion of the test.
I can imagine.
Examiners will be watching closely to see how you anticipate hazards, adjust your speed, and brake smoothly and safely.
Right, it's all about defensive driving, staying alert, and anticipating potential problems before they arise.
A good truck driver is always thinking several steps ahead, planning their route, scanning for hazards, and adjusting their driving style to match the conditions.
It sounds like a real mental workout on top of the physical demands of driving such a large vehicle.
It definitely is.
But that's what makes it such a challenging and rewarding profession, right?
I think so.
You need to be sharp, focused, and adaptable to succeed. Okay, so we've covered the basics of on-road driving. Controlling the vehicle, managing blind spots, braking safely, and being a defensive driver. What other skills are they looking for during this portion of the test?
Well, one of the most nerve-wracking aspects for many drivers is the backing skills portion.
Oh, yeah, the one with the 10-minute time limit.
Exactly.
What kind of maneuvers do they throw at these drivers?
It could be anything from backing into a loading dock to parallel parking, alley docking, or even navigating a serpentine course.
I can imagine the concentration involved in trying to maneuver a massive truck into a tight space with inches to spare.
It takes a lot of practice, patience,
Yeah.
and a deep understanding of how the truck responds to your inputs.
You need to know how to use your mirrors effectively, how to judge distances accurately, and how to make small, precise adjustments to avoid any costly errors.
Right.
It's not just about brute force. It's about finesse, control, and a delicate touch.
You got it.
And let's not forget about the mental game. The clock is ticking, the pressure is on, and you've got examiners watching your every move.
It takes a certain type of personality to thrive in that environment. Someone who can stay focused, calm, and confident, even when the stakes are high.
It sounds like a real test of character, as much as a test of driving skills.
It is.
I'm starting to see why this Class A license is so highly respected.
It's a badge of honor in the industry.
It represents a level of skill and professionalism that goes beyond just driving a vehicle.
Absolutely.
So we've talked about the technical aspects of the on-road test, but what about the bigger picture? What are some of the broader implications of these high standards?
Well, that's a great question, and it really gets to the heart of why we're doing this deep dive.
Exactly.
These standards reflect a deep commitment to public safety, recognizing that commercial vehicles have the potential to cause significant damage and harm if not operated responsibly.
Right. It's not just about the driver's individual skills. It's about the safety of everyone sharing the road.
Absolutely.
It's a huge responsibility, not just for the drivers themselves, but for the companies they work for and the regulatory bodies that oversee the industry.
Exactly, and it's something that we, as consumers and fellow drivers, should be aware of and appreciate.
You know, when we see a truck on the road, we should have confidence that the person behind the wheel has undergone rigorous training and testing to earn that privilege.
That's a good point.
It's like a silent contract we have with these drivers. They are entrusted with our goods, our safety, and the smooth functioning of our economy.
Precisely. And that trust is built on a foundation of rigorous training, stringent regulations, and a shared commitment to excellence.
It's not just about moving goods from point A to point B. It's about upholding a standard of professionalism and responsibility that impacts all of us.
Well said.
So now that we've delved into the intricacies of the Class A road test, I'm curious, are there specific resources or programs available to help drivers prepare for this demanding test? It sounds like they would need specialized training to cover all these bases.
Absolutely. There are numerous driving schools and training programs specifically designed to equip aspiring truck drivers with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed.
So it's not just about hopping in the cab and hitting the road. There's a whole educational component to becoming a qualified Class A driver.
You got it.
And these programs recognize that learning styles and experience levels vary.
Oh, for sure.
Some focus on hands-on training behind the wheel, while others incorporate simulators and classroom instruction to reinforce those core concepts.
Right.
It's like any specialized field, you need the right training and education to excel.
Absolutely.
But I imagine these programs go beyond just teaching the technical skills. What about the softer skills, like communication, professionalism, and that all-important safety mindset?
You're absolutely right. The best programs recognize that being a truck driver is more than just a job. It's a profession that demands a high level of responsibility and integrity.
So it's not just about passing the test. It's about becoming an ambassador for the trucking industry, someone who represents the profession with skill and professionalism.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
And for those who are up for the challenge, a career in trucking can be incredibly rewarding.
Oh, yeah.
You get to travel, see different parts of the country, and play a vital role in keeping our economy moving.
It's a great career.
It definitely is.
But as we've learned today, it's not a decision to be taken lightly.
No, it's not.
It takes dedication, hard work, and a genuine commitment to safety to excel in this profession.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground in this first part of our deep dive.
We have.
From the intricate details of air brake systems to the importance of pre-trip inspections, coupling and uncoupling, and the challenges of on-road driving. And we've touched on the bigger picture, the ethical considerations, and the vital role truck drivers play in our society.
Right.
But there's still so much more to explore.
Oh, there is.
So what's next on the agenda for part 2 of our deep dive?
Well, we'll delve deeper into the on-road driving skills, explore those challenging backing maneuvers, and uncover even more insights from the official Ontario Driver's Handbook.
All right, I'm ready for more. Bring it on.
Stay tuned.
We'll be right back after a short break.
See you soon.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the world of the Ontario class. A road test. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all those air brake checks.
Oh, yeah.
So much to remember, so much precision involved.
A lot, for sure.
But hey, that's why we're here, right?
Absolutely.
To break it all down and make it a little less intimidating.
Exactly.
Before the break, we were about to dive into the on-road portion of the test.
Right.
The moment of truth, where all that knowledge and preparation is put to the test.
It is.
So what can you tell us about this on-road portion? What are the examiners looking for?
Well, this is where it all comes together, you know? The examiners aren't just looking for technical knowledge anymore.
Okay.
They want to see how you apply it in real-world driving situations.
Yeah, I see. So it's about demonstrating that you can handle the truck safely and confidently in actual traffic conditions.
Exactly. Think of it as the ultimate test of skill, judgment, and composure.
Okay, I like that. The ultimate test.
It is.
So let's break it down. What are some of the key areas they're evaluating during this on-road portion?
Well, one of the most fundamental aspects they'll be assessing is your overall control of the vehicle.
Okay, control. That makes sense.
This means demonstrating smooth acceleration and braking,
Right.
maintaining a safe following distance, and staying within the speed limit.
Pretty basic stuff, right?
Well, yeah, on the surface, it seems pretty basic.
Right.
But I imagine they take on a whole new level of importance when you're behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler.
Mm.
Absolutely. You're not driving a compact car anymore.
No, you're not.
You're responsible for a vehicle that can weigh up to 80,000 pounds.
Yeah. It's not like bumping a curb in a parking lot.
No, it's not.
The stakes are much higher.
They are.
So how do they evaluate this control? What are they looking for specifically?
Well, they're looking for smoothness and precision in your actions, you know. They want to see that you can accelerate without jerking the vehicle,
Okay.
that you can brake smoothly and gradually without causing any sudden stops or swerves,
Right.
and that you can maintain a consistent speed without weaving in and out of lanes.
So it's about being predictable and in control at all times.
Exactly. You want to be a smooth operator, someone who's in command of the vehicle and not letting the vehicle control them.
Right. I like that. A smooth operator.
It's a good way to think about it.
So it's not just about knowing how to drive, it's about having a certain finesse and understanding of the vehicle's dynamics.
That's a great observation.
You need to know how the vehicle works, but you also need to have a feel for how it handles in different situations.
Absolutely, and that's why experience behind the wheel is so crucial for these drivers.
Right, you can't just learn it from a book.
You can't.
You need to spend time on the road, getting a feel for the vehicle's responsiveness, its limitations, and its capabilities.
Exactly. It's like learning to dance with a partner.
Oh, I like that analogy.
You need to understand how they move, how they respond to your lead, and how to anticipate their next step.
So it's about developing a synergy between the driver and the truck.
That's a great way to put it.
Now, I know I've talked about blind spots before,
Mm-hmm.
but I imagine they become even more critical during the on-road portion of the test.
Oh, absolutely. Blind spots are a major concern for truck drivers.
And rightfully so. When you're dealing with a vehicle that size, you can't just rely on your rearview mirror like you would in a car.
No, you can't. You need to be constantly checking those side mirrors
Right.
and using your turn signals effectively to communicate your intentions to other drivers.
So what techniques do drivers use to compensate for those blind spots? How do they make sure they're not missing anything?
Well, first and foremost, it's all about those mirrors. They
Yeah.
need to be properly adjusted before you even start driving.
Okay.
And you need to be constantly checking,
Constantly checking up.
not just when you're changing lanes, but all the time.
Wow. That's a lot of mirror checking.
It is, but it's crucial for safety.
I can see that.
It's like having an extra set of eyes that allow you to see what's happening around you.
So it's all about being hyper aware of your surroundings, constantly scanning those mirrors to make sure there's no one lurking in your blind spots.
Exactly. You need to know what's going on around you at all times, especially when you're driving a vehicle that takes up so much space on the road.
Right. You're not just responsible for yourself, you're responsible for everyone else around you.
That's a good point.
Okay, so mirrors are crucial. What else can drivers do to mitigate those blind spots?
Well, another crucial technique is using your turn signals effectively.
Right, you need to signal well in advance of any lane change or turn.
Exactly. You want to give other drivers plenty of time to react.
It's almost like a courtesy to other drivers, letting them know your intentions so they can adjust their driving accordingly.
You got it. Communication is key when you're driving a vehicle that takes up so much space on the road.
Makes sense. You don't want to surprise anyone when you're maneuvering a truck that size.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so we've talked about mirrors and turn signals. What else is crucial for safe on-road driving?
Well, remember how we talked about those longer stopping distances for
Yeah.
trucks? Well, that comes into play in a big way during the on-road portion of the test.
I can imagine.
Examiners will be watching closely to see how you anticipate hazards, adjust your speed, and brake smoothly and safely.
Right. It's all about defensive driving.
Exactly.
Staying alert and anticipating potential problems before they arise.
A good truck driver is always thinking several steps ahead,
Right.
planning their route, scanning for hazards, and adjusting their driving style to match the conditions.
So it's not just about reacting to what's happening right in front of you. It's
Right.
about anticipating what might happen down the road and being prepared to respond.
Exactly. It's about thinking like a chess player,
Yeah.
you know, always thinking a few moves ahead.
I like that. Thinking like a chess player.
It's a good way to think about it.
Okay, so defensive driving is crucial. What else are they looking for?
Well, one of the most nerve-wracking aspects for many drivers is the backing skills portion.
Oh yeah, the one with the 10-minute time limit.
Exactly. This is where it really comes into play.
So what kinds of maneuvers do they throw at these drivers?
It could be anything from backing into a loading dock to parallel parking, alley docking, or even navigating a serpentine course.
Wow, a serpentine course.
Yeah, imagine trying to maneuver a truck that size through a series of S-shaped curves.
I can only imagine the concentration involved.
It takes a lot of practice, patience, and a deep understanding of how the truck responds to your inputs.
You need to know how to use your mirrors effectively,
Right.
how to judge distances accurately, and how to make small, precise adjustments to avoid any costly errors.
Exactly. It's like threading a needle with a semi-trailer.
That's a great analogy.
It's a delicate dance for sure.
And let's not forget about the mental game.
Oh, yeah.
The clock is ticking, the pressure is on, and you've got examiners watching your every move. It's intense.
It takes a certain type of personality to thrive in that environment. Someone who can stay focused, calm, and confident even when the stakes are high.
Absolutely. It's not for the faint of heart.
I'm starting to see why this Class A license is so highly respected.
It's a badge of honor in the industry.
It represents a level of skill and professionalism that goes beyond just driving a vehicle.
Absolutely. It's about being an ambassador for the industry, upholding a standard of safety and excellence, and contributing to the smooth functioning of our economy.
Well said, and it's something that we, as consumers and fellow drivers, should appreciate and respect.
I agree.
So we've talked about the technical aspects of the on-road test, but what about the bigger picture? What are some of the broader implications of these high standards?
That's a great question, and it really gets to the heart of why we're doing this deep dive.
Right.
These standards reflect a deep commitment to public safety,
Okay.
recognizing that commercial vehicles have the potential to cause significant damage and harm if not operated responsibly. Right. It's not just about the driver's individual skills. It's about the safety of everyone sharing the road.
Absolutely, it's a shared responsibility.
It's a huge responsibility, not just for the drivers themselves, but for the companies they work for and the regulatory bodies that oversee the industry.
Exactly, and it's something that we, as consumers and fellow drivers, should be aware of and appreciate.
You know, when we see a truck on the road, we should have confidence that the person behind the wheel has undergone rigorous training and testing to earn that privilege.
That's a good point. It's not something to be taken lightly.
It's like a silent contract we have with these drivers. They are entrusted with our goods, our safety, and the smooth functioning of our economy.
Precisely. And that trust is built on a foundation of rigorous training, stringent regulations, and a shared commitment to excellence.
It's not just about moving goods from point A to point B.
Now,
It's about upholding a standard of professionalism and responsibility that impacts all of us.
well said. It's about raising the bar for the entire industry.
So now that we've delved into the intricacies of the Class A road test, I'm curious. Are there specific resources or programs available to help drivers prepare for this demanding test? It sounds like they would need specialized training to cover all these bases.
Absolutely. There are numerous driving schools and training programs specifically designed to equip aspiring truck drivers with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed.
So it's not just about hopping in the cab and hitting the road.
No, not at all.
There's a whole educational component to becoming a qualified Class A driver.
You got it.
And these programs recognize that learning styles and experience levels vary.
Oh, for sure.
Some focus on hands-on training behind the wheel, while others incorporate simulators and classroom instruction to reinforce those core concepts.
Right. There's a program out there for everyone.
It's like any specialized field, you need the right training and education to excel.
Absolutely.
But I imagine these programs go beyond just teaching the technical skills.
Oh, yeah.
What about the softer skills, like communication, professionalism, and that all-important safety mindset?
You're absolutely right. The best programs recognize that being a truck driver is more than just a job.
Okay.
It's a profession that demands a high level of responsibility and integrity.
So it's not just about passing the test.
Yes.
It's about becoming an ambassador for the trucking industry, someone who represents the profession with skill and professionalism.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
And for those who are up for the challenge, a career in trucking can be incredibly rewarding.
Oh, yeah.
You get to travel, see different parts of the country, and play a vital role in keeping our economy moving.
It's a great career.
It definitely is.
But as we've learned today, it's not a decision to be taken lightly.
No, it's not.
It takes dedication, hard work, and a genuine commitment to safety to excel in this profession.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground in this second part of our deep dive.
We have
From the challenges of on-road driving to the importance of specialized training programs and the broader implications of high standards in the trucking industry. But, as always, there's still more to explore.
Oh, there is.
So stay tuned for the final part of our deep dive.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the deep dive. We've been through a lot, haven't we?
We have.
Air brakes, inspections, on-road skills, backing maneuvers. It's a lot to take in.
It is.
But I have to say, it's been fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea how much goes into getting those big rigs on the road safely.
It's a whole world unto itself, isn't it?
It is.
And it's one that we often take for granted, you know?
Absolutely. We just see those trucks on the highway and don't think twice about it.
But there's so much skill, knowledge, and responsibility behind that steering wheel.
And as you reminded us before the break, those rigorous testing standards have a much wider impact than just the individual driver.
They do.
So let's pick up where we left off. What are some of those broader implications?
Well, think about it this way. Those high standards, they're not just about passing a test.
Right.
They're about establishing a culture of safety and professionalism that ripples out across the entire trucking industry.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Right.
So how do these standards affect the trucking companies themselves?
Well, for starters, companies are motivated to invest in training and development for their drivers.
Makes sense. If they want their drivers to pass these tests, they need to make sure they're properly prepared.
Exactly.
And I imagine having well-trained, competent drivers is not only good for safety, but also good for business.
Oh, absolutely.
It reduces accidents, minimizes downtime, and improves their reputation.
Right. It's a win-win situation.
So it's like any industry. Investing in your workforce leads to better performance and outcomes.
You got it.
And it goes beyond just the bottom line, doesn't it?
It does.
Companies that prioritize safety also tend to attract and retain better drivers.
Absolutely.
When drivers feel valued and supported, they're more likely to stay with a company.
Right. It creates a more positive and stable work environment.
Reducing turnover and creating a more experienced workforce.
Exactly.
It's like a cycle of positive reinforcement.
It is.
Higher standards lead to better training,
Right.
which attracts better drivers, which in turn reinforces the company's commitment to safety.
You got it.
And this ripple effect extends beyond the trucking companies themselves, right?
It does.
Think about the consumers who rely on these trucks to deliver goods every single day,
We all benefit from a safe and efficient trucking industry.
whether we realize it or not.
Absolutely. When those trucks are rolling smoothly and safely, it keeps our economy running.
Right. Goods get delivered on time, businesses can operate, and consumers have access to the products they need.
Exactly.
So these high standards for drivers ultimately contribute to the stability and reliability of our supply chains.
It's like a hidden infrastructure that we often take for granted,
I like that, a hidden infrastructure.
but it's one that's essential for our modern way of life.
Absolutely. And let's not forget about the most important factor, the safety of everyone on the road.
Right. That's the ultimate goal.
These rigorous standards are designed to protect not only the truck drivers themselves, but also the countless other drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians they share the road with.
Exactly. It's about creating a safer environment for everyone.
And when you think about the sheer size and weight of these vehicles, it's clear that even a small mistake can have devastating consequences.
Absolutely. That's why those high standards are so important.
They weed out those who might cut corners or take unnecessary risks.
Right.
And they ensure that only those who demonstrate a true commitment to safety and professionalism are granted the privilege of operating these powerful machines.
It's about raising the bar for the entire industry.
It's like a filter system,
It is.
ensuring that only the most qualified individuals are allowed to enter this demanding and essential profession.
You got it.
But it's not just about the drivers, is it?
No, it's not.
The regulatory bodies also play a vital role in upholding these standards and ensuring that they're enforced consistently.
Absolutely.
So who are we talking about here?
Well, in Ontario, it's the Ministry of Transportation.
Okay, the MTO, they're the ones who set those high standards, develop the tests, and oversee the licensing process.
Exactly.
And they also conduct audits and inspections
Right.
to make sure that trucking companies are complying with safety regulations and maintaining their vehicles properly.
Right. It's all about accountability and oversight.
So it's a multi-layered approach with everyone from the drivers to the companies to the regulatory bodies working together to create a culture of safety and accountability.
Exactly. It's a team effort.
It's impressive to see how much effort goes into keeping our roads safe.
It's a testament to the importance of this industry and the recognition that safety is paramount.
And it's an ongoing process, right?
It is.
Constantly evolving and adapting to new technologies, new regulations, and new challenges.
Absolutely. The industry is always changing.
Speaking of challenges, I'm curious about the future of the trucking industry.
Mm-hmm.
With advancements in automation and self-driving technology, how do you see these high standards for human drivers evolving?
That's a great question, and it's one that's being discussed and debated throughout the industry.
Right, it's a hot topic these days.
It is.
So what are your thoughts? Will those self-driving trucks eventually replace human drivers altogether?
Well, while automation certainly holds promise for improving efficiency and potentially even safety,
Okay.
the role of the human driver is likely to remain crucial for the foreseeable future.
So you're saying that even with all the technological advancements, we're not going to see those driverless trucks on the road anytime soon?
Not entirely driverless, no. I think it's more likely that we'll see a gradual shift towards more assisted driving systems.
Assisted driving. Okay, so the trucks will still have drivers, but the technology will help them to drive more safely and efficiently.
Exactly.
And those core skills of judgment, decision-making, and adaptability will continue to be essential.
Absolutely. Those are the things that machines can't replicate.
At least not yet.
Right.
And that's why those high standards for training and testing are so important.
They are.
They lay the foundation for a skilled and professional workforce,
Right.
capable of navigating the evolving landscape of the trucking industry.
Exactly.
Whether it's adapting to new technologies or responding to unexpected situations on the road.
You got it.
It sounds like the future of trucking will involve a blend of human expertise and technological advancements,
I think so.
each complementing the other to create a safer and more efficient transportation system.
I agree.
Well, I think we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive into the Ontario Class I road test.
We have.
From the nitty-gritty details of air brake systems
Yeah.
to the broader implications of high standards and the future of the trucking industry.
It's been a comprehensive exploration,
It has.
and I hope our listeners have gained a newfound appreciation for the complexities of this industry,
I know I have.
the high standards that govern it, and the dedicated individuals who keep it rolling.
It's been a real eye-opener for me, and I'm sure for our listeners as well.
I'm glad to hear that.
So as we wrap up this episode, what's your final takeaway for our listeners? What's the one thing you want them to remember?
Well, I think it's important to remember that the trucking industry is more than just trucks and regulations.
Okay.
It's about people.
Right, the drivers, the companies, the consumers, all the people who rely on this industry to function safely and efficiently.
Exactly. It's a human endeavor, and one that deserves our respect and appreciation.
Well said.
And on that note, I think it's time to bring this deep dive to a close.
Thanks for joining us on this insightful journey into the world of commercial trucking.
It's been a pleasure.
We hope you've learned something new and gained a deeper appreciation for the skill, dedication, and responsibility that goes into keeping those big rigs rolling.
Absolutely.
Until next time, keep learning, keep questioning, and keep diving deep.
All right, let's dive into this pile of information we have here. It's all about big rigs, those combination vehicles we see out on the highways. We're going to be focusing on safety checks and the procedures for handling them,
Oh, yeah.
especially pre-trip inspections, coupling and uncoupling.
Yeah, the essentials.
Really essential stuff for safe operation out there. And you know what? One of our sources even mentioned something called a tug test.
Oh, wow.
We'll get to that. It sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah, sounds intriguing. You know what I find interesting about this whole thing? These procedures really highlight a crucial point. Uncoupling isn't just about detaching the trailer. It's really a systematic process to make sure that thing is stable and doesn't turn into a runaway hazard.
Right, yeah. Okay, so before we even think about hitting the road,
Right.
we have to talk about that pre-trip vehicle safety check. We'll hit some of the highlights here,
Right.
but just keep in mind that there's probably way more detailed information out there for specific vehicles. Think of this as just a general checklist,
Right.
like a pilot before takeoff.
Exactly, exactly. And, the source material lists a bunch of components to inspect, but it's really important to understand why these checks are so crucial. Take brakes, for instance. Imagine you're going down a steep mountain road, hauling a fully loaded trailer, and your brakes fail.
Yeah, that's not a pretty picture. It really makes you realize how much responsibility rests on those brake systems.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not just about those big, obvious things either. Even something like a heater or defroster can be really important.
Oh, that's a good point. What if your windshield fogs up in the middle of a snowstorm?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how good your brakes are if you can't see.
Exactly. Visibility is paramount. And a malfunctioning heater can also affect driver alertness. You know you're driving for hours on end, maybe in challenging conditions. A comfortable cab temperature can make all the difference for staying focused and alert.
Right, for sure. Okay, so let's say we've done our due diligence. Safety check is complete. And now we need to uncouple the trailer. Might seem pretty straightforward, but our source material lays out 7 specific steps to make sure it's done safely.
Oh, wow.
7 steps.
It's like a carefully choreographed dance. Each movement is important to prevent those accidents.
Right.
We're talking about securing both the truck and the trailer, carefully lowering the landing gear, disconnecting those air and electrical lines. So much more.
Okay, so step 2, lowering that landing gear. This is where they really emphasize stability, right? The source material mentions needing to check that the ground is level and secure before you even think about lowering the landing gear. Why is that?
Well, think of the landing gear as the trailer's legs. You wouldn't try to stand on uneven ground, would you?
No.
Same principle here. If the ground isn't stable, the trailer could just tip over. Once it's detached, it could create a major hazard.
Right. Okay, so the source goes on to say that the landing gear should be positioned either just above the ground or making contact without raising the trailer from the 5th wheel. Sounds like they're trying to find a balance there.
Yeah, they are. It's about finding that sweet spot where the trailer is supported but not lifted off the 5th wheel too early. You know those legs need to be firmly planted before you detach.
Yeah. So if the landing gear is too high, it could come crashing down when it's disconnected. But if it's too low, it could lift the tractor off the ground.
You got it.
Yeah.
And we can't forget about stowing that landing gear handle in the low gear position. This is especially important for 5th wheel trailers because that handle can get in the way when you go to couple again.
Ah, so it's like putting away your tools after you finished a job. Keep everything in its place.
Exactly.
Ready for the next step.
Ready for the next step. And speaking of the next step, disconnecting those air and electrical lines, along with those safety chains or cables, seems pretty straightforward, but are there any nuances we should be aware of?
Well, the source material really emphasizes securing everything after disconnection. Loose lines or chains, they can become tangled and the damage. I imagine that could create a dangerous situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's all about minimizing those potential hazards. Now, here's an interesting detail. Steps 3 and 4, disconnecting the lines and unlocking the 5th wheel, or coupling device, can actually be done in either order.
Interesting. Why the flexibility? Does it matter which you do first?
Not really. It often comes down to personal preference or the specific equipment, but the key takeaway is that both steps need to be completed before you even think about separating the tractor and trailer.
Right. Okay, so steps 3 and 4 are done. Everything's disconnected. And now it's time to pull the tractor forward, to disengage that 5th wheel. Step 5?
Yeah.
Wait, before you do that, the source material really stresses the importance of applying the parking brakes and putting the transmission in neutral.
Right. This might seem obvious, but it's crucial to prevent that tractor from rolling away and potentially colliding with the trailer.
Right, for sure.
Remember, we're dealing with heavy machinery here. Any unintended movement can have some serious consequences.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. Okay, so the tractor is safely secured, and we've pulled forward enough to disengage the 5th wheel. What's next?
Step 6 is all about confirming that the trailer is stable. The source recommends actually getting out of the vehicle to visually inspect the trailer and make sure it's securely supported by that landing gear.
It's like taking a moment to double-check your work before moving on to the next task. Wouldn't want to assume everything is okay and then have the trailer tip over.
Exactly. We're aiming for a clean and safe separation.
Right.
And finally, we arrive at step 7, pulling the tractor clear of the trailer.
Okay, this is the grand finale. Anything we need to keep in mind as we make our final move?
The source recommends doing this slowly and carefully, making sure there's ample clearance, and being aware of any potential obstacles. You want to glide away smoothly, like a swan on a still pond.
All right, I think I've got the hang of uncoupling now. It's amazing how many details are involved in what seems like such a simple task.
It's a testament to the level of responsibility that comes with operating these massive vehicles. Every step is designed to prevent accidents and ensure everyone's safety on the road.
And that's a good segue into our next topic, coupling. because connecting a tractor and trailer correctly is just as critical as separating them safely.
Absolutely. And just like uncoupling, there's some crucial nuances that can make all the difference.
Right. The source material outlines 4 main steps for coupling, beginning with a thorough inspection of all the components involved: the fifth wheel, coupling device, air and electrical lines, chains and connections.
Like a pre-flight checklist for an airplane. You want to make sure everything's in tip-top shape before you even think about bringing those two units together.
Okay, so we're back in inspection mode, making sure all our ducks are in a row. What's next on the coupling agenda?
Positioning the truck and trailer is key. The source stresses the importance of checking the trailer's alignment and height before you even start backing up.
Yeah, I can see why that'd be crucial. If the trailer's misaligned, it's not going to connect properly. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Exactly, you nailed it. And a misaligned trailer could also get damaged during the coupling process. You don't want to be banging things around back there.
Definitely not. So, alignment checked, height confirmed. What else do we need to think about as we start maneuvering this massive vehicle?
Safety first. The source recommends activating those 4-way flashers and giving a few honks on the horn before reversing. It's all about letting everyone around you know what you're up to.
Right, especially in a potentially crowded area. No one wants to be caught off guard by a reversing big rig.
Precisely. And always be mindful of your surroundings. Check those blind spots. We're dealing with big vehicles here, so extra caution is key.
Okay, let's talk specifics. The source lays out instructions for backing up with both fifth wheel and non-fifth wheel trailers. What are the key differences here?
Well, with the fifth wheel, the goal is to back up until the fifth wheel is just ahead of the trailer, either touching it or slightly under it. But here's the crucial point. You don't want to hit the kingpin.
Right, that makes sense. I can see how forcing the fifth wheel against the kingpin could cause some serious damage.
Exactly. It's all about a gentle approach. Now, with a non-fifth wheel trailer, you'll be backing up until the truck's coupling device is about a foot ahead of the trailer's connection point.
Okay.
Again, touching the trailer is okay, but the source specifically mentions avoiding moving the wheel chocks.
Why is that so important?
Those wheel chops are there for a reason. To keep the trailer from rolling, you don't want to accidentally dislodge them while you're maneuvering the truck.
Okay, good safety reminder. So the truck is in position. What's next on our coupling checklist?
The source recommends putting the transmission in park or neutral and applying those parking brakes. This prevents any unwanted movement. While you're making those final connections,
Makes sense. Wouldn't want the truck rolling forward or backward while you're trying to connect everything. So we're parked, brakes on, and ready to make those final connections. What do we need to look for?
this is where things get a bit more specific, depending on whether you're dealing with a fifth wheel or a non-fifth wheel setup. With a fifth wheel, you'll want to double check that the kingpin is perfectly aligned with the fifth wheel's lower coupler.
It's like making sure the pieces of a puzzle fit together just right.
Exactly. And don't forget to inspect the trailer's air and electrical lines and connections. Make sure everything is securely hooked up and free of any damage.
All right, so fifth wheel alignment checked, lines inspected. What about non-fifth wheel trailers? What are the key points there?
For non-fifth wheel trailers, the focus is on ensuring that the truck's coupling device is lined up perfectly. With the trailer's connection point,
Okay.
it's all about that precision fit.
The source also mentions a detail I found interesting. The trailer should be low enough that it's raised slightly by the tractor when backed under. Why is that?
It's another one of those Goldilocks situations. If the trailer's too low, the tractor could hit and damage the trailer's nose. But if it's too high, it might not couple correctly. It's all about finding that sweet spot, where the trailer is lifted just slightly by the tractor.
All right, so we've inspected, aligned, and positioned. We're almost there. What's the next step in the coupling process?
Now it's time to engage the fifth wheel or coupling device and test that connection. With a fifth wheel trailer, this means reversing the tractor to engage the fifth wheel.
And then comes the tug test you mentioned earlier, right? Tell me more about that.
The tug test is a simple but crucial step to ensure the connection is secure. Basically, you gently pull forward with the tractor to see if the trailer moves with it. If it does, you're good to go. But if the trailer stays put, it means the coupling isn't properly engaged, and you need to investigate.
It's like a built-in safety check, making sure
Right.
everything is locked in tight. So what about non-fifth wheel trailers? What does that engagement process look like?
With non-fifth wheel trailers, you reverse the truck until the coupling device clicks into place. with the trailer's connection point. You may need to adjust the landing gear or the trailer's position to get everything lined up perfectly.
Got it. And the source also mentions crossing the safety chains or cables. Why is that so important?
Think of it as an insurance policy. Crossing those chains provides an extra layer of security. In case the primary coupling fails, it's a safety net, just in case.
Okay, so we're in the final stretch. We've engaged the coupling and crossed the safety chains. What's the last step?
The final step is all about confirmation. With a fifth wheel, you'll want to visually inspect the connection, making sure there's absolutely no space. Between the trailer's upper plate and the fifth wheel, any gap means the coupling isn't secure.
It's like checking the seal on a jar,
Yeah.
to make sure it's airtight. No leaks allowed.
Exactly. You also want to confirm that the release lever on the fifth wheel is in the locked position. This prevents any accidental releases while you're on the road.
So for non-fifth wheel trailers, it's essentially the same thing, right? Just a visual check to make sure the coupling device is locked in place.
Exactly. It's all about that final inspection, that peace of mind knowing that everything is connected securely, ready to roll.
Wow, that was a lot more involved than I initially thought.
It might seem like a lot of steps, but remember, these procedures are designed to keep everyone safe on the road. And once you understand the why behind each step, it all starts to make sense.
That's a great point. It's not just about memorizing a bunch of rules. It's about understanding the logic behind them. I have to admit, I'm feeling a lot more confident about handling these big rigs now.
That's what we like to hear. But remember, this is just the beginning.
Right. Before we let our listener go, what are some key takeaways they should keep in mind? Especially since, like you said, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
The most important thing is to remember that these procedures are a starting point. Always consult the manufacturer's instructions. For specific procedures related to your truck and trailer, it's like reading the recipe before you start baking. You wouldn't want to leave out a key ingredient, would you?
Definitely not. And just like with baking, attention to detail is crucial when it comes to operating these large vehicles. And speaking of details, the source material really hammered home the importance of that pre-trip inspection.
Yeah, it's like laying a solid foundation for a house. You start with a shaky base, the whole structure is at risk.
Right.
And when it comes to coupling and uncoupling, remember, it's a step-by-step process. Take your time, double-check your work, and make sure every connection is secure.
It's better to be safe than sorry. And hey, if you're unsure about anything, don't be afraid to ask for help. There are plenty of experienced drivers out there who are happy to share their knowledge.
You know, operating a large combination vehicle, it's a serious responsibility. It's not something to be taken lightly. But by following the proper procedures and staying vigilant, you can help ensure the safety of yourself and everyone else on the road.
All right, so we've covered a lot of ground in this first part of our deep dive, but there's still so much more to explore. We've talked about the importance of pre-trip inspections, the detailed steps involved in uncoupling and coupling trailers, and the underlying principles of safety that guide every action.
And remember, these procedures are constantly evolving as technology advances. In the next part of our deep dive, we'll delve into some of the exciting possibilities on the horizon for the trucking industry. But for now, let's take a break and let all this information sink in.
See you back here soon for part 2.
Welcome back. I don't know about you, but my brain is already buzzing. With all those details about truck safety checks and coupling and uncoupling, it's fascinating how much attention you have to pay to these seemingly routine tasks. Yeah, it really highlights the expertise and responsibility that truck drivers bring to the table. You know, it's not just about driving, it's about mastering this whole system and having a deep understanding of all those safety protocols.
Right. And one thing that stuck with me was that emphasis on the tug test
Yeah.
after you engage the fifth wheel. It's such a simple check, but it seems so crucial, almost like a built-in early warning system.
It is. The tug test is deceptively simple, but remarkably effective. You're basically simulating the forces that are going to be applied to the coupling during normal driving. If the connection is solid, that trailer will move with the tractor. But if there's any issue, that trailer will stay put. And that alerts you to a potential problem. It's a brilliant way to catch a minor issue before it becomes a major safety hazard out on the road.
Speaking of hazards, our source material really stresses the importance of checking the trailer height. During coupling, it's like not too high, not too low, just right. Why is finding that perfect height so important?
Well, it all comes down to preventing damage. If the trailer's too high, it might not connect properly with the fifth wheel. You could end up with a loose connection, and that's a recipe for disaster. On the other hand, if that trailer's too low, the tractor could hit the nose of the trailer when you get it back under. And that can lead to costly repairs and potentially create a dangerous situation.
Yeah, so finding that sweet spot is really important. We've been talking a lot about the technical details, but I'm curious about the real-world implications. What kind of risks are we talking about if you don't follow these steps carefully?
Well, at best, you could damage the equipment, a bent kingpin, a scratched trailer,
Yeah.
things that are going to cost money to repair and lead to delays. But worst case scenario, we're talking accidents, trailers detaching from tractors, jackknifing, collisions. These situations can cause serious injuries, property damage, even fatalities. It's why these procedures are so important. They're not just rules, they're safeguards to prevent these kinds of events.
It really underscores how much responsibility truck drivers have. They're not just operating vehicles, they're managing these complex systems.
Absolutely. And it's not just about knowing the steps, it's about understanding why you're doing each step. It's about respecting the power of these vehicles and understanding the potential dangers.
Going through all these procedures, it makes me think of it as a sort of dance, a choreography between the driver, the truck, and the trailer.
Oh, I love that analogy. It really captures the precision and coordination.
Yeah.
Like in a dance, if one partner misses a step, the whole performance can fall apart. That's why it's so important for drivers to be present and focused.
So our listener has absorbed all this info about truck safety checks, coupling, uncoupling. What are some key takeaways they should keep in mind as they move forward?
Well, first and foremost, remember that this is just a starting point. The real learning happens when you get hands-on experience. With the actual equipment you'll be using, always consult those manufacturer instructions. For your specific truck and trailer, those are your Bible.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess it goes without saying, but practice makes perfect.
Absolutely. Don't be afraid to ask questions, find yourself a mentor, and never stop learning. The trucking industry is always evolving, with new technology and regulations coming out all the time.
Before we move on to the future of trucking, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
With all this talk about self-driving trucks, do you think we'll ever reach a point where these coupling and uncoupling procedures are fully automated? Like, imagine trucks connecting and disconnecting all on their own.
That's a fascinating question. It's certainly conceivable that we'll see more automation in these procedures. Technology is advancing so rapidly. But even with automation, I think those core principles of safety and attention to detail will always be important, whether it's a human or a machine doing the task. The goal is the same, a secure and safe connection.
It's not about replacing humans with machines. It's about using both together.
Precisely.
It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds. So we've explored those real-world implications of safety failures, the importance of continuous learning, and the potential for automation.
We even touched on the idea of these procedures as a choreography, a dance between the driver and the vehicle.
Now get ready to buckle up, because in Part 3, we're going to explore how technology might shape the future of trucking. And we're back for the final part of our deep dive. It's been quite a journey. We've explored safety checks, coupling and uncoupling, and even touched on automation.
It really has. I'm constantly amazed by the amount of detail and precision that's required to operate these vehicles safely. It's a testament to truck drivers everywhere.
Absolutely. Speaking of skill and dedication, I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on how technology might shape the future of trucking. We touched on automation earlier, but what other advancements do you see coming that could impact the procedures we've been talking about?
Well, that's a great question. And it's got the whole industry excited. We're already seeing so much progress in things like sensor technology, AI, and connected vehicles. Imagine trucks with sensors that can detect misalignment during coupling, or alert drivers to issues before they even happen.
Wow, that's incredible. It's like having a co-pilot who's constantly watching over everything.
Exactly. And think about real-time data sharing, trucks communicating with each other, and with infrastructure, sharing information about road conditions, traffic, potential hazards. It could totally change how truckers navigate and make decisions.
It sounds like we're on the verge of a huge transformation. But even with all that technology, I have a feeling those fundamental skills we talked about
Yeah,
will still be really important.
I absolutely agree. Technology can enhance our capabilities, but it won't replace skilled drivers. The human element will always be essential.
That makes sense. It's about combining human expertise and technology.
Precisely.
It'll be fascinating to see how this all plays out. One thing that's really stood out to me during this deep dive is that sense of responsibility in trucking. Safety is clearly paramount.
It has to be. Truck drivers are carrying valuable cargo, and they share the road with so many other vehicles. Their actions have a huge impact. It's a responsibility they carry every mile.
Well said. I think that responsibility is what makes trucking so vital.
Absolutely. Truck drivers are unsung heroes, keeping our supply chains moving. They deserve all the respect.
So to anyone out there thinking about a career in trucking, or just interested in learning more, what's the one message you'd want them to take away?
I'd say embrace the challenge. The responsibility and the learning that comes with being a truck driver, it's a demanding job, but it's also incredibly rewarding. You're part of something vital. You learn valuable skills, and you see the world in a whole new way.
And never forget safety. It's not just about driving a truck. It's about responsibility for yourself, your cargo, and everyone else on the road.
Well said. Safety first, always.
That brings us to the end of our deep dive. We hope you found it informative and insightful.
It's been a pleasure.
Until next time, drive safe out there.